But what we'll also ask is we'll bring up public comment that is not identified as to any of the specific items on the agenda today will come up first, and those who have put cards in on a specific item will have you come up and speak before the department speaks so they're aware of your comments. We're going to ask each general manager to be ready to respond to questions. We will not have opening statements because of the critical nature of the budget. It's, in my judgment, a more responsive and also better for us to get our questions answered as we move forward. Also, after the presentation by the CAO and the mayor's office, I'm going to put in the record some parameters of how the budget committee is going to address the budget for this fiscal year. So with that, we have presentations from the mayor's office followed by the CAO, and then before that, we'll go to public comment, or after that, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember Parks and our honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Ben Ceja, and as Budget Director, I'm honored to present to you Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa's proposed budget for the 2009-10 fiscal year. Before I continue, I first want to acknowledge and thank everyone that has played a role in developing this budget. Everyone in the Mayor's office, and in particular my budget team, the staff at the CAO, and each and every department of the city. Their hard work and dedication is a testament to the strong regard for public service as a privilege, motivation, desire, creativity, and the work ethic that exists here in City Hall. This proposed budget is one that has been developed against a backdrop of a fiscal crisis unlike anything seen since the Great Depression. A sagging economy driven by unavailable credit, significant market value losses, the bursting of our housing bubble, the decline of individual wealth has resulted in unemployment numbers reaching stratospheric levels and a deficit here in the city of 530 million. A year from now, that number could be as high as $1 billion. Today we begin to discuss the Mayor's proposed plan of action to keep LA above water, to keep LA delivering critical services to our residents, and to keep LA working. The proposed $7 billion budget is one that addresses our deficit in the upcoming fiscal year with the combination of spending reductions, private investment and efficiencies, including some departmental consolidations, and some enhanced revenues, namely from fund transfers and a public-private partnership. However, these budgetary solutions alone only get us so far. We're living in an age of permanent fiscal crisis, which requires that governments come to grip with the fact that we face structural problems that call for structural solutions. These solutions must be focused on achieving the best possible outcomes for our residents at a price they are willing to pay. I am glad to say that this is the approach that the Mayor has taken. To truly address our deficit and begin addressing the tremendous deficit that awaits us in a year, the Mayor's proposed budget has initiated the long-needed discussions regarding the cost of our workforce. It is reasonable to assume that these discussions may go beyond our own budget adoption timeline. We recognize the fact that savings must start being generated as close to July 1st as possible, and we will be pushing hard to get the results we need as early as possible. Much has been said about what it really means to share in the responsibility and sacrifice. Some have even referred to it as budgeting by guesswork. To that, all I can say is exactly what the Mayor has stated. During these extraordinary times, it is the responsibility of all city leaders to recognize that reform is no longer a luxury. It is a necessity. The need for shared sacrifice is not just rhetoric, it is a reality. This reality means a 12% cut for the Mayor. It also means taking home less pay so that our fellow city workers do not have to guess about how he or she will support their family. Exhibit H of the Mayor's proposed budget identifies an extensive menu of options to be considered by the City Council, city employees, and their union leadership, which would prevent the need for layoffs on the order of magnitude that would otherwise be required. Just as important as preserving these jobs, the items from within this menu of options would allow the city to maintain a high-level service by reducing the cost of our existing city workforce. Let us not forget that positions equal services. Nevertheless, there are some positions that have been proposed to be eliminated that should go. The majority of these positions are vacant and thus should pose no service impacts from the services being provided today. For those positions that are filled, These positions were identified after a prioritization of services and analysis of our needs versus our resources. These were painful choices that could no longer be placed on hold. I expect there will be many questions about these positions and the services that they provide as our budget discussions move forward. While this budget seeks to implement new reforms across City Hall, it is important to state that the budget does not pull back from our core priorities: public safety and police hiring, gang reduction and prevention, street repair, library services, and other services expected and deserved by our residents. Being able to preserve these services in the proposed budget, given the deficit we're dealing with, is a testament to the hard work and creativity of the departments and everyone involved in the budget process. However, by no means do we consider this point an end result of our efforts. Our true achievement should and will be measured on how well we transform our budget priorities into tangible results for the people of Los Angeles within very limited resources. Given the level of uncertainty going into next year, we know that this budget will require continuous calibration. In fact, there are a few items that I know of now that require calibration, namely the Safer Cities program in the City Attorney's Office. It is my hope that working together with you, as we have up to this point, the City Council and Mayor will be able to enact a budget that upholds our shared commitment to responsible fiscal stewardship and financial stability, restates our values, reiterates our principles, and reclaims our status as a center of progress and prosperity long into the future. I thank you for this opportunity and look forward to our discussion.
We have the CAO at this time. Then we'll ask questions of both the mayor and the CAO's office.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. Today this committee begins discussion, as was mentioned by Ben, one of the most challenging budgets in recent years. The city has not been faced with a two-year drop in revenue since the early 90s. And as we'll discuss a bit later, our national and local economy has witnessed significant declines not seen in many years. Unemployment has not risen to the current level since the early 1980s. Economists across the state, the country, globally, are trying to assess the current situation and draw some parallels to prior periods in order to sort of measure the severity of this particular recession. Quite frankly, there's a number of questions. Is this the worst recession since the 1980s, early 70s, or since the Great Depression? So much is still unknown, given what's out there, the lack of information, though there may be some encouraging signs on the horizon. Last year, about this time, we alluded to an imminent recession. We talked about how our economy, our economic-sensitive revenues would see flat growth in the current year. We had difficulty last year because prior to the adoption of the budget, many of the local economists were actually projecting growth, perhaps minimal, but yet growth in the local economy. Since then, as you know, and as we've been discussing throughout the year, our revenues have seen declines. While we anticipated the real estate downturn and the slowing in the economy, we did not and could not anticipate the magnitude of the current crisis. Revenues are expected to be down almost $108 million from the budget in the current year. As we have reported to your committee throughout the year, the budget gap for the current year grew as high as $130 million because of revenue shortfalls and expenditures over budget. The Mayor and Council, and we have to thank you for taking steps in mid-year to help bring expenditures in line with revenue. However, because of the continuing falling revenue, we still have been trying to close the gap without impacting the reserve fund. And we will be providing some reports in the near future to close that gap and bring the budget in line in the current year. The discussions that you had earlier this year, as you know, are only a preview of what we'll be discussing in the next couple of weeks. We know it's very difficult for the city to accept reduction in service levels. For next year, the city is faced with an estimated $529 million general fund shortfall. Costs are rising, revenues are falling. The mayor has proposed several solutions to present a balanced budget. And in the most basic sense, the budget solutions are broken down into three very broad components. departmental reductions, fund transfers, and shared sacrifice. Let's focus on the 529 just for a moment. It's a factor of several things. It's a decline in general fund revenue base of almost $309 million from where we were a year ago. Obligatory cost increases of roughly about $33 million. These are our COLAs, health care costs, debt service, pensions, etc. Continuation of existing services over the base of roughly $78 million. And other necessary changes or adjustments that add another $109 million to that number. To close the gap, the mayor proposed several solutions. First, there were approximately $121 million in departmental efficiencies and reductions that were proposed. These things included a multitude of items such as deleting vacant positions in departments, reducing 311 service hours, reducing staffing for municipal projects, eliminating funding for sidewalk repairs and proposing point of sale, reducing funding for tree trimming and transportation infrastructure, and many, many more. We'll go into greater details in the next few days regarding the specifics. Secondly, $37 million was proposed in new ongoing revenue. These include increased fees for planning, building safety, fire, and engineering. The big item that we will discuss later is the proposed increase in the DWP power transfer from 7% to 8%, worth approximately $29 million for next year. The third piece is one-time revenues totaling $162 million. This includes a transfer of $146 million from the Special Parking Revenue Fund to the budget. It also includes AB 1290 revenue, surplus property, and other one-time transfers. The $46 million transfer from special parking includes $80 million from the long-term parking concession deal and $44 million from the sale of Mangrove. Additional revenue from that fund is expected to be realized for approximately $22 million. Lastly, $231 million in savings was budgeted as part of the shared responsibility and sacrifice. Of these, the total solutions are approximately $551 million, which also allowed the mayor to fund $8 million for new facilities opening in the coming year, plus add another $15 million for increased services such as police hiring, DNA, and a few others. Now, I know this committee has talked many times over the last several years about one-time revenue and solutions. We've discussed those numbers, and we've discussed the impact on the budget. Exactly how one-time revenue is just that and does not solve our structural deficit. This budget does include over $390 million in one-time solutions at this time. The big pieces I mentioned earlier were the special parking revenue transfer and the shared sacrifice. There are a few others, but those are the two big pieces. I would like to just focus on the shared responsibility and sacrifice. The magnitude of our revenue losses and ballooning pension costs are forcing us to rethink and reanalyze our compensation structure. Last year, furlough savings was budgeted, and ultimately, savings was identified in our health care accounts, thanks to our labor partners, that addressed most of the $23 million. This year, the budgeted savings from compensation adjustments is much, much greater. The 231. The 231 in general fund savings includes almost $95 million in police sworn, $37 million from fire sworn, and the remaining 100 or so is from our civilian employees. Another $57 million has been budgeted in the special funds or special fund savings and been set aside in those funds. You know, the approach is novel and somewhat unique. It is unique in the sense that public agencies are not accustomed to this type of approach. However, given the severity of the city's fiscal situation and looking at solutions proposed by other public agencies across the country, I do believe this approach has potential to reap some benefits, some long-term benefits for the city. Many of our unions have already taken steps to address our compensation structure. We thank them for their participation, and we will ask them to work with us much more over the coming months. We have a long way to go, but one or more items from the menu of options can be and should be implemented. The 231 has been characterized as roughly equivalent to 2,800 layoffs. We can look at this another way. It could also mean 19 to 20 furlough days. We do know that a solution by July 1st is necessary for the city to address our budget in 2009-2010. If not, we do know that we will have to reopen the budget and close whatever gap is remaining and potentially eliminate more positions or take whatever action is necessary. What's of great importance to the city as well is the reserve fund. The proposed budget provides money to build reserve at $189 million, or roughly 4.25%. I do commend the mayor for his action and leadership in building the reserve. The size is very important given it's one of the criteria used by the rating agencies. As you know, a few weeks ago, the city was painfully reminded by Fitch that we must look for long-term solutions to our problems and set the city on a path to long-term fiscal health. The city's inability to solve its structural deficit has put us in this precarious fiscal position. Looking forward to next year and beyond, it would be very beneficial for us to continue our efforts to increase the size of the reserve. And with that, any found money, it should be budgeted in our reserves for that purpose. Looking forward, our 3-year outlook does not provide very much comfort. Revenues are expected to decrease by approximately 3% in 2010-11 after the one-time revenues are removed from the budget. Most economists anticipate that the current recession will not end until the third quarter of 2009, and future growth will be nominal. In fact, growth in 2011-12 is estimated at 2%. We will not see the huge jump or spike coming out of this recession. We will look for a much more slowful recovery. Unfortunately, our expenditures at the same time are expected to grow up to 19% unless measures are taken to reduce these costs. Implementing ongoing savings from the menu of options will reduce this growth. However, given the anticipated losses from our pension and retirement of upwards of 25%, the city could be faced with $500 million in additional contributions. These increases will continue into 2011 and 12 and beyond based on the losses over the last 2 years. Steps must be taken to reduce this liability. Some other quick highlights of this budget. The budget does factor in adjustments to special funds and programs. Filled and vacant positions are already deleted in many of these programs due to fiscal pressures. We'll talk about the stormwater pollution abatement fee later on. We know this program is certainly experiencing pressures given that revenues are not kept in line with expenditures. The general fund currently subsidizes this program by approximately $15 million, or upwards of $24 million if you include the street cleaning program. Other adjustments you find will be made to gas tax funded projects and services due to declining revenue. This budget also takes into account first year revenues from the Measure R, and programs for these revenues are in the budget. I'll pause right there, and I do want to thank the members of the budget team. This includes the mayor's office and certainly everyone in the CEO's office. We've put in a number of long hours over the last 3 months to put the budget together. So with that, I'll just pause for a moment, if you like, before we get into discussion on general fund revenue. I don't know if you have any questions or...
I just wanted to, again, get some clarity from you on what you said in one of your sentences. The city's failure to deal with the structural deficit in the last couple of 3 years is an issue. Forget politics, forget the lights, cameras, and action and all this. What would be the best way to deal with this structural deficit, considering the situation we're in at this point? What are the options as you see right now, before we go into details and particulars, in a general sense, how to deal with that structural deficit that obviously is out of out of control in the context of the amounts of monies we're talking about now and the reality of how we would close that gap. Forget politics. What are the best solutions as you see it?
As you know, the city is all about providing services. We provide services to the public. When it comes to those services, certainly want to provide the best, the most that we can. Over the last several years, our property revenues we've had some phenomenal growth in our property tax and our documentary transfer. Looking back, I think it would have been helpful for the city to actually take a portion of that and actually set it aside in what was discussed last year, a budget stabilization account. Unfortunately, over the last year or so, we haven't been able to find some money to actually get that fund up and running. But we are at the point where we need to evaluate the services that we are providing, shed those that perhaps may be viewed as non-core. We need to look at our compensation structure, bring things in line with our revenues, and set ourselves on a good path. We will not be able to solve this today or tomorrow. It will take steps, but we need to sort of start laying out some steps to put us back onto some fiscal health over the next 5 years.
And when you say lay out the steps, when we go through this process, always red flag us and say this will impact the structural deficit, so that people who watch this understand that the structural deficit is that elephant in the room that has to be focused on somewhere during the next 3 weeks as we do this process.
Yes.
Great. I think carrying on with that, I think if you just reemphasize some of the comments you made earlier about the one-time amounts of money and what the gap is between the one-time monies and the cost that we're covering, and also the amount of money that is being projected that has not been realized in the budget. And I believe also if you comment on the impact of the personnel cost, pension cost, workers' comp cost, and medical cost that also drives the structural deficit.
That's correct. As I mentioned earlier, the budget does include over $390 million in one-time revenue or solutions. And that does include the 146 from the special parking. It includes roughly 16 in AB 1290, property sales, and some other transfers, and then 231 from the shared responsibility and sacrifice. Now, I will say the 231 right now, you can view it in multiple ways. You can view it as one time, or you can view it as there is a potential that it could be ongoing. Much of it depends on the discussions that we will have in the coming months with our labor partners. If you go down the path of a furlough, yes, that's a one-time solution. But if we actually make some changes to our overtime, the way we calculate overtime, make some adjustments there, ILD, some other things, those actually will contribute to long-term savings and will help close the structural gap that we have. So the 231, certainly, like the mayor said, there's a menu of options depending on what gets discussed, negotiated, and so forth. There is very much potential for those to be ongoing. And as we go forward, as I mentioned, that over the next couple of months, we'll be working with labor and the executive management team of the city to look at those solutions. Certainly, on a go-forward basis, our compensation, workers' comp costs, all of those things have significant components to our budget. We look at our personnel costs, and they are a huge part of that. We've been able recently to bring, I think, our workers' comp costs down significantly over the last several years due to, well, one factor has been reduced medical costs, but also efforts by personnel in the city attorney's office to bring some of those costs down, limit our liability. We've been fortunate over the last couple of years as far as our actual health costs from Blue Cross and others. Those costs, we haven't seen the double-digit increases that we were seeing earlier during this decade. Those have come down. Though we do know we have to be mindful of those things because as we go forward, those things can quickly escalate in cost given for where health has gone over the long term. So,
Okay. Let me just ask, in the book you published in April, one of the charts of, I guess, greatest concern to me is the when you go to your 3-year evaluation, and one of the things that, and I think it's on
page 8.
on 8. So you got me looking now. The CAO's book. Okay, yeah, the 3 years. One of the things that concerns me as we look to the projections, although we show in 2009 and 10 almost every revenue source as being in the minus, we do not show, in my judgment, for 2009, 10, and 11, a corresponding significant drop in our overall revenues. And I think that what we've seen over the last several years is because we have kept revenue sources maybe higher than in our projections, we end up on any given period of time cutting resources month to month as opposed to having a solid budget starting July 1st. So we start off July 1st knowing that each financial status report we're going to be dropping services, dropping revenue, and in my judgment it seems to cause more frustration in the community once the budget is published, that we tell people what they're going to get and then we incrementally reduce that. And I'm just wondering whether, even with all those minuses, have we still been more positive as to those revenue sources than we should? And then also when you look at page 20 and you look at the, again, the number of minuses as it relates to the 08 budget and what we're projecting for 09, it just doesn't appear that we're taking into consideration as much of that negative droppage in our revenue resources.
Okay, well, I think that's probably a good segue for us to jump into the presentation that we do have prepared. And I'll go ahead and get started. If we can go to slide 1. Because certainly revenue, as you know, you are well aware, and certainly with your question, as far as the question is, where are we going? And the question becomes is, how deep is this trough? You know, we've been certainly looking at revenues. I think with your questioning, we've been doubling our efforts and looking at revenues, trying to decide where we're going to be. Certainly, as I mentioned a year ago, you know, we, from my judgment, we had budgeted conservatively. We've kept revenues flat. Our difficulty at that time was, if you look at UCLA, LAEDC, they were saying we were going to get growth, 2 to 3% in growth. We didn't quite see that, and so we kept things flat. But as you know, as we progressed through this year, we did see falling revenue. And actually, through the first 6 months of the year, we actually did not really see across the board that downturn. It was just in this first quarter of the current year, based on our delays and lags in our revenues, that we actually really saw some of these big declines. You know, as I mentioned earlier, we are faced with 2 years of negative revenue growth, and we haven't had that for a number of years. You look at the sales and business tax, it's in decline roughly about 10 and 11% respectively over the 2-year period. The hotel tax, roughly about 17% over 2 years. From this point, from a year ago, without adding back any other new revenue, we are looking at a $309 million decline from what the budget was. That is huge. I mean, that's almost 7% of our overall general fund revenue. And we haven't seen those declines. I mean, that is very, very unique.
And that was just in this current year budget?
That's between a year ago when the budget was put together to now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's difficult as we look at the business sales and hotel taxes are roughly about 20%, However, I mentioned from our revised estimates, those are going down about 5, 6, and 7% respectively. Property-related revenues make up another 1/3, but our property tax is expected to go down roughly 7%. And as you know, many of our revenues do trail the economy. And so the point being that even though the general economy may begin some recovery in the third or fourth quarter of next year, we won't actually see those given the lags that we do face with our city receipts. Next slide, please. There we go. All right, and sort of just stepping back for a moment, looking at the economy in general. Basically, I believe a few weeks ago there was a survey. There's many surveys. These happen throughout the year and different times. But basically, the Wall Street Journal survey did a recent analysis, and basically folks are now saying that we'll see some signs of recovery in September 2009. We're not so sure. Certainly with the actual receipts that we're seeing, we haven't seen any turnaround at this point. It could be longer, and certainly we need to plan for for this scenario to play out a little worse. Certainly this is a very unique time. You look at our gross domestic product, basically in the first quarter of 2009, it's down roughly about 5% or so. In the current year, second quarter, another reduction. And as I mentioned earlier, most economists don't see the positive territory until the third quarter of 2009. We've roughly seen 4 quarters of negative growth. Next slide. You've seen this one before. We've laid this out, presented this to your committee a couple times this year, but it tells a lot. It looks at recessions in sales tax. And as you can see, that we are looking at double-year declines. We haven't had those double-year declines since the early 90s, where we had 4 years. What's interesting is usually our sales tax does worse in the years after the recession ends. This particular period is rather unique in the sense that we've actually had a sales decline in the recessionary period. We don't know where this will lead, whether things will get worse or not, but that's a unique data point that we haven't experienced over the last 15 years. Slide 3. This gives you just a quick snapshot of the state and city cash receipts. I think we've shown this one to you as well. It gives a good indicator of the lag from city receipts versus state. As you can see, earlier this fiscal year, our receipts were still doing well while the state was going down. But lo and behold, we are now in the same downturn as the state has experienced. Okay. Next slide. Property tax is certainly going to be an item for discussion. Earlier this March, the county assessor reduced their assessed valuation. Originally, they were looking at a -1%. Now they've dropped it to under 3%, about 3.23, and this has a huge effect on our receipts. One thing to note about this chart, if you go back in history, if you look at the early 80s when we had a severe recessionary period and high unemployment, we actually still got growth in our property assessment. This is simply a factor, one of the big factors I should say, is the high inflationary period that was experienced during that time. In the mid-90s, it's basically a factor of the earthquake and the delays in those assessed values as properties were turning over. But as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the last, 3, 4, 7 years, we've had well over 7% growth in our assessed value. That goes back to perhaps it might have been helpful for the city to shave some of that money off and set it aside. Actual reductions in assessed value are certainly unique, and they do not see them very often. Next slide. Our Property tax collection rate, this has been another issue as well. Over the last several years, we've seen very high collection rates, upwards of 96, 97, and even 98% back in 2004. But if you go back to some periods during the early 90s, mid-90s, where we had the aerospace issues, people getting laid off, and the Northridge earthquake, as you can see, that collection rate fell, and we do expect the same type of drop in the collection rate. One thing to point out, each 1% drop in the assessed value is equal to roughly $10 million. Each 1% drop in the collection rate as well is $10 million. So between the 3% drop in assessed value and the 2% drop in the collection rate is roughly $50 million. It becomes a huge swing in our revenue. Next slide. Our documentary transfer tax revenue. This is certainly has been one of our most volatile. In 2005-06, you can see it generated well over $200 million, $217 million, huge amount of money. But lo and behold, 2 years later, now we're struggling to break 90. This is another indication of where we probably should have set some money aside. It's certainly a reflection of the housing bubble over the last several years and the turnover in property. Now, the one thing I will note, and we can discuss this a bit later, we do note, and for next year, that we do think we're going to get a little bit of turnaround in this particular revenue source, simply because the market is starting to turn a little bit. Most of that, though, is sort of been a reflection of the turnover in the foreclosure market and some of those properties finally turning over. So I think, as the committee has alluded, I think you are very concerned about revenue and what has happened over the last year, the last 365 days, going from zero to certainly growth into well into negative territory. I do want to assure you that we have spent a number of hours and days looking at our revenue, and we have attempted to give you the best estimates that we feel that we can give you at this time. We did not show any bias one way of being pessimistic or optimistic. We look at the information that we receive daily, and we do feel that these are the best estimates at this time. With that, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Let me ask you, when you mentioned all of those numbers dealing with the droppage in different revenue sources, historically, where is the city of LA ranged in the recovery? Are we on the front end of those recoveries, the tail end, or the middle? Just where do we fit when the economy begins to turn around?
Well, unfortunately, because of the lags in our revenue sources, we are at the tail end of those. If you were to pull back the recession and the sales tax chart up, that gives you a good indication of usually what happens to our revenues. The economy usually turns around before our revenue does.
Okay. Then we're also on the tail end of when the recession starts. So we go into the recession later, and it takes us longer to come out. Is that generally the trend?
In one sense, yes. I mean, basically, much of this has to do with the sort of the downturn, the length and the depth of this. We are certainly very concerned because we actually experienced some negativity during the period of this, basically during the recession. And normally, if you look at the sales, we don't get that negative decline until after the recession has passed and GDP actually experiences some growth. At this point, given the severity, we basically have experienced the downturn now.
Okay. Let me ask the mayor's office, when the shared allocation or shared responsibility was created in the budget, was there an expectation that it would be multi-year, or was this a one-time issue?
It's our intent to make those that shared sacrifice and responsibility cut across fiscal years. We look at it as every possible menu item in the menu of option that can lead us towards a long-term savings is going to be looked at very closely.
Okay. And then, Ray, let me ask you, in the book, the Blue Book, we identify a definition and a policy regarding rainy day funds. Did we actually create a fund to accept monies if they were available, or has that happened, or where are we on that?
No, we have not established that account. We've been discussing that. I think we haven't been quite, at this point, since we're sort of at the other, facing the other end, where the sense that we have declined, we haven't really identified any revenue to stick into that fund. But certainly, I think that's the policy that we've been kicking around with the CLA, and I think we just need to put some final touches on it and move it forward.
Yeah. Is that something that would become a part of the reserve fund, where it'd be a part of the reserve fund where you would show it overall, and then it would just, you have the emergency, contingency, and then the rainy day? Or?
Yes, it could be certainly that. Basically, we'll have, instead of the two components in the reserve fund, we could potentially add a third.
Okay, all right. Let me ask other committee members if you have some questions.
Two things on the reserve, on the rainy day fund. It's not stated in the policies up front in the book, in the Blue Book. I think it needs to be part of that so people understand, while we were not going to use it for a couple of years, in the future it was going to really make a major difference in the city's planning. In fact, if we had had this in effect since 2000, do you have any idea how much that would have been? It would probably at least a couple $100 million.
I wouldn't have the exact number, but you're probably right. If you were just go back to the documentary transfer, that gives you a good indication right there.
So that, I'm glad we did that. I'm not going to see the benefit of it by the time I leave here, but someday, some future council will say, those guys had a good idea. A question on the county assessor. Has he given us any second-year projection on what they're expecting the decline to be as far as collections go and property tax assessment?
I think for next year, originally they were 1%, and they came back a few weeks ago and said, well, we think you should budget at 3.2%.
That's for this year?
For next year.
For next year's assessment, okay.
Yeah. It's for next year's assessment, as well as the collection rate. While actually we've been a little bit higher than the county, we have actually been up at 97%. We won't know for sure until we actually get that May payment. Until we get the May payment, then we'll actually know what our collection rate will be for this year. But certainly for next year, for 9-10, we're expecting it to drop to about 95%.
Okay, so then for 10-11, if there's a recovery later this year, that may be mitigated a lot. If not, we should have
even if the recovery, if we get a recovery in the third or fourth quarter of the year, I do not expect that the assessed value will go up, nor do I expect the collection rate to go up as well.
So for at least for 2 years in the foreseeable future, probably 3, we're going to see a flat line there or a reduction.
Yes, and I should perhaps caution you as well that while we're in constant communication with the assessor, they may come back and say that assessed values may actually even be lower.
Okay. And then on the structural deficit, Mr. Rosendahl referred to it as the 800-pound elephant. I think we pick on elephants enough this year. I'm going to call it a gorilla. But what would have been the structural deficit number carried forward this year without the economic collapse or calamity we've seen in the marketplace? If that had not happened, would that remain in that $200 million range that we've seen the last couple of years?
I think basically if you take the 309, and if you were to offset against the 529, you're basically at a couple $100 million.
Same thing. So
yeah.
That's structural. We've never really fixed that problem. That's the base root of the problem, and then the economic calamity is just taking it out of control beyond there. So, but
yes,
we've never fixed a structural deficit issue in the last few years. We've talked about it, but we've never addressed it. So and I think this year we're being forced to address that just because of the size of the number. But I just want to make sure that number seemed to be the same. So, all right, thank you.
Have you listed in, I'm trying to find the documents, those, we have clearly the financial policies I know are here in the document. Those items, like for example, we're not able to make our infrastructure percentage and so forth. Is there somewhere in the budget that has that in any of the documents?
In our booklet,
In your CAO, right,
we do have
you have the financial policies,
we have
but-
the policies. We also have a chart that talks about, let me find what page, page 14 goes over the one-time revenue in that policy. 15 talks about the capital infrastructure policy, and I believe page 16 refers to the pension retirement funding policy.
Do you just pick those three? I mean, does that mean we're in sync with all the rest of the policies?
I'm not going to say that we're in sync because we are underfunded as far as the capital and infrastructure policy, but these are ones that we have been reporting on.
Did you look overall on the in the budget, because there's some positions that are cut, and this is related to revenue, that were revenue-generating items. So, for example, I think in Office of Finance there were positions that were cut. Did you do an overall review of those and analyze them? We asked the mayor and CAO if we're talking about revenue options. Normally we would keep those positions that were revenue-generating. We've also usually kept traffic officers. Did we do that overall, looking at those items that were revenue-generating positions?
It's my understanding that basically if there was a revenue-generating position, that those positions were retained. I'm not aware of us cutting. We will go back
Office
and
of Finance?
check.
Yeah. I think what I saw in one of the documents that had the Office of Finance. But
We'll
I
follow
think
up on
we
that.
should.
But in
and
general,
maybe-
it was not the intent to cut revenue-generating positions.
Okay. And I know we've talked a lot, and I think that CLA and CAO both indicated this, that when you look at our budget projections, that this is the first time we'll see potentially $1 billion in the next couple of years. Is that correct? Has that ever happened?
As far as I know, it has not. And a big piece of that, again, of that $1 billion is really just for pensions and retirement. And that assumes that basically both of those systems will have upwards of 25% losses in the current year. And in essence, that's 2 years of losses, and that will drive that those huge contribution increases for 10, 11, barring any smoothing or other solutions being proposed and implemented.
And on the revenue, because I know we're focusing primarily on the revenue with the CAO right now. On the revenue, both on property tax, sales tax, those where we are dependent upon another entity, am I correct in understanding that there's an auditing that is done either outside or whatever to ensure that we're getting our fair share, so to speak, or the amount that we're due? And how often do we
Actually,
look at that?
the Office of Finance does have folks that are on board that actually look at the collection, both at sales, parking, and business tax, and those help out finance in the review and collection of those, and actually say the audit of those to make sure we're getting our fair share. I do believe that the controller also was looking, had entity on board actually looking at the property tax as well.
Okay. I'm sure I will have other questions. Those are my initial on the revenue side.
Bill?
Thank you both for your opening reports on our very first day. But again, back to some overview issues. Revenue generating, as Ms. Gruhl said, positions that are important that generate revenue. Obviously, we want to cut any of those positions ever, because they not only pay for themselves, but they add general money. So hopefully, as a general philosophy, we go that. But there's partnerships with community. For instance, the 50-50 sidewalk plan. I don't want to see it wiped out. There's ways in which that could happen so people can get sidewalks done using their money and less government money, but together gets the sidewalk done. And I just mentioned that to Bill Robertson, so I'm looking forward to that. We also know the mayor put in point of sale, which is another issue that has to be discussed when it comes to sidewalks, but that's a big issue for a lot of people. Secondly, is the structural deficit. We can call it a tiger or an elephant. I don't care what we call it. But the truth is, it's retirement and health care costs, correct? For the most part?
They drive a very large portion of
What
it, yes.
percentage would you say is retirement and health care costs of retirees?
If you look at our salaries and structure, do we have About 20. You can answer the question.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Coltis, Assistant CAO. With regards to what percentage of our structural deficit is composed of what portions, clearly our massive cost is our salary costs. That has to be the largest percentage because it constitutes the massive amount of dollars that we spend. In addition to that, with pensions currently in this budget at 19% for civilians, it's 19% of our salary structure. The healthcare component is less than that, roughly $500 million or so, and across all sworn and civilians. So in terms of what drives cost is salary as the major component, and then pension gets driven next, and then healthcare is third. What is concerning is where we look at 10-11, because that's when pension costs begin to escalate very dramatically. And so from 19, we go to 28 on the civilian side, and from roughly 28, we go to almost 50 on the sworn side. And those things have to play out as we get the actuarial reports. But for the short term, 10, 11, 11, 12, the driving issues are, again, salaries and then pension.
Okay. I'd like a report back that clearly points out the retirees' health care and pension plan, the active employees' salaries, obviously, health care and pension plans, and just get a graphic numbers look of what we're looking at and project it into the next year as well, so we get a better sense of those pictures, okay? Just to be clear what we're talking about. Okay, appreciate that. Next question is the Obama stimulus business. We meet every Friday. We're looking at various grants. We're looking at various things we've applied for, issues that make sense to us. When you look at the Obama stimulus plan, assuming worst case, best case, and between case, how does that impact our budget going forward?
Go ahead.
The budget we are beginning to discuss today does not really look at those dollars because we consider a lot of those to be off-budget dollars. As you mentioned, some of those are competitive grants that we've applied for or plan to apply for, so there really isn't, we really don't know what, if any, dollars we're going to be receiving from those competitive grants. There are some formula dollars that will be coming in through other processes that the city undertakes, in particular the consolidated plan process. So you'll be seeing some additional revenue through that process as the CLA and the mayor's office and the CAO work together on those areas. But we know that there are some dollars out there. In particular, we know there are dollars out there for infrastructure that our plan is to leverage as many of those dollars as we can to continue some of the work that we've started here in the city relative to street repair and relative to other infrastructure projects. We also know that a lot of those dollars coming from the feds will actually go to the pockets of individuals in the city from the earned income tax credits and other avenues like that. So a lot of that stimulus dollars is in its nature going to individuals so that they could start spending and
I like all that,
economy.
but the ones that we've been talking about in police, that does increase headcount for a couple of years, and then the third year we have to find a way to continue it. There's other kinds of equipments too. So those dollars, which do impact the LAPD budget in a real sense, aren't willy-nilly. So as we go through those processes, you have to keep us obviously clear as to what monies go to what and what they do, because they do impact that issue. And
Exactly. We just, because they are competitive,
of course,
we can't really
But
say.
as we go through this, we need to be aware in budget what we're talking about can have a direct impact on that budget.
We agree.
Another question, yeah, please.
And I just may add, as you know, all of this one-time money certainly will be helpful, and it's the intent is sort of to jumpstart the economy. Certainly, we're well aware of the COPS grant for additional police officers,
Right.
and we've applied for some other DNA type
Right, exactly.
activities. And certainly the transportation piece was
Right.
another $120 million. So, but most of this stuff is really off budget because it is one time, and when we've applied and we do not know exactly what
I know, but as we
So-
go through this
so-
process, it is real money that will impact and complement. Next one is May 19th. May 19th, we should have our budget pretty well done by then, because we normally do, but May 19th is another day, which is Props A through E. What impact, right now, as we're looking at our budget, does A through E have on us in real dollars? Meaning, if it doesn't pass by the voters, will that be will it be a real impact in our budget? Are we counting on that or not counting on that? What is the relationship between Prop A through E with our budget now?
Certainly, all of those propositions are geared to generate or free up money at the state level. The proposed budget does not factor into any of the numbers, any impact or adverse action that may come about by the state. Now, having said that, the budget does certainly assume on a go-forward some reduction in some of the revenues and some of the grant funds. We've made some reductions in local public safety, some of these grants in police and fire to account for those reductions. One of the things that's important about a reserve fund and having the number at $189 million is certainly to help deal with whatever might come about, whatever state action that they may take that might affect us. We look to that as sort of, at this point, to be what I'll call our saving grace somewhat, if the state comes back and gets some local revenue. Now, here again, though, we do have some protections based on the Prop 1A from a few years ago. As far as any update from the state, other than, I think the big one is we're waiting for the lottery. That's kind of the huge revenue piece that they're hoping to get. I wish them well. But as I mentioned, I think other than the reserve fund, the budget.
So your bottom line is, if the people vote no on them, our budget is not tied to it?
No.
So politically speaking, a politician from the city can't really get up and say, if you vote no on that, it's going to hurt our budget.
Well, I actually would disagree. This is Ben Sale,
Okay,
the mayor's office.
I want to hear that.
Because the fact of the matter is there's $6 billion attached to these measures that if they were to fail, what history has shown us is that the state then looks to the county and state and city funding to help offset its budget deficits. And we've experienced that already. Earlier this calendar year, the state stopped sending down its gas tax revenue down to the city, which created deficits here, cash flow deficits for us here in the city, where we already have put the money out to do these projects, and in the end we're somewhat holding the bag because we didn't know if the state was going to, in fact, send the funds down to the city. I think what this would create would be cash flow issues for the state. And cash flow issues, as we have seen in the past, result in IOUs being sent down to cities and counties and to their employees, which ultimately lead to budget impacts.
So I think
the
it'd be clear between now and May 19th that both sides in discussions here come up with something or another, because I've heard people like League of Women Voters, Democratic Party, different groups saying no to certain things, yes to certain things. I just want to know what impact it has on the city budget, city services, and the city things. So if there's a report back, I'd like that in the next clarity period. I don't know if it takes a few days, but I'd like to see that so we can clearly make a comment on it. And the last one is gold in the gutter, and that has a lot to do with meter rates and parking rates. And I want to make it clear to DOT that they should not be holding up transposing meters and bringing in that revenue, waiting for some deal that maybe says meters might go private, which I'm not there, but I know we're losing revenue right now that we should be getting by converting meters and upgrading them. And secondly, we need to look at some of the council districts that have no meters at all. And then we also need to look at those districts that do, of expanding those meters to other part of the business community. This should not be tied to the this privatization business, because every day we tie it to that, there's a revenue stream that we're losing.
We agree that, we should be doing everything we can, even even if the deal is being looked at and examined, because we understand as of a few weeks ago that because these meters have been increased in terms of the number of quarters it takes and coins it takes to pay for an hour, they're getting full. They're getting full a lot quicker than we have had in the past, and I think doing the due diligence on our part to make sure that we're collecting that revenue, and in fact even maybe increasing the number of times we go around to collect that revenue might be prudent.
Exactly. So when DOT comes up, I'm looking forward to them pointing out how they're collecting their revenue, how they're going to go after the rest of revenue, and a blueprint for putting more meters in areas where they may need it, including a couple of council districts that have no meters at all.
You want them.
You finished, Bill? Bill, you finished?
I'm finished.
Okay. Let me just ask, Ray, just to clean up a couple of things. On your CAO book on page 21, so we're clear on what we're reading, on the middle column where you show the several negative figures, are those the proposed cuts in the mayor's budget as it relates to the shared responsibility or overall? What does that represent in the middle, the far right column in the middle box?
The far right column of the middle box. Basically, in the middle of the schedule, there's proposed changes, and then you'll see a column, general fund, special fund, and then total. These are basically a combination of shared responsibility and other reduction proposal as presented by the mayor.
So it's a combination. So it's not all shared?
No.
And on the shared, sorry if I could just jump in, on the shared reduction, again, I know that we're still kind of in the middle of that. Will that take into consideration revenue generating positions as well?
Basically, the concept behind the shared responsibility is it truly is shared. So whether you're a revenue producing position, whether you're you provide a special service, et cetera, it is shared. It's one, it's everybody, it's civilian, it is sworn. So whatever the solution, whatever comes out of the menu of option will be shared by everybody.
Okay, which I get that part of it if we're looking for each individual, member of the city family here to do that shared sacrifice. But if we're looking at layoffs or other items, those will take into consideration revenue generating. Is that correct?
If we have to go down that path, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me ask the mayor's office, is there any new information before we start on the budget deliberation regarding the cuts, basically specifically on the shared responsibility?
There's nothing that I can report at this time.
Okay. And then let me ask Ray, there's a certain specific criteria on the usage of special parking revenue funds. Have we vetted that the movement of that $146 million meets those guidelines?
Yes.
And then also on the sale of surplus property, which is about $3 million, are those properties identified, or is that just a general figure?
Those properties are not identified. It's a general figure that looking at our historical trends, it would be based on a couple properties, maybe 2 or 3 that could be sold in the next fiscal year.
Okay. And then also on the 1290 money, has that those funds been reviewed by the impacted council members, and do we know which council offices will be involved in the $10 million contribution?
Relative to the AB 1290 funds, the council offices have that could be impacted have not reviewed what that impact could be, and at this point it would be almost those CRA areas, those community redevelopment areas that would be the ones that would be impacted were those that will be able to meet its debt obligations. without these funds.
Okay, but the thing is that we mentioned last year, the dilemma we have is that there's two categories in those funds. One's committed, one unallocated, but it doesn't take into consideration the districts that accumulate money in the unallocated, and it's earmarked but not yet allocated. If we looked into that differentiation with the different council offices to make sure that we're not taking money that they are planning to use on specific projects.
Okay, we could do that.
Okay, so what we'll do on the 1290, as we did last year, we just move that to the UB until those considerations are resolved. The other issue, in looking at page 13 of the CAO book, there's a number of new fees that have been proposed as adjusted, and just want to get a sense of how accurate those are, because when you look at building and safety, planning, engineering, and to some degree filming, those fees are all based on the economy, and whether we're raising fees, it doesn't always mean we get more revenue. And I'm just wondering how accurate we've come up with well over $5 million worth of fees.
It is my understanding basically all of these fees have taken those into the economy into account, and the numbers reflect what we truly believe can be achieved.
Okay, so we believe those are accurate.
Yeah, and it totals about $8 million.
And these are numbers that do not reflect the full year's collection. We did take into effect the fact that there would need to be some changes made either via ordinance or some other policy changes.
Okay. Are these fees in place now? On page
There are some
13.
new fees being contemplated here. For example, the industrial building inspection would be a new fee that is added for next fiscal year.
Which one?
Industrial building inspection.
So the issue is that other than the industrial building inspection, we did consider all of these fees are in place and merely being increased?
The fire department could probably talk about these fees a little bit more, but it's also my understanding that the brush clearance initial inspection and the brush clearance re-inspection are additional fees on top of the current brush clearance fee that we have now.
So all of these are not in place now?
That's my understanding.
Yes, the first three on fire are new. The filming fees are basically some just adjustments to existing fees.
Okay, and the building and safety planning and engineering are all current fees?
Yes, basically building safety is current, engineering are current. The planning, as you know, we have various fees in place now. These are basically what you see before you is adjustment to their fee schedule based on their recent fee study that was completed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Talking about
Yeah, go ahead.
I know there was I'm looking at my stuff because I don't know if we got the answer to this, but I saw that New York City, for example, raised fees related to bounced checks. Can you check and see exactly where we are on that and how we compare to other cities? Because it seemed like it was for them, I mean, I don't know if it's a huge amount of money in that way.
We'll follow up on that.
The other thing I think we asked previously was those ordinances, and it relates to what you said, Ben, is that we always say that we want the ordinance to run parallel to budget kind of being prepared by City Attorney's Office and going forward, and then some that take a little longer. I know there are several ordinances that have not been completed. I think you guys are going to get a list of those that were fee adjustments last year that were not put into place, have not been put into place yet. And similarly, any other that are fee adjusted, that how we're going to make sure those get implemented on a timely basis or approved on a timely basis. And I guess we can ask fire exactly what each of these inspection fees will, and what the amount of those are.
Jose?
Last year, the NTM budget budgeting in their process to get up to last year's budget. Any departments or any departments using that process this year?
There were a few departments that incorporated an element of zero-based budgeting, and for those of you who don't know, what zero-based budgeting does is basically review all of the programs and services. To give an example, you almost start off with a blank piece of paper and say, this is our budget, and we're already going to add those programs and services to the budget that really are core and that would deliver the most critical services. I know for a fact that sanitation has incorporated an element of zero-based budgeting. In particular, when we review the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund, I know that also engineering and a few of the other public works departments incorporate an element of zero-based budgeting. And it works there because a lot of their projects, a lot of what their budget is project-based. So you have a project one year, and you determine what the costs and resources for that project is going to be, and you may not have that project the following year. So it really is a benefit in those types of departments to do a zero-based approach. What we face, though, looking forward, and I know that zero-based budgeting has been something that you in particular, council member, and others in the committee have been asking for, is that when we were dealing with the $530 million deficit, it makes it very difficult to start off with, this is a blank budget, and let's see what's the most critical. It really forced us, this $530 million deficit to look at areas that would have otherwise not been considered if we would have done a zero-based budgeting. One, for example, being the shared responsibility and sacrifice component of this budget.
But let me, I know last year there was some confusion as to whether this committee asked or not to start off with two departments for the coming fiscal year, this year that we're looking at now, and we didn't undertake that process, and it seems like every year we ask that to be part of the budget deliberations. And I think now is even a better time why we should do it, and if we didn't do it for this year, certainly for next, because a crisis is a terrible thing to waste, and right now is the time to be thinking creatively about how we've been budgeting. Because as a budget committee person and as a council person, I just see the incremental gives and takes. We don't get to see beforehand what is in a department's budget or what were possibilities, what were the options. We just see these are your options. This is what you're going to do. And I think it's a huge undertaking. I would suggest again that we would ask that for next fiscal year. I know we can't do it again, but we need to get the expertise, the capacity of people to come in and look at that. And I would ask that we look at some fairly large departments, because that's where you get the true savings. ITA did it on its own, and they found some huge savings last year that we didn't even have to ask for, and probably us who were involved in the budget process were probably not even aware that where they found efficiencies were even possibilities. So again, I raise that. I know we can't do it for this year, but certainly I raise it every year to see when we're going to get serious about it.
Yeah, and I would agree that there will be a definite need to do a strategic review of departments-based budgets next fiscal year, because there's a lot of uncertainty going into next fiscal year. As I've stated in my opening remarks, there's going to be uncertainty about exactly how and what the shared responsibility and sacrifice actually looks like in the end. There's uncertainty as to whether or not there's an early retirement component to anything that we do here in the budget or on a parallel track. And so with all these uncertainties, and obviously as mentioned earlier, there's uncertainties about our revenues for next fiscal year. So really with all these uncertainties and a layoff process that is Byzantine in its nature, and there's a lot of areas where we're going to be looking in departments, and there may be holes that need to be filled, and we're going to need to be looking at the resources across the city to see how best to manage our, whatever resources we have, whether it's funding or personnel, and make strategic reviews of these departments to put the right people for those critical services.
Okay. And one final question. If we were to give each department a litigation budget, can we implement that through this budget cycle, or would we have to wait another fiscal year in order to get the right information and do the analysis necessary to determine what types of causes of action, what types of liabilities, what types of risks, or can we do that through this year?
Actually, we have started. We actually have started that process already. We've begun to look at the payouts over the last several years. The last 3 years, we actually may go back to the last 5 years and see whether or not we can establish budgets for each department and make sure there's consistency, so we can apply a certain rate for those departments. So we are actively taking a look at that.
So it's a possibility through this budget process to implement a litigation budget for each department?
I think we can put some general parameters in there,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill?
We are talking about the zero-based budgeting. Obviously, I've been saying that since I got on the council, that it's a great opportunity to look at every position, sunset some maybe, restructure others, look at what the core mission is. And over time, core missions do change and situations do change. So hopefully there'll be more of that process. But speaking about ITA in particular, the IT function, which spreads across various departments and organizations, some I appreciate not integrating it, others I don't. And when we talk about cutting back on some of the IT stuff, I think we need to take a deep breath right now and look where IT from ITA can do economies of scale that can work more effectively. So I just want us to challenge ourselves through this process. Secondly, I know monies are going away from Channel 36 and stuff like that. Channel 36 as a channel, being the old cable guy here, I can tell you that location on the dial, 36, next to CNN at 37 and 35, the city channel, is a very valuable channel. The best way, and I don't know if any of these discussions have happened, but partnering with private sector, with USC, UCLA, and their product creation, looking at wealthy individuals who might want to help, public access, which is a threatened animal. Have we looked at any of these consolidations, economy of scales, and partnering with private sector? I know we're doing some consolidation in some other departments, but we want to maintain their core mission. But with ITA in particular, has there been any sensing that maybe we can integrate some of these IT functions and maybe we can get some partners with private sector to keep 36 alive?
Well, I know that our Chief Technology Officer, Randy Levin, can probably best speak to efforts that she has made in terms of looking at both of our channels, Channel 35 and Channel 36, to see how best to leverage resources and use the partnerships as you mentioned. So I'm sure she could speak more.
Yeah, and
that.
I do hope that we can take 36 and maybe even integrate some of it physically and staff-wise with 35, so we can keep two channels lit. They're very valuable channels, and the third and the fourth potential channels are also very valuable, and I want to lose sight of that as we go through this process.
And speaking to your earlier remarks about looking at our IT resources, the mayor has said that he would like to continue down the path of IT consolidation across the city. I know that we are starting that. We're starting that by having ITA look at all of the budget requests that came through. And in fact, we in the mayor's office didn't even see a budget request related to IT until they saw it first. Yeah. And so we're really using ITA as what they should be used for, a citywide resource related to IT functions. And another area where we've started down that consolidation path is on things like servers. Why does every department need its own server? We don't feel that's the case. And so in this budget, you'll see that there is an item related to server consolidation.
Okay, point of sale, another issue which we can throw back later. The mayor put in his budget that point of sale is when you can fix sidewalks. Well, it's sitting in my Public Works Committee. Obviously, we have the process of all kind of realtors and other people, so that particular process has to be worked itself through before we can just automatically go in a direction which, frankly, I think is a very good direction to go into.
We agree, and we appreciate the fact that you have already, kind of started peeling down the onion relative to the point of sale in your committee, and look forward to that going even further than where it is now.
Okay, and the last thing is the overall, this is again an overall philosophy. There's various funds in various districts, surplus property funds or this or that. I want to know every fund that exists throughout the city. There's a whole group of council members that get some relationship to a pipeline that goes through, others get relationships to this and that. And I know in his prepared budget he singled out one particular one in my area that I'll fill this chamber with people, if I have to see a level playing field aspect as to what funds and what districts and what operations. I want it all on the table so I know exactly who's impacted by what as we go forward with it. Okay? Report back on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start off with just making some comments primarily from the review of the budget and also from the comments that were made today that set some parameters of how the committee will move forward as we deal with the budget. And first of all, these are directions to the CLA and the CAO. To start off with, there's an absolute need that the Budget Committee has as accurate information, particularly on the revenue sources and the amount of revenue, so that we ask that any revenue that is not validated at this time be moved to the UB until it's validated. Also, that we ask, and these again to the CAO and CLA, that any substitute authorities that are currently budgeted, that they be moved to the UB as unfunded, and that we determine what are the savings in those moves, and that we also instruct the CAO that during the next fiscal year that sub-authorities will be approved by the council as opposed to that direct relationship. Also, as relates to resolution authorities, that we remove all unfunded positions to the UB, that we again move all new positions that are sub-authorities to the UB as unfunded and determine the savings, that we provide 6 months funding to existing positions that are resolution authorities, and that the remaining 6 months be put into the UB, and ask the CAO and CLA to make a evaluation of each position to determine the necessity and make recommendations regarding continual funding through the last 6 months of that year. The only positions that would be exempt are those that are grant funded, special funded, or enterprise funded. Also in this budget, any new positions that have been identified or created, that we move those to the UB as unfunded and determine the savings. That the CLA-CO has requested to reevaluate each city grant to ensure that matching funds are at a minimal level, the cap rate is properly assessed, and that we ensure that the grants have not been expanded beyond the original parameters. Also, it's the intent of this committee to implement the 10% cuts in each department that the mayor has identified, and we're going to ask the CAO and CLA to request from each department within a day or two after they make their presentations, or if they can do it prior to that, to identify the classifications and number of positions that would create that 10% cut, and that we will then ask for subsequent reports that will address programs, functions, and deployment. But initially, we need for processing almost immediately the number and types of classifications with dollar figures to show how that 10% cut will be achieved. Also request the CAO and CLA, along with the Personnel Department, that we implement a citywide hiring freeze effective July 1st, 2009. Again, with the only exemptions being revenue-producing positions, grant funds, special funds, and enterprise funds. Next, ask the CLA-CAO to work together and create a liability reduction plan for the city, in which we use the resources of the CAO and the city attorney in their reporting to concentrate on the causes, solutions, and accountability for those major acts of liability the city is paying for. Over $133 million has been expended since 2006. Also, that significant concentration be placed on 7 departments that are responsible for about 90% of the city's liability payouts, and that's General Services, Rec and Park, LADOT, Fire, Police, Bureau of Sanitation, Bureau of Street Services, and that is a motion already in place in 09-0904. Also, in looking at many of the current potential changes in our future, in the sense of we've heard so much about the potential of having early retirement. And one of the things we'd like to add from the perspective of the committee, that we not initiate a early retirement pension plan unless generally offered only to those who have not reached eligibility or would be penalized if they're retired, and so that it's not a generic benefit for everyone that's in the pension system. Also, for long-term health of the pension system and the city's finances, we direct the CAO-CLA to create a new restructured Lacers and police fire pension plan for future employees. Certain caveats: that we retain the defined benefit pension plan, but that we look at ways in which we reduce the current criteria of 8% return, and that we ensure that employees' contributions fluctuate with the rise and fall of the city's investment returns and the city's contribution, and that we also look at how we might reconfigure the current pension commissions that would bring different job skills as it relates to managing the pension system. We'd also direct the CAO-CLA to create new citywide medical benefit plans for future employees and retirees, in which there's a more balanced shared cost as to city contribution. And in this budget, the mayor's directed 400 layoffs, and so with the CAO-CLA, we direct them to work with Personnel Department to immediately process the 400 layoff authorities that are identified in the mayor's 09-10 budget. Also, that the committee generally in its discussions will not be entertaining discussions about restorations or additional positions, but that we will be concentrating primarily on the mayor's proposal to cut back that 10% within the budget. We'd also ask that the CAO-CLA and the mayor's office work together and create scenarios of real-time and expected revenue costs and savings and its impact on the general fund and the retirement system, in evaluating furloughs, layoffs, salary rollbacks, reduction in work hours, and the early retirement, so that we'd have some idea of what we would be saving, what would be the cost, what is the impact, and what would we expect is real-time as it relates to the implementation of any of those particular areas. I'd also ask the CLA and CO to provide the Budget Committee the most updated evaluation of the city's cash flow for 09-10 and also 10-11, and the revenue projections for 09 and 10 and 10 and 11, so that we can make the best decisions as we prepare this budget. And also the final issue as far as the goal of the committee is to make our decisions based on the most updated, realistic, and validated information, but also to make strides to make permanent structural changes in this year's budget in an effort to balance the 09-10 budget, but also prepare us for the budget for 10 and 11 fiscal year. And so with those parameters, we'd ask the other committee members if you have any comment.
I have a question. One question is on the cap rate. Are you talking about the cap rate as it currently exists, or the discussion we've had in committee about changing the cap rate, which I've always believed is wrong anyway? But
the thing of my concern is that the cap rate as to grants outside the city should remain as the report that was approved, but we should reevaluate the cap rate between departments internally.
Yeah.
So we're talking about grants outside.
Okay, so you're just on the grants. Okay, that's good. And then on the pension, and I just got an email from Sally Choi that the report is in on the smoothing and corridors issue. Although the board is not active, we should include that as a discussion point when we get to those departments later in the week, because the numbers are in now, and there can be some savings initially if we do that. So.
Okay.
And I think that generally I agree with many of the items here, and I think we're not approving each of these items. It's really giving some direction for you all to give feedback on what Mr. Parks has outlined today, or any challenge we would have in implementing some of those, and then be taking a position to vote at a later time on each of those. But I think, Mr. Smith, on the cap rate too, we were interested, as we talked about in budget, if you could have two separate cap rates and what that would be relative to our federal funding, if there would be any challenges with that.
I think on the cap rate report, we approved the report for the grants, and then we added language. Mr. Luther, where's Mr. Luther? Mr. Luther recommended, 120 days to come back with a reevaluation of other aspects for internal compliance.
Yes, yes.
Okay, is that basically where we are on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions on the parameters? Anyone else want to add their voices to the...
Needed a clarification on M. It says the committee will not entertain recommendations on budget restorations or additional positions. So I understand the additional positions of budget restorations. It's kind of broad, and it's pretty much what we're here to do is to, move back and forth, get better information, and if we have to, we restore some of those items if we get better information and we...
Well, I think the issue is going to be tied to funds and what's going to be cut, because what we know at this time is that we have somewhere in the neighborhood of $300 and some odd million decline in this current year's budget, and we have over $300 million, $390 million of one-time money in this budget, of which well over $230 million has not been identified. So within those parameters, if something changes and we get a windfall or something else happen, but under the current structure, I don't know how we would deal with, because most of our effort is going to be trying to figure out how to pare down the budget. And if there's other funds or other recommendations, we certainly consider, but we're throwing that out as a general parameter.
It's a general parameter, but understandably, if we get some information that we need a vital, I mean, there's some exceptions or some way when we get additional information and we make some corrections.
We should just have the word generally.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So on M, we'll add the word generally. Okay. Anything else? Bill?
Let's get started.
Okay. What we'd like to do, thank you very much. What we'd like to do at this time is bring up those who put in cards for public comment, and then we'll go to those who put in cards for the police department, and then we'll bring up the police department for their budget review. The first person card, I have two cards with the same name on it for public comment. Is Oasis? Is there a name? Pardon? Okay. Is that two people or just one organization? Okay. All right. If you could come up and be first, and also behind there would be Yvonne Michelle Autry, Joseph Thomas, Cheryl Parisi, Julie Butcher, Jim McQuiston, and Dr. Clyde Williams are all on public comment. Okay?
I just have a question for you, sir. For one of the cards, I wanted to talk about one subject, and on the other card, I want to talk about the house.
Tell me what you wanted to speak on.
Oh, I want to talk about the Los Angeles Police Department and the increases. And then the other part, I like to talk about the budget for the housing downtown.
Okay, let me do this. Okay, we'll put you on public. We'll put your card for the police in that stack. On the public comment, housing is not on the agenda today.
Okay.
But that you can speak, and we're going to give everyone 1 minute. You can speak for 1 minute on a subject that's not on the agenda, but you can go at this time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that right now?
Yes.
Click on both of them?
No, you can talk on the housing issue now, and I'll call you back up for the police issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very kind of you. Okay, as for the housing issue, I'm here today to demand accountability to the Los Angeles residents in this budget process. In a year of budgeting crisis, the department that takes up the majority of the budget must take the hardest hit, I think. And, well, we need that the allocation money, some of it, go more for the LA Skid Row area, or LA Today, I'd like to say Skid Row area, for jobs, housing, youth programs, transportation, and that will get the real people through the crisis. That's all I wanted to say on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Autry, Joe Thomas, if you can come up to the podium, you can, we can save time. Cheryl Parisi, Julie Butcher, Jim McQuiston, and Dr. Clyde Williams. Just give your name before you start with your 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Thomas.
Okay.
I'm a member of the Los Angeles Community Action Network. All right, my comment is, the supposed justification for LAPD's enormous budget is reduced crime. But what are the long-term impacts of ignoring housing, intervention, education, and other human rights? What are the long-term impacts of police occupation and brutality? The lawsuit payments cost the city, but they don't eliminate the damage to individuals and their families. We are here today to demand accountability to LA residents in this budget process in a year of budget crisis. The department that takes up the majority of the budget must take the hardest hit. We need to respond to the pressing needs of LA today: jobs, housing, youth programs, transportation. That is what the real people through a crisis need and should be accounted for to get it. Thank you.
Ms. Autry, is she still here? Okay, we'll just... Okay, next, Cheryl Parisi, Julie Butcher. Are you Ms. Autry? Oh, okay. All right. Cheryl.
Good morning. With Julie Butcher and myself, we'll both be making comments on behalf of the Coalition of City Unions, which represents over 22,000 city workers. We're proud to serve LA, and we're dedicated to making sure that this great city works long-term. And that's why we entered into a mutual gains agreement with the city and have been working on solutions ever since. These are unprecedented times in our nation's economy, and the challenge before us is not easy. There is no magic bullet. Each choice that you make will be difficult. Each choice involves both service and human impacts. We ask that the choices that are made are consistent with our values, values that emphasize the retention of basic city services, that set a course for long-term stability, and create a city that operates more efficiently and is streamlined, with measured impact on the workforce and their families. Could I have a couple more minutes?
A couple of seconds, because everybody, you've got a minute for everyone. You can put another party on a particular department if you wish.
Okay. Per your instructions last year, the city has been exploring an early retirement program. We see this as the single biggest thing that the city can do to lower base costs long term. Unlike many other options discussed, this option provides the opportunity for significant savings which are structural in nature and anticipate the multi-year economic downturn that we are facing. The actuarial study that has been prepared anticipates $222 million savings if the ERIP is implemented this year. We think it is the most viable, important, and long-term structural option that the Council has before it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Butcher?
As always, the workers of Los Angeles stand ready to work together with y'all to figure out how we continue to provide the best possible quality services for the people of Los Angeles. We would urge you to look at the best option before you of structural change, and that is of offering folks the opportunity to retire with dignity. You lay off the wrong people. The layoff list before you is wrong-headed. It suggests the frontline workers who deliver direct services. We'd urge you to implement an early retirement opportunity, to hold this very, very bad layoff list that you have before you, to look under every rock for every opportunity before we start looking at laying off the last hired workers that are delivering direct service to the people of Los Angeles. The unions of Los Angeles also urge you to look seriously about selling off future assets, even at dire times, for immediate opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask last call for Mrs. Archery. Okay, Mr. McQuiston and Dr. Williams.
Jim McQuiston, you have my statement. I summarized, and if you have any questions on it, I'll be available many times. But my item one, we must get through. This is a gold mine. This is the undiscovered way that we should get out of the structural deficit. I've examined the budget back in 1975, and I found no structural deficit. And this particular item has really been responsible for the structural deficit. It's against all of our personal finances to try to remove it. So we may see a lot of resistance to doing this, and we do have a problem with conflict of interest, but it's going to affect me very, very strongly, and still I say this is the Holy Grail. We've got to do it.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Williams? Next, the last one is it General Dozier? Someone just sent a card up. First name is General.
Thank you. General Dogon, civil rights organizer with LA Can, a downtown community resident. I am here to demand that the cuts to the police be increased. When you look at the total cost, the decrease in the police budget is only 2.5%. The total cost should be 10%, as touted by the mayor. One cut in the police budget could be ending the Safer Cities Initiative program and redeploying those 100 officers to other parts of the city. We see them standing around all day in packs like gang members, which leads to too many officers responding to one call, or too many officers standing on one corner writing jaywalking tickets. This is what I see every day in my community. There's talk about cutting parts of SCI that's supposed to bring services to community residents, while leaving those 100 extra officers to stand around writing jaywalking tickets. The police is supposed to serve the people, not rob and blood suck them dry. Increase the cuts to LAP and end SCI now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the first department will come up. It's the police department. Before they come up, let me go through the list of cards so that you make your public comment, so in case they can respond if there's issues that you bring forward. Bob Aquino, Sue Stingle, Alice Goff. You just come up to the front.
Bob Aquino, Engineers and Architects Association. With more than 300 sworn uniformed officers sitting behind desks, eliminating senior PSR positions in this budget argues against the objective of putting uniformed sworn out on the street. The senior PSR positions not only help to manage the function at the 9/11 call centers, but they also work answering phones at desks in division. And what we would argue is that rather than eliminating the senior PSR positions, those positions should be filled, and in fact the uniforms should be doing what only uniforms can do, and that's being out on the street as sworn police officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stu Siegel. Alice Goff, you come up.
Good morning, council members. My name is Sue Stengel, and I'm the Public Safety Deputy for Council Member Jack Weiss. I'm here on his behalf today to urge you to support the funding for DNA testing of biological evidence from sexual assault cases that is in the mayor's proposed budget. Approximately 4,500 CODIS-eligible untested rape kits in LAPD's backlog are in LAPD's backlog, and each year approximately 800 to 1,000 are added. As you know, in November of 2007, Councilmember Weiss put forth a plan to both clear the backlog of untested sexual assault kits and fully staff the crime lab so that all biological evidence can be tested in real time. This past year, the mayor and Chief Bratton expressed their support for this plan, and the mayor has funded outsourcing and staff for the crime lab in his proposed budget. Councilmember Weiss wishes to thank the mayor for following through on his commitment, particularly in these difficult financial times. He would also like to thank the council for supporting the 16 new additions to the crime lab this past year, and they are continued in the mayor's proposed budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Goff. And also following Ms. Goff is Ms. Khan and Stephen Diaz. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm concerned that the department is moving away from the civilization program by the large number of cuts that are proposed for civilian positions. These positions provide direct service as well as support to the officers that are proposed to be hired by the department and the city. Fully 1/3 of the clerk typist positions in the department is proposed to be cut. Again, these are direct services positions, 180 in the police service representative classification. Again, classification that can relieve officers in the divisions to provide services in the streets. We request that you look at these positions again, and simply because they remain vacant is not the reason that they should be eliminated. It seems like that's the easy road as opposed to really looking at the needs and the services provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this Stephen Diaz and Hamid Khan?
Good morning. My name is Steve Diaz, and I'm with the Los Angeles Community Action Network. Today we're here as part of the LA Coalition Against State Violence. We demand that cuts to the police department be increased. When you look at the total cost, the decrease in the police budget is only 2.5%. The total cost should be 10%, as touted by the mayor. Additionally, police budget cuts should be made by reducing overtime cuts, which are over $1 million, ending the Safer Cities initiative in downtown Skid Row and redeploying the extra 100 police officers, and additionally ending the 3-12 schedule. Officers are working 150 days a year as full-time employees, as we ask other city employees to take unpaid time off. We are paying overtime to officers just to work a 4-day work week. That is injustice, and LA's budget should not focus on policing. We are a city that needs community services, not more cops, Mr. Parks. Thank you.
Mr. Khan. Also, following Mr. Khan is Ms. Stapleton. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, council members. My name is Hamid Khan with the South Asian Network, a grassroots community-based organization, and I want to speak from two personal experiences. One, as a grassroots community-based organization working with survivors of sexual assault, trafficking, marital rape. And the speaker before me talked about the backlog and rape kit. And I think it's happened for too long that we keep on pushing it, and it's going to lose its purpose. So I think it's extremely critical that we got to stop doing that, because that leads to the other piece of reducing civilian jobs. That who's going to be making those assessments? And if we're going to do a cutback in civilian jobs, I think that's going to have an extremely detrimental impact on the rape kit issue. And the other one is on a personal note that I was 2007 at MacArthur Park when state violence happened. And witnessed it and suffered it firsthand. So I think the issue here is that we should be reducing liability costs by improving the accountability of officers and not putting more officers on the streets. So we need to be really addressing the accountability issue. Thank you.
Geraldine Stapleton. Damon Azelli.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Geraldine Stapleton, and I am the co-founder and current executive vice president of the Hollywood chapter of the National Organization for Women, also chair of the Peace and Safety Committee for California Now. However, I am here also to speak on behalf of myself. I happen to be a rape survivor. At the age of 19, I was raped by 2 men by knife point. Of course, I know that's before we had DNA evidence, that at this point in time, to know that we have such a huge backlog and that there is evidence there that has not gotten out to where it can be examined and the perpetrators be held accountable is just, to a survivor, it's just totally unthinkable. So I would urge you to put the money towards eradicating this backlog for the rape kits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ayman Azali with the Labor Community Strategy Center. In the past 4 years, I've been in council chambers where various council members said, we all agree we need more police. But we also know that most of you don't think that police should be the one and only priority. In the last 4 years, the LAPD budget has risen from $1.5 billion to $2 billion. So that's 33% increase in 4 years. And that's been due through raising taxes, resources that have been shuffled, and social welfare programs that have been cut. We know in recent years it's been very difficult to have the political will to actually challenge the police allocation, but because of the actual budget this year, we think that there are more ways for you to do that. And we support the mayor's 10% cut in city jobs, but we want to make sure that extends to the police department. As well, one of the ways that we can do that is what Mr. Parks recommended in terms of a hiring freeze, that no new hires as well as no new recruits entering the academy. Thank you.
Diane Hart, Maurice, and General Dugan.
Good morning. My name is Diane Hart, and I believe that voting for the budget item of resolving rape kits is a 3-point slam dunk, win-win for you and the people of Los Angeles County. First, it creates jobs in law enforcement, science, and information technology. Second, it will help discover if some of these perpetrators are multiple perpetrators and help bring them to justice. And then finally, by getting these perpetrators off the street, we women of all ages in Los Angeles can feel that you, the City Council, is creating a safer place for us to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Maurice and General Dogan. Deborah Burton. He had 2 calls.
Good morning. My name is Deborah, and I am here today as part of the LA Coalition Against State Violence. Although the proposed budget has cut the police allocation, resources for policing is still almost $2 billion. In comparison, the total housing budget is less than 5%. The cuts to the police budget must not be made by one, reducing the commitment to ending the backlog of rape kits. This must be eliminated this year. We have waited long enough. We have waited over 10 years for our day of justice. 2, reducing civilian jobs. I mean, we need these technicians, the lab workers to analyze the rape kits. So don't make the cuts to the civilian job, but make the cuts to hiring more police. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Talty. Tiffany Syart. Lindsay Harvett.
Hi, I'm Sarah Tofty from Human Rights Watch. And we're just here today to urge the city, the Budget and Finance Committee to approve the allocations in the mayor's budget that go towards increased crime lab capacity and outsourcing funding for the testing of rape kits. I know it sounds like there's always an argument about whether how big the police budget is, if it's too big, but we just urge you today to approve those allocations, because that argument isn't going to do anything to help rape victims see justice, and the way they're going to see justice is for this rape kit backlog to be eliminated in the 18 to 24 month time period that the LAPD has set. And in order to do that, they need these allocations in this budget. So we just urge you to approve these allocations in order to eliminate the backlog.
My name is Tiffany Syard, Director of the Los Angeles Office of Human Rights Watch. I'm here to echo my colleague Sarah Tofty's remarks. We urge you to support the allocations in the mayor's proposed budget to eliminate the backlog. Again, this is a critical moment. You have a great opportunity here to bring justice to rape victims, and they've waited far too long. So we urge you to approve these items and refer them to full council. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Horvath. I'm president of the Hollywood chapter of NOW, and I'm here to urge you to approve the allocation of funding and resources for the backlog of untested rape kit evidence. This will demonstrate your commitment to this issue. We have seen the mayor's commitment and his allocations even during a budget crisis. We have also spoken with the Los Angeles Police Department, where they have committed to finding the additional funding and maintaining their guarantee that they will eradicate this backlog on schedule. And so we also need your commitment today from this committee and then the City Council to protect every position and every cent that has been allocated to protect LA's most vulnerable populations in this time of crisis. In addition to protecting these allocated resources, we encourage a system of accountability by this committee and the City Council to ensure we all remain committed to eradicating the backlog and are responsibly spending these allocated resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Bartlow, Sherry Linworth, Gaila Barbano.
Hello, my name is Diane Bartlow. I'm an associate professor at Cal State Northridge in the Gender and Women's Studies Department. 1 out of 8 girls will be sexually abused before her 18th birthday. Historically, women have been devalued and sexually exploited. One environment where we see sexual violence depicted as normal is in the media. 1 in 8 Hollywood movies features a rape scene depicting it as an act between 2 consenting adults. But these representations are fictional and they're myths. For those courageous women who do come forward in the process of seeking healing and justice, they are often re-victimized. They are re-victimized when their real-life experiences of rape are deemed as not credible, because in the rape myth parlance, there's a gross distortion that no means yes. Nothing could be more cruel and unjust to suggest to the rape victim, who more likely than not knows the perpetrator, that she is lying. By funding and processing the backlog of rape kits quickly and without delay, a message will be sent to the rapists and would-be perpetrators that the act of rape is no longer acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Linewand. I'm a Los Angeles City resident, and I'm a co-chair of Human Rights Watch's Los Angeles Committee. I'm here to speak as well on the items in the mayor's proposed budget relating to the DNA testing of the rape kit evidence backlog and to bringing that testing current within the next 18 to 24 months by providing for the additional crime lab positions and by providing the funds for outsourcing the testing of the backlog. As these are tough times, we know that there are cuts that need to be made. But every day lost is another potential victim. The LAPD is committed to do this testing, but it needs the resources. Now is the time for this committee to provide expressly those resources, and we urge the committee to refer the budget to the City Council without change on these funding items. Thank you.
After Bishop Barbano, we have Diane Cook and Louise Brinsley.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said. I'm the director of the Rape Treatment Center. Every day, victims come to us for care and we treat their injuries, and we painstakingly collect evidence from their bodies that goes into the rape kits that we're talking about. And the rape kits aren't just envelopes. Everyone has a face on it. Everyone is a person. The rape kits go to the crime lab, and every unopened kit from the past or from today means that a rape case has not been fully investigated and a victim has been denied justice. For the past 4 years, we have advocated before this group in your offices for the crime lab to be given the resources it needs to remedy this, and we've not until hopefully today has there been a remedy in the budget. So we plead with you to give the crime lab the resources that are in the budget as you see it today so they can solve this problem. And I know that sacrifices are necessary in every department, but rape victims and sexually abused children have been sacrificed in the city budget for 10 years, and this year we need to start using science to solve these cases.
My name is Diane Cook, and I am president of the board of the Rape Treatment Center. A lot of media attention has been focused on the backlog of rape kits of over 5,000, and we're very glad that the scope of this part of the problem has been documented and that you are beginning to address it. But we're equally concerned about all those new cases that have been accumulating and that come in every day. We ask that you, as our City Council, ensure that there is a plan that is made known to the public and that is part of the budget you approve today for analyzing these new rape kits in a timely way. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Louise Brinsley. I'm a founding member of the board of the Rape Treatment Center. Several years ago in my neighborhood, a young woman in her 40s was brutally raped by a stranger who broke into her home in the middle of the night. Her young son was asleep in his room. The rapist kept threatening to hurt her son if she did not follow his orders. Her rape kit sat unopened for 8 or 9 months. When it was, they found the rapist's DNA and he was identified. But during the time that the rape kit sat in the crime lab freezer, unopened, this criminal raped 2 more people. One was a child. The second and third victims could have been saved if the crime lab had the resources to open the first kit immediately. I urge you to provide the funds needed for the crime lab to do what is needed to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Andre Owens, Yvonne Autry.
How you doing, Mr. Parks?
Hi.
Those that don't know me very well, hello to everyone. My name is Andre Owens. I'm a native of Dallas, Texas. I moved out here in 2004. I'm homeless. I'm 32 years of age, temporarily homeless, and through my struggle, I found it very hard with the coming from Riverside County to Los Angeles. I've been in situations that are really of a stereotyping type of matter with the police department here, and I'm, actually experiencing that just about almost, normally on a daily basis, depending because of the environment that I'm in and everything. And I, for one, also disagree with the budget for this, the Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. Thank you. Yvonne Autry. Artemino Rosalto. Luis Trinidad.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Yvonne Michelle Autry. We'd like to urge that the police department is forced to prioritize. With over 50% of the budget that had been allocated for this agency, we find it not only outrageous, but purely, I mean, the purest form of injustice, that the most violent crimes such as rape and other violent crimes that have DNA samples have yet to be resolved and examined. We don't need any new allocation of funds. Why aren't the police being encouraged to use the pre-existing funds to examine and to bring closure and resolution to these issues? Not only the rape kits, but there are over 55,000 DNA samples that have yet to be examined. Over $500 billion was just used to build this monstrosity to the south, but west of us. Why aren't you using the monies to resolve the violent crimes? More than enough money was available to police and harass the homeless people, so I don't see why the priority is not made to resolve the rape kits and other pre-existing most violent crimes in Los Angeles. Apparently, you know, this government is serving and policing the very rich. You're divesting from the agencies that are serving the people that are most needy. This is happening with the construction of the criminal industrial complexes. The people that are most needy, without the services they need, might be more prone to recidivism, and you know that. And that's even more money for the private industry of the prison industrial complexes. We need the money. Divest from the police. They have enough. They're not even using the money that they have effectively to serve the people they're supposed to serve.
All right, we have Artimo and Luis Trinidad.
Good morning. My name is Artemio Risolto. I work for LAPD Property Division, and I'm here to speak of a project I've been talking about for years. It's an internal position within the LAPD called Property Disposal Coordinator. What it is these people, they do research for the detectives, which I believe we as property officers can do. And there are currently 114 positions within LAPD, and these are staffed by police officer representatives and mostly P2s and P3s, police officers 2s and 3s. And I made salary comparisons, and if those positions were filled by property officers, the city would realize a savings of about $3 million a year. And also we have the in-depth knowledge, we are computer literate, and we're ready for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Luis Trinidad. I work for the City of Los Angeles LAPD Motor Transport Division. Basically, I'm here to talk about work modifications schedules. It appears that since we're in the savings mode, work modification schedules for the jail department has saved $2.5 million a year. And not only is it viable, since the city's trying to go green, with a work modification schedule, you can save all that fuel also. So, you know, it's something to think about. And I'd urge you to think about it and seriously think about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Maurice and General Dugan and also Benjamin Bazzelio.
Hi, Mr. Pizzillo.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Let the young man come.
Oh, yes, he was called before me.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I'm here to talk about the allocation cuts to the police department. I think there should be more cuts, actually, to the police department because the cuts to the police budget because of rapes, raping police officers. There have been 14 transgenders that have been raped by gunpoint by the police officers downtown. The selling of drugs to addicts on right on 6th and Wall in front of the police station. These are the police officers doing this. And also calling women, bitches. The police. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Benjamin?
council members. My name is Benjamin Pizzillo. I'm with the Engineers and Architects Association. We represent approximately 900 administrative, technical, and professional employees at the Los Angeles Police Department. We'd like to compliment the department on the improvements it has made to crime fighting in the city of Los Angeles, and we believe that the sustainment of the positions that have been proposed for elimination here, including the senior management analysts, graphic designers, and the GIS specialist would further aid the department in its crime-fighting missions, and we look forward to working with the department to increase civilian positions so that sworn officers can be on the street and doing the arrests and crime fighting that our citizens all depend on them for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last call I've called earlier, General Dogan. This is the last card we have for public comment on the police.
I just wanted to say one more time, I think we should increase the cuts to LAPD's budget and NSCI now.
All right, that ends the public comment on the police. Anyone that's here would like to speak on other items, make sure your cards are in. I would ask the chief and the police LAPD staff to come up at this time. Let me start off the questions. I think the number one question on all of our minds is that in the mayor's blue book that has been prepared, he's recommended what appears to be about a $100 million cut in the LAPD budget. I'd like to have you comment on that and whether you've given that any consideration and how that might be achieved.
Well, the only way it would be achieved in the police department would be, other than negotiations with the various unions for the shared responsibility and sacrifice that the mayor's referenced. Effectively, we're talking about employee participation in reducing costs. Absent meeting those requested 10% cut for the department, the option would be furlough programs. And that would be the principal way that that would be addressed.
Okay, as far as furloughed, have you looked into it in the department on what the extent of those furloughs, how many people, would it involve layoffs, or are you just looking at the furloughs?
Just looking at the furloughs.
Okay. Now, would that be something that has to be negotiated?
Furloughs would have to be discussed with the unions, that's correct.
Okay. I mean, so they discussed, or they'd have to agree to it?
I actually don't know.
I believe it's discussed, but I'm looking at the CAO and he's nodding his head.
Okay. Would these, in that discussion, are you aware of any of these issues being resolved by July 1st?
That I don't know.
Okay. Because one of the things that, again, I know there's parallel tracks working on this, but for the Budget Committee, we have a difficult time in dealing with the budget and the fact if real money isn't there July 1st, then we do not have the money to move forward. And so one of the things that we hope that if people move forward and have a shared responsibility, that may relieve some of the impact. But as the budget is today, it would appear that if these negotiations aren't in place by July 1st, then the only other alternative would be looking at a $100 million cut in the budget so that we could be on as firmer ground as we can be on July 1st. Again, I know that the budget just came out on the 20th, but what we will need from you is so the CAO and CLA will have some idea as we're working on parallel tracks what are the number of positions and what are the authorities, the type of authorities that would be impacted by that type of cut if there is no second track that's in place?
Well, Chief Payson, you can speak to the furlough impact in broad terms at this time, both for the sworn as well as the civilian.
Members of the committee, we've taken a look at a 2 furlough day impact in the event that we would have to implement it. And looking at it from an entire organizational perspective, the operational impact of 2 furlough days upon the entire Los Angeles Police Department would represent the functional loss of approximately 1,250 sworn members of the organization per deployment period or per month.
Could you explain for the general public what a furlough day is and how that would be impacted?
Essentially, a furlough day is an extra absence, unpaid absence from the workplace. And so in order to achieve the $94 million cut that we're looking for from the police department, is it 94? Yes. On the sworn side, it would represent approximately 2 days per month or per deployment period for each of us, the sworn members.
So this would be different than the mayor's proposal that people maybe work longer and get paid less? So this is totally different?
It would be. That's correct.
Which is in 2 days per DP?
That's correct.
And that gives you $94 million?
It would, yes.
Okay. Okay, has there been any scenarios within the department to determine what would be a timeline that could be achieved?
We've not looked at that yet. But as we discussed previously, in terms of the negotiation process with the Los Angeles Police Protective League, it would be a challenging process, to say the least, to get that accomplished prior to the July 1 date of the new budget cycle.
Okay. Do we have, on the sense of a 10% cut for civilians, any sense on what that dollar figure is and how many positions?
$4 million. It's about a $10.4 million cut in our civilian salary account. Looking at furloughs as well, it would be 1 furlough day per month per employee. That would result in 190 civilian employees missing every day. In addition, we wouldn't be able to hire any civilians, so that would be another 220 that would attrit out over the course of the year. So it would make it extremely difficult to perform the support functions in the department.
Could you give that last figure on the attrition number?
About 220 over the course of the year.
Loss?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then have you looked at any other options in addition to furlough that deals with layoffs, salary rollback, reduction of work hours, early retirement? Has any of those issues been addressed?
We have not at this point.
Okay. All right. And then in looking at, and when you were here earlier, we gave a direction to the CAO and the city attorney and the CLA to get with each department to begin to look at the variety of things that may impact the salary, such as furloughs, layoffs, salary rollbacks, reduction in work hours, and early retirement, and to come up with scenarios. So I'm sure that they will be contacting you to get your input. Let me just ask, on going through the Blue Book, the issue of dealing with CLEAR. One of the things, and this has been a struggle to get CLEAR back on its feet, just have one question. Is it CLEAR is recommended for a $1.1 million allocation of overtime? And just wanted to find out whether, with the department's $100 million overtime budget, can that be absorbed in the overtime budget rather than having an additional allocation of $1 million?
No, the overtime budget only takes care of the non-reimbursable overtime. We're unfunded in the reimbursable overtime, and this would be considered reimbursable.
So this is reimbursable from whom?
CLEAR.
Okay, CLEAR is a program, but
the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund, which is a
is that the state?
Yes, from the state, and that's how CLEAR has been traditionally funded for the LAPD, as well as all other aspects of it are funded through grants. So it's not.
So they reimburse us what during that fiscal year?
The LAPD submits an invoice of sorts, and then it's during the fiscal year that my office actually transfers the funds to their account.
Okay. So reimbursement. The other issue in dealing with the DNA, I think there's a recommendation to maintain the 16 positions that were funded last year at a rate of $1.5 million, but that the mayor's office on the new allocation of 26 positions only came up with 6 months of funding. Any idea on how that will be covered for the remaining 6 months and beyond?
The 26 positions are only funded for $966,000 plus related costs of $436, because it's not anticipated that even through the best efforts of the police department personnel office, they would be able to hire 26 criminalists who are specialists beginning July 1st. So on average, over the course of the fiscal year, we anticipate 6 months funding would be sufficient to hire those 26 by the end of the fiscal year. As you know, all of these employees would have to go through the civil service process in addition to an extensive background check, because they will be LAPD employees, and also these are specialists who will require some recruiting, additional training, etc.
So you're saying that the 26 hires will be spread over that fiscal year, and you can hire them with the 6 months of money?
Yes, that's my understanding. I defer to the police department.
Right. That's correct, and in fact, that's how all of our new civilian positions are funded. We've been doing it that way for years.
Okay. Let me ask you then, any consideration of how you sustain that in the following year?
Well, in the following year, then they become part of our base, and they need to be fully funded.
Okay, but I think the first question was, if we're going to be talking about a $100 million cut, of which $10 million out of civilians for this year, unless there's some alternatives, how do we sustain these 26 under those conditions?
Well, the whole furlough issue is currently up in the air, and we're not sure how that would happen.
Ben Seha with the Mayor's Office. It really comes down to a matter of prioritization. If we feel that this is an area that we need to prioritize over others in the city, so that being the case, these positions would go up to the top in terms of the priority list, and then we would have to look for other cuts if the revenues aren't there to support the expenditures. Look for other cuts in other areas.
Okay, so there's a scale in which, do we have any idea how many of these 26 will spread per month, is to make sure that we do not exhaust the 6 months funding in less than 12 months? Is that how many per month?
No, we don't know how it would be scaled in, but again, this is the way we always funded our new positions and civilian positions in the budget, and we've always had sufficient funds for those positions.
Do you have an existing list, or do you have to create a list?
There is a list.
Okay. Then we'll give the committee some other questions, but let me ask on the other position, on the CompStat position that's recommended for police administrator, has that been reviewed by the personnel department as to proper classification?
As far as we know, no.
Okay. Let me ask that we, on that item, and certainly it's good that we're having a civilian take over a sworn job, but if we ask before that is funded, that we ask personnel department to look at that for proper classification and see if that's appropriate level of police administrator versus other civilian positions.
I have a couple of questions. One for the CEO or the mayor's budget. In each of these categories that we're looking at, like page 535, 36, it has apportionment of changes applicable to various programs. Is that the overall cost reduction?
Basically, the Blue Book is broken up in two sort of components per department. Basically, in the first section, it starts on page 531. It talks about changes to the base, most of it being salary changes that apply to all programs and services. And so you'll see that detail on that page. And in the subsequent pages, started on 533, that apportionment is basically the allocation of those.
Of those on 531?
Yes, exactly.
Then I'll just go to that directly. One is the Prop Q support was not continued. Is that because we're finished or we're complete? Was that funded by Prop Q in the past?
The program is scaling down, yes. And so those positions are no longer needed.
Okay. And also on the human trafficking program that I know recently attended an event that indicated that in fact we're seeing human trafficking go up because of the dire straits of the economy internationally and that they're seeing an increase. What will happen in the operational aspect of that if the one position is gone? And I don't know the value of that one position total. The CEO knows how much that cost is.
I think from our understanding, that position was never funded and never filled, and so this was a candidate for it to go away. Operationally, the department will have to speak to that, but
I didn't want to. Was it funded in was it funded in last year's budget or?
No.
So it's never been funded. It's just the position has been there. Okay. That's probably for another day then to talk further about that. But I guess, and Chief, I know you supported the audit the Controller did about the hiring more civil servants, and particularly looking at the fact that we have a lot of police officers are having to fill those positions, or to not fill them, but to actually do the work because of a lack of civil servants to do that in some of those positions. And the ones that are being suggested to decrease, how will that impact operationally your ability? Are we going to see, even though we hire more police officers, or those that are attrited, will they be having to fill those positions that are not currently filled? I don't know if you heard that.
Well, you can anticipate with the current 700 vacancies I have in civilian ranks that for each additional civilian I lose who's not in a specialist type of position, they'll be replaced on a one-for-one basis. I lose a civilian, they're replaced by a police officer. It's that simple. Civilians are absolutely essential to the running of the police department, every bit as essential as police officers.
And did you provide to the mayor's office when the budget was proposed, those were of the top priority? I mean, those out of the positions that you would say, you'd say every one of them, but is there a certain kind of priority list that you have?
The budget that the mayor is submitting is as a result of extensive discussions with us. So, for example, that we have prioritized positions such as detention officers for the opening of the new jail. We have prioritized certainly the hiring of people in our scientific investigation division to take care of the DNA backlog. So what you have before you is already a prioritized budget as it relates to our civilian personnel.
Including the civilian, those civilian positions.
That's correct.
We had a lot of speakers today on the rape kit issue and DNA, and we had as part of the application that we present, I think is due today, to ask for money from the federal government on the DNA rape kits. There has been an interest in ensuring that we, and I'm glad the mayor put that in the budget this year for the positions, those that are dedicated for the backlog of rape kits, because some of these are more general nature. Could you tell us which ones are dedicated? And I see Chief Beck standing up there too, but those, as we look at the various numbers, which ones are related specifically to the rape kits?
Councilmember, you're referring to the 26 in the budget?
Yes.
There's 20 criminalists there, and there's 6 support people. All of them are going to be used for DNA analysis, and the vast majority of those, of course, what happens in this instance, we'll be able to hire 10 of the criminalists in the first 6 months, and there's a training program that goes with it. We'll be able to hire all of the support staff, so there'll be 16 in the first 6 months. By the time they're up and doing full DNA analysis, it will be another 6 months after that. So really, this is the start of building our capacity to handle everything that comes in the front door. But more specifically, to answer your question, all of these positions are DNA related. Some are support, though. Some can't do the analysis, but they support those who can. I hope that helps.
Yeah, and I know that the DNA particularly is used for other than just rape kits, too. So
Yes, it is.
And so there's a designated portion of positions that are specifically for rape treatment, or rape kit, excuse me?
Yes, absolutely. We have currently about 16 people, if you include the criminalists and the support staff, that just do the backlog. The remaining 34 or so do a mix, but the vast majority of the work and the vast majority of the issues that these folks are going to deal with are making sure that we meet the chief's goal of testing all rape kits, and that we achieve the department's goal of reducing the rape backlog to zero within 18 to 24 months. So,
and you feel with
there'll be a mix. There'll be a mix
on the budget that's been provided in here that you can still commit to that timeline.
I think I can. The issue is always one of capacity for our outsourcing. I mean, there are variables that are out of the city's control in this aspect. I'm very pleased that the mayor's proposed budget has given us support. I think that we can get extremely close to a backlog and elimination with this budget. Extremely close.
And we get funding, Debbie Smith funds, are those, am I calling that accurate, that are federal funds as well?
There are federal funds. There are federal funds. There's been a 5-year federal program I know you're aware of. Last year I think we used about $500,000 for outsourcing from that. I'm very hopeful that funding will continue. Of course, you know we don't get that till the budget doesn't come through till October. So given that, and then some other avenues of funding that we've been able to pursue, I think that we're going to do very well. I'm very optimistic with this hiring, with this budget, that I can get us to a place where the city can be proud of what we do.
We're counting on that.
I know. I realize that.
And I think, and what would be helpful, and it may, I don't know if we did it in for the grant funding that we applied for, and even some of the reports to public safety, but for those of us that see all these different funding
Sure.
sources and timelines, almost a one-page cheat sheet, which is, here are how, out of the DNA testing, here are how many employees that are focused solely on testing the rape kits.
Sure, I can do that too.
Here are others that do part-time. Here's the funding sources that we have and the timeline, and just again, it's hopefully information you have fairly readily available, but I think we're getting a lot of questions and issues, rightly so, as to the implementation plan.
Yes, we are. And of course, a lot of that is provisional. I mean, obviously the burn grant that you discussed last week is provisional. If we get that, we'll have a tremendous increase. I don't know that we'll get that. The NIJ funding that we just talked about, we have been getting that, but these are very difficult times. So the statements that I make to you today are dependent upon the funding that the city brings forward, and I feel comfortable with the budget that you have in front of me.
I know.
But I'll try to get more, though.
Okay, but I think that would be helpful for
I can do that
all
for you.
of us.
I'll do that for you.
Is that I know we just opened a harbor area Saturday, and I had heard from, and this was a few weeks ago, that it does have a jail as part of it, but that we don't have the staffing. Is that correct? That they still have to transport them to 77th or another station?
We do, and that's the source of some concern. Not only that jail, but obviously to the Metropolitan Jail Detention Center, the new jail that's opening in the not too distant future. We currently have a total of 31, I believe, 31 detention officer vacancies, and we need a total of 71 for the new facility, and we will be dependent, if we don't get those detention officer vacancies filled in this budget, dependent upon, again, siphoning off resources out of the field in order to staff the jail facility.
So those detention officers were not part of the budget that's before us?
31 of them are in the budget.
31 of them are.
That's correct.
Yes.
Councilwoman, the concern that I have in this discussion, both from Charlie Beck's standpoint with the DNA analysts as well as the detention officers, is the motion to move everything into an unfree situation and all new positions have to be approved. Any type of delay, as I know going through the process takes quite a bit of delay will impact our ability to maintain the DNA momentum that is going forward now. As Chief Beck told you, there is an existing list. We would be able to hire off that list, but if it's subject to another review after today, that will slow it down. Same thing with detention officers, so I just want to point that out. It seems to be contrary. We're saying one thing, and yet the motion seems to be saying something else.
I think what Mr. Parks put forward is some of the, it is not a blanket, just like the blanket, we can't look at any new position. So I don't think we're saying at this point not to continue to go in that direction, particularly for those positions. So I want the message to be to stop hiring for those positions that we've already approved, and particularly here in the DNA, and that there's funding available for it.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
Councilmember, if I could just
Yes.
add one thing about the importance of the positions are not only to take in and be able to analyze those kits that are being submitted now and in the future, but also they are important for the outsourcing. The outsourcing is not simply sending the rape kit out to Cellmark or the other laboratories, but there's a lot of preparation that has to be done by a DNA criminalist before that's done. So the positions are actually linked a lot to the outsourcing money that's been allocated for this year and for next year.
And I'll just ask a couple more questions and come back, because otherwise I'm going to hog all the time, and I do have a lot of questions. But one is the good news, and this is last year you received all the money for overtime. That was, and I know saved money. What was different other than knowing what your overtime was?
I think it was important for us to be given a real number to work with. When you constantly underfund something, it's difficult to tell our managers to manage well. By giving us a real number, we allocated the proper amount of hours to each area through the cooperation and collaboration and determination of Earl Pasinger. He made it a regular weekly forum with his command staff to make sure they were monitoring that overtime and that it was being used judiciously. I think that, coupled with some of the tightening we did on court overtime, because that was a significant portion of where we spend our overtime money, we were able to also improve our tracking of officers going to court, the automation, our e-subpoena program, the automation of subpoena delivery with the DA's office. We're getting ready to pilot that with the city attorney's office on May 1st. That gave us significant number of savings as far as hours officers were spending needlessly at court. So a combination of it, the actual overtime allotment that is within the chief's control to manage, we managed extremely well. You may recall during the mid-year we gave back $6.7 million in savings, and we're continuing to accrue some additional savings.
And how is the overtime relative to this year as far as?
Going forward, the same number of hours is provided to us in this budget, which we believe we can manage. Again, we have a real number. I think we need a couple years to get our arms around it, and I think as we did this year, we will give back savings as we go along.
Councilmember, I would also add, too, that in addition to the issues that Chief Popper raised, we also did not see or have not yet seen some of the major events that have attended over the years to represent a significant impact on operations. I would remind you of the Metrolink disaster that we had several months ago, in addition to the fires and other disasters that we see sometimes in the city of Los Angeles. We have not had those, and so some of the savings that we've seen today have not been used, obviously, because we've not experienced some of those incidents. I would also hasten to add, too, that over the past year, from 2007 to 2008, we've seen a marked increase in the number of planned and unplanned events that have occurred in the city of Los Angeles, particularly as relates to demonstrations and that sort of thing. In 2007, we had 308 special events. In 2008, we had 456 events. And so that increase, and we've already seen an increase of approximately 7% between year-to-date 2008 compared to year-to-date 2009. And so we expect that some of that overtime that we have saved will probably be expended throughout the remainder, not all of it obviously, but some of it throughout the remainder of the fiscal year. And so one of the principal reasons that we look towards having the same allotment is to hedge our bets, frankly, in the event that we have some of these issues that normally come up over the course of a fiscal year.
Another critical factor, if I just may, is the fact that many of the officers who have been hired over the last 3 years through the mayor and the council's hiring plan are now just hitting the streets. And that's a major factor because as you get more police officers in the field, the number of arrests increases. And I think as I explained last year, overtime is very different with the police department than it would be with any other department, where you're not just filling a slot in terms of constant staffing. It's really associated with that particular officer. An officer who makes an arrest, maybe before his or her shift, would need the overtime to finish the reports, book the suspect, etc., would have to go to court the next day, typically during the 9 to 5 court hours, and et cetera, et cetera. So that overtime is going to be with that officer, and as you see more officers hit the street, you see more arrests. That will have an impact on court overtime. But much to the credit of the police department, they have very aggressively managed the money that the council provided in overtime. They've been comp-statting this. They've been very, very good and in close coordination with the mayor's office and the budget team. We're very pleased that they've used the technological implementation of a variety of things, but also just from good management have saved the city significant money.
On the numbers of attrition and the hiring and, what's been our experience this year? Has attrition been at the regular level? Have we seen less numbers? I know the increase you want to see is a 40 new officers above the current level.
I can speak to the addition. I'm not sure what the current numbers are. We're anticipating that we would be at 9960 at the end of the fiscal year, based on attrition numbers, I think, from the last deployment period. Given that the mayor's proposed budget seeks to hire a net new amount of just 40 new police officers, and doing that through 13 classes, one for each deployment period, 2 classes of 60 in the beginning to reach that 10,000 amount, and then classes to maintain that level at 40 throughout the rest of the year. We've made adjustments in the class sizes. Obviously, we don't know exactly how many we're going to get for each class. It could go up, it could go down. But that number oftentimes is adjusted for attrition. So if the attrition rate remains low in the next fiscal year, given the economy, et cetera, we would make adjustments to that to maintain that 10,000 officer level.
And what's the difference between community police aides versus PSRs? There's a swap of those positions, it looks like. Rhonda?
Community police aides are student workers. They, many of them also go to college and they come work for us part-time. Some of them work for us full-time also. A PSR works in our communication dispatch center, and some work in our divisions and also do dispatch from the divisions.
It looked like there was a swap for the positions.
We did not have authorities for the community police aides, so we used the PSR positions that were out in our divisions that we couldn't fill. And put those CPAs in lieu of those positions. And now the CAO has agreed to straighten that out, give us real authorities for the CPAs, and release the police service representative positions.
You couldn't fill because they were not being...
Well, actually, there was an effort to keep the community police, the PSRs filled on the communication dispatch floor. So our communication centers needed to be filled before we could fill PSR positions out in the field, in the divisions. We have never really been at the point where we filled all of our positions on the communications floors. Those are our 911 operators. So we have kept those positions out in the field vacant for many, many years.
Okay. Thank
you. Is this on? On the civilianization issue, if we were to take some of the priority positions that you would want to fill, then fill those with new funds and put those sworn officers on the street to make up for the 10,000 we're trying to reach, is that a possibility? Let's say we take the top 25 positions that are of urgency to fill on the civilian side. Is that something that's practical or not? So we could realize some savings in this budget. That would be the ultimate goal here. So the idea is we're saving from not hiring as many new officers, right? Because we're putting more sworn officers in the street through getting civilians to do their jobs. And let's say we have a target of 25 or whatever is reasonable this year. Is that practical this year?
Based on the type of positions that we're currently looking to fill, the DNA obviously are specialized positions, the 911 operators, the detention officers, those are unique positions that we don't have police officers filling right now that could go back to the field. And obviously in the case of DNA, that's a very specialty area, so we need to hire specific people to do that. So unfortunately, Councilman, based on our priorities right now, it really wouldn't help us.
Okay, let's look at it from another way then. If we take those out that are not specialized, but perhaps are some that could immediately be hired, we have sworn personnel there that could be out in the street. We identified 15 of those, 20 of those, because how many are there total? 700 unfilled? Currently. 700. And of those, how many are filled by sworn officers that could be out in the street? You don't know?
You know, we just did a study recently, and I hate to throw numbers out off the top of my head, but I know there were fewer than 200 of our officers that were doing clerical type work, and I think out of those, when we looked at how many would be one-for-one go into the street, I think it was fewer than 50 or 60, right around that number.
50 or 60.
I can go back and get that study for you. I hate to throw numbers out.
But they are currently jobs that are not doing jobs that are not specialized, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so the reason we're not filling these positions is what?
Well, we've been limited as to how many civilians we could fill. We've had freezes off and on, and only certain type of positions were exempt. So as the chief said, there still is a need to do certain work to support the officers in the field. So you eventually just kind of give that to an officer to do, and sooner or later it goes from being an ancillary job to a full-time job. So we took a look at that recently, and I know there were fewer than 200 jobs like that in the department, but as far as one-for-one going back to the field, I want to say it was 50 or 60 positions.
But we can't use that report to implement the savings this year, this coming fiscal year, to say we really put our efforts into undoing the freeze for those positions, because at the end of the day it's going to be a savings overall, and putting those officers in the street and undoing that freeze. In other words, how can we help you with all our regulations that we put out there and make it easier for you to hire those civilians to do those jobs?
My only comment is those officers are already on the payroll, so it's not truly a savings, because now you're going to add those civilians to the payroll as well. So it's not a one-for-one.
It's not a one-for-one.
Long-term, you could look at it as an efficiency, but it's not truly a cost savings at this point.
It's not truly a cost savings. Okay, I'll take that. And finally, on the rape kits, I'm really happy to see that the mayor's budget did include that. I recall my first year here that Jack Weiss would come down at every budget meeting for the last 3-4 years and talk about us providing some funding for that, and finally it's in this budget, so that's a very good thing, and we should move forward with that this year. Thank you, and to the chief and everyone else who've been focused on that item as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few questions, and I'm glad Mr. Ruizar brought up the issue of civilianization positions, because I've always thought it's not in our best interest to put a police officer in those jobs. So 50 or 60 is still a lot of people that can be used in other functions. And the CAO, do you ask that question when a request comes in for an unfreeze or your managed hiring process? Is there a police officer filling the position now? Is that part of your review?
I think there's a number of factors that go into review, and yes, that would be one of them. I mean, we start off with, first of all, is there money? And then we look at the other related factors that may be involved.
Yeah, well, there's never enough money, and certainly this year, but sometimes our money can be better spent. That's I think, the point that Mr. Weezer was trying to get to, and I concur. For the department, I'm looking at a section in the book called Patrol Function, and you say 90 fewer patrol positions. Yet we're adding 40 new people to the department. So where are those 90 going, and where are the new 40 going then, if they're not going to patrol first? It's on page 526 of the Blue Book. Top left.
What paragraph is that?
It's top left, 526.
Okay, I believe the 90 that you see there, those are actually civilian positions within that support the patrol function.
Those are civilian positions?
So they're civilian, yes. Basically, this is illustrating the patrol function, and while majority of the positions aren't in that function are police officers, there are civilian positions that do provide support.
Okay, that gives me some relief. And for the CAO, the Technical Investigation Division, I understand there's been some recently that we didn't have the SID people moved over from the old administration building to the new, and that's been a problem because there's no space for them. So I understand there's now a proposal to purchase a building or lease a building on Washington. Have we got any cost factors on that yet?
Yes, basically there's a proposal to actually buy a building, and it's roughly about $22 million.
About 22. Now, we had a discussion last week about the possibility of taking the Child's Museum, which has been built but not occupied, and swapping the Prop K money for the outfitting of the building, which would have been a $4 million savings, and then utilizing that building that essentially is already built and paid for by the taxpayers for the SID unit. While there'd be some inefficiency putting that unit in the valley, cost-wise, my quick calculation is it would probably save almost $30 million.
In just looking at the numbers, yes, it would save some money. However, the funds that were used to build the Children's Museum, the Prop K and some of the other state funds, have specific requirements that can only be used for recreation-type activities.
No, I know that, but we'd have to buy that $19 million out, but we'd save $24 million on the outfitting. So you're $5 million up on right there. Then, if you're not buying a building downtown for 22, that's almost $30 million just doing that swap for a building we already got that's empty right now.
You know, we did briefly discuss that. If you allow us to sort of take a look at that and find out what the repayment mechanism would be, whether or not operationally it'll work for the department, and see what the long-term goal.
I know that's not before us yet, but part of that was in the budget as far as the SID folks. So, vehicle maintenance, there's no increase in personnel for vehicle maintenance, yet we're extending the life of our vehicles. Historically, when we did that, it's 4 positions?
We request, I believe, for 4 positions and about $600,000 for additional parts in anticipation of wear and tear with an aging fleet.
That's good to know, because I did on 549, I didn't see that in there. It just said the same number of personnel. So possibly it didn't catch up with those charts, which usually happens. So you've got 4 new people and some additional parts.
That's correct. The vehicles, we're only seeking to purchase 70 vehicles, which would be replacement for vehicles damaged in the course of a year. And then the additional is to basically maintain the aging fleet.
This is an additional requirement. It was not provided in the budget.
Okay. Good.
And the other piece of that also is that we would need to be able to have an unfreeze for the existing personnel, because you can't add 4 and then or trid out maybe 10 or 15 people.
Exactly right. Good. I'm glad to hear that, because it doesn't show that in the documents. And as we know from the last time we did this in the early 90s, your fleet deteriorates fast, and you've got to maintain it. So we're going to, the burden of reducing your purchases this year is it costs us more money in the long run. And it really catches up to us in year 3 or 2 of this. But we'll go down this for now. But next year, that really becomes problematic for the department to keep those vehicles rolling. And last thing we want to do is see, Chief Bratton, you weren't here at the time, but in the early 90s, we had a vehicle pursuit with 5 vehicles and 3 of them broke down. That's pretty embarrassing. So we can't let that happen again.
I can remember what your fleet looked like in 1980 when I first came out here, and that car was basically held together with Band-Aids.
That's right. Yeah. Fines from photo red light are not keeping up with the cost. And on the Revenue Outlook, page 91, it's about a little over $1 million in differential. That was supposed to be a revenue-neutral program when it was sold to the council, yet it's not. Is there a way we're going to see an increase in that, or do we need to take another look at that program, because it's not revenue-neutral at this point?
I think we're going to have to take another look at the program. I think the expectation originally that it would be self-supporting, but it's proven to be somewhat lacking in not meeting that original objective. We should take a look at it and see whether or not we need to continue on a go-forward basis.
Well, the objective was for safety purposes.
Safety, yes. I'm sorry, not for revenue, cost recovery.
But the revenue was supposed to be neutral. And I think the question needs to be asked is, if this program is not doing what it was supposed to do from a revenue portfolio portion, then maybe we can use that money in a better way for traffic safety than this program. That's, I think, the context we have to look at it, because it is doing its job as far as citations go, but it's not enough. So.
If I could just add, Councilmember, I think it's also going to be an opportunity time to look at the existing contract and seeing whether or not it's appropriate time to rebid it. So that might be part of the examination process.
That's actually what I was going to say, because I think I introduced a motion that asked for us to, before we redid that contract, which is, I think the contract is up now, and they may be on a month-to-month, that we should see whether or not it is fulfilling everything. So, because I agree with you, it's supposed to be safety, but it was all supposed to be it's, what's our conviction rate, all those things. It was supposed to be the newest, best system, and it was somewhat controversial because people said it wasn't necessarily. So I think we need to get a report back on.
I was going to say, maybe in the context of the budget, we should get a report back.
Yeah, so we can just, our motion can just come through here, but we should have that report back.
I think it would also be important to see the deterrent effect of those lights and maybe a reduction in the accidents that have occurred in that area, which is really the true benefit of having those lights as well.
Yeah, that's the public policy discussion, but today we're talking about money. So I think we need to have that discussion is, are we getting bang for our buck, or would a couple $1 million spent someplace else in traffic enforcement divisions of LAPD be more beneficial? I don't know those answers. Those are the questions we have to discuss. So, okay, and the last one is, and I hate to open a sore wound, but we had a discussion last year's budget dealing with the take-home fleet, and there was an analysis done. I don't see any reductions here or any changes. What happened to that report, and what happened to the recommendations?
Actually, we had two things regarding the fleet. We did an overall fleet reduction of about 250 cars that we've been doing about 11 per month being pulled back. So
that's the take-home fleet?
No, that's just the fleet in general. The size of the fleet. The mayor had requested a 5% reduction in our fleet, so we're in the process now of each month pulling back 11 cars that are going to salvage. But on the home garaging, we also recalled back just over 100 of those, and that they were identified. And as I think you're aware, we go before the police commission every year on an annual basis and show them what has been requested, what has been awarded, and what has been denied. We're getting ready to go through that process this year again, but we took back, I want to say it was about 110 or so cars after the audit that was done by Laura Chick's office. We worked hand in hand with them and took another look at what we were doing. So more than 100 cars came back.
Okay, well, I appreciate that very much. And if you would give me a copy of whatever reports you have on that, I'd really appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. Save the best for last, as these things go. If I could go back to an old one, which is the airport. Historically, there were 20 or 22 officers that the LAPD felt were critical. LAWA didn't feel they were critical, and so for years, we, the general fund, have been paying for these 20 or 22 officers. I know we've been having discussions and protocols, and those numbers have changed. Where are we on that today?
Councilmember, you're right. Those 22 officers were initially deployed to the airport in 2001, I believe, in the wake of the 9/11 issue that occurred in New York. Since that time, we have redeployed a number of those officers to the point where we currently have 16 assigned to the airport at the moment. We believe that it's important and also an operational necessity, particularly as it relates to two reporting districts in that command, reporting districts 1494, reporting district 1498, both of which represent two of the RDs that consistently represent the highest Part 1 crimes in the city. And so in terms of maintaining that footprint in Pacific at the airport, also when you consider the idea of moving forward with the mayors and the chiefs and the city's commitment in terms of counterterrorism, we believe that it is vital that we maintain a presence, a footprint in that region of the city because of those issues that I've just identified. It's an important issue.
Why can't we, Chief, get the airport and the groups out of Washington and all these other groups in the room and come to some collective appreciation? Because right now, I would much rather have an officer in that footprint being paid for out of LAWA money, if it makes sense. Why does LAWA have a different opinion than you do that it's necessary? I mean, can we resolve this so that we don't, I don't mind having officers there, don't get me wrong, but I don't want the general fund to pay for those 16 if they're in the footprint of LAX. LAX should pay for it as part of the operating budget. And I don't understand. The mayor is the mayor, okay? That airport police reports to him. That general manager reports to him. Bill Bratton reports to him. We all, within that context of the bureaucracy, they all report to the mayor. So who's going to sit down with the various departments and stop this and say, we're not going to pay for it in the general fund if it is a critical part of the 9/11 mission, a critical part of terrorism. We just had the head of Homeland Security here in town the other day, and find a way to have LAX pay for those 16 officers rather than the general fund.
Councilmember,
how do we deal with that?
The mayor's office has been very active in this issue when it was first brought up last year. We have had those meetings. We've done an analysis of the law, which is really the impediment to that in terms of diversion of money, the FAA regulations that require money to be reinvested in the airport. There are several officers, LAPD officers, who are at the airport. They do the podium duty on an overtime basis, which is reimbursed to the general fund.
Right.
But these additional officers, we were examining a way for the airport to do this legally, but based on some documentation that's existed for some time, a determination was made that that would not be appropriate. The way the mayor has seen this issue is that this is a deployment issue. It is within the chief's full discretion to deploy officers wherever he sees fit, and we deferred his judgment on the need for those 16 officers.
Yeah, I'm not questioning.
Whenever possible, we understand the city's concern, especially during great fiscal constraints. We have examined that, and a determination was made that it would not be prudent for us to push that issue given the potential violation that it could pose under the FAA
I just don't
regulations.
buy it. If you want to give it to me in closed session, in a budget session, what those issues are, if our chief feels he needs them there, I'll respect him. But I think the mayor has the responsibility to find a cost center for that other than the general fund. I mean, that airport's supposed to be self-sustained. That's the rules of the airport. They're supposed to be able to modernize at the same time, provide that security. We were here with the Homeland Security boss the other day. We got a good sense of commitment. And 16 officers going into the general fund when I feel strongly, if the chief, I'm going to back the chief's position. And what do I know? I want to pay that LAWA money. That's what LAWA's for. And if you can show us in closed session some compelling something or another, we'll look at it and then we'll put the issue away. Okay? But it's been going on now for 3.5 years. It's a matter of who pays for that. Okay.
I'd be happy to do that.
Please, I look forward to that. And I think the committee should hear it. And if we have to go in closed session, great. Chief Papa, look, I'm not that bright when it comes to understanding numbers. I think we should have a CFO in the police department, somebody whose numbers is their passion to look at the $2 billion roughly that we're playing with.
She's sitting right here.
Okay, if she's going to be a thing, great. But we need that kind of a sense of responsibility. But I still don't understand the civilianization. How many sworn officers in good health are sitting in a civilian job right now as we're doing this?
I'm going to defer to Rhonda.
We did a survey about 3 or 4 months ago, and we identified 178 officers that were doing civilian duties either on a part-time or full-time basis.
178, and these are healthy officers. They're not on some...
A small portion of them, I believe the number was 37, were either light duty or permanent light duty, temporary or permanent light duty officers.
Okay, so you believe that, or is that the case?
I believe that was the number, yes.
So then how many are the sworn officers who are healthy that are sitting in a civilian job?
The number that it pared down to after we looked at whether it was part-time and prorated it for that and took out all the light duty and permanent and temporary, it was 65 officers that if we had civilians to replace them, they could return to the field.
Because the LA Times said 115. I'm just trying to get my facts down.
It was 178 total, 65 full-time duty officers equivalents that could return to the field.
Okay. All right. So I'm not going to go into numbers, but if that's the numbers, it's the numbers. How do I say to myself, put those 68 out in the field so that we obviously have more officers in the field, and how do we put a civilian into that spot? You know, if we have to change freezes and whatever we need to do, is it true that 70 cents of every dollar in that job, it's cheaper, 70% versus what an officer? First of all, is it cheaper to have a civilian in that job for those 60 plus?
It is cheaper. However, if you're looking to save money, it does not save you money. It's, as the chief said, you're going to be paying for that police officer still, and in addition, you're going to be paying for that civilian.
Oh, I want the police
so
officer.
It's not a
I want to
savings.
get up to 12,000 if I ever get my druthers around this place, but I certainly want those officers paid, but I want those healthy, able-bodied officers out on the beat to get up to that number of officers in the field. I mean, I lose them from the west side due to issues like more crime, more violent crime in other parts of the city. That's okay. I don't mind that officer on the payroll. We're hiring more officers. We're recruiting more. We're doing all that. So can't we take those 60 plus, put them in the field, have some executive order around here, unfreeze those 60 or 70 positions, and put in a qualified civilian?
We'd love to be able to do that, yes.
Huh?
Yes, we would love to be able to get those unfreezes to fill those positions.
Okay, do you need a motion from us? Do you need some kind of a play? Does the mayor have to say, okay, we're going to do it? How do we do it?
Well, many of these positions we have asked in the managed hiring process to have them unfrozen. We have not been successful in getting those positions unfrozen. So
okay, what I
it would
propose
be,
you get back to us with those 60-plus positions, describe them, and I will personally put a motion in to unfreeze that, put a civilian in that position, and put that officer in the field.
Okay.
Unless somebody can prove something I don't understand here, let's do it, and let's do it in this process now. Okay? Report back on that. Thank you. Let me ask about bonuses. I know we've done them in the past, especially for recruitment, and I know that we've stopped that program and the bonuses, and we've had others. Right now, are there any remaining bonus programs that exist?
Specific to hiring? No.
No, not specific to hiring, just bonuses in general, and what kind of monies are we talking about, and how does that work within this crisis?
There are payroll bonuses that are tied to pay. Is that what you're referring to?
Whatever bonus there is other than the regular salary. I don't know how many different types, plans, programs, how much money are we talking about, what kinds of bonuses?
We have detective incentive bonuses, we have field assignment bonuses, we have bonuses that are applied based on post and different levels of post certification, and then we have the bilingual bonuses. The total amount of the incentive bonuses is about $49 million, and the bilingual bonus, this is for last fiscal year, we paid $6.9 million.
So 49 and 6 is what?
56.7 million.
Pardon me?
56.7 million was paid last year in various types of payroll-related bonuses.
Okay, so we got about $56 million in bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as we scrimping and saving and shared responsibility and pain and all that stuff, what about those bonuses? How critical are they to the mission of good officers to continue the bonus program under these difficult times?
Well, I think really the question is that all these bonuses are tied to their MOU, and so it's part of the negotiating process if they want to adjust those bonus numbers or adjust them at all. It's in their MOU and it was subject to negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, I just raised the issue, and I think it needs to be raised. Is there anybody from the mayor's team that has taken this up, and are we going to discuss it at least in our strategies with the LAPD?
Sir, currently the negotiations have opened and are taking place with the labor unions, and so I would hold off on any discussion relative to bonuses or anything that could impact those negotiations from occurring at this time.
Okay, but the flag has been raised here just as an issue that's on the table, and I'm not going to take a position on it. I'm going to listen to the chief when he comes back at some point and tells me the feelings of that. Let's talk about automobiles a little bit, and I heard a comment or two on it. From what I gather, there's 786 vehicles, but you just said it dropped by 100 that are home garaged. Is that true? So is that 686 vehicles?
There's actually some additional vehicles to that are mandated through MOU that aren't in that number, and that's for command staff and motorcycle officers. So it was around 1,000. We took back just over 100.
Okay, so when you think about taking the car home, what kind of a cost savings would it be to the city, if any, if they didn't take them home that weren't part of an MOU that was obvious?
You know, I'm not sure how the city calculated the savings. I know at one point they told us what a take-home car was worth. I don't know if anyone can answer. There we go.
Hi, I'm Captain Carol Aborn. We just were audited, as you know, and they came up with a figure of approximately $9,000 per car. So by removing a little over 113 vehicles is what we removed in December, and that was a little over $1 million saved.
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying it's the right kind of savings, because when an officer takes the car home, the whole neighborhood knows there's a good officer there, so it even has some sidebar protection purposes for people in community. So you're saying roughly $9,000?
Per vehicle, yes,
and
sir.
So if we have 800 or 100 or so, would you say that?
Yes.
800 by 9,000? Who wants to do the math? What is that dollar figure?
800 take-home cars.
$7 million. That's $7,200,000.
7.2 million is what Rhonda Sims Lewis is telling me.
7.2 million. Okay, I'm just putting it up there as another potential discussion point as you go into negotiations. I'm not saying it isn't a good idea to take the vehicle home, but there's another $9 or $10 million that might be something we want to look at. What about what Zine brought up in one of his motions, about 34 patrol cars and over a dozen fire trucks, we'll just leave it to the cars, are out of service waiting to be installed with wireless communications cards, meaning these are vehicles that might be operable, cost us money. Does anybody have an answer on those 34 patrol cars?
Yeah, part of the reason was there's not enough equipment to equip those cars. The MDCs, or the computers, were never adequately budgeted for. So there's a certain amount of vehicles in flux where we take the old computers out of the old cars, refurbish them, and install them in the new cars.
So what's our time frame going to be to get them back out?
Those particular cars were actually out on the street right now. Computers were taken from other resources, installed in those vehicles, and those vehicles are back on the street.
Great, good news. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Okay, there's a lot of other things, but time will go on, and I'll be back to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Some cleanup questions. One of the things, let me ask the CAO and the Mayor's office, on page 531 of the Blue Book, it shows 86 resolution authorities have been deleted. Do we have some idea of what type of functions they were taken out of? It shows a cost reduction of about $7.7 million.
I think actually of those 85, this is part of our standard procedure when we put the budget together. We delete those, and then many of them are continued. And if you're right below that, you look at the continued, and there's several down there, and I'm sorry because I don't know the actual number there. But it looks like most of them, 71, thank you, 71 of them were continued.
So
and the funding for those 71 you will find in the subsequent pages of the Blue Book.
Okay. So we deleted 85 and returned 71.
Yep. The resolution positions here again are considered annual, and we go through that annual review.
All right. And then let me ask on the and follow up on Ms. Gruhl's question. On item 8 on page 532, did we in effect reduce the number of PSR positions to create the community police aides? Or are they in addition to what number of PSRs we have?
I'm sorry, these are replacing. They're being replaced.
So we reduced it, so we're showing it as I guess it's less money than the PSRs? So we have 40 less PSRs?
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilman, Can I get clarification on the resolution authorities? We have 8 people that are in some resolutions that were not continued. So my question, those people were critical to the Teams 2 project, and we need them to continue on.
They were
Can
not
we get
continued?
direction to work that out with the CAO?
They weren't continued? They're part of the
It looks like there
15
are
or so?
8 that have bodies were not continued.
Let me just hold a second, because I'm going to get to Teams 2 in just a minute.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me see. Go ahead.
So you're suggesting that they're currently filled and it was just a mistake? Or it was a...
It doesn't look like it was a mistake. That's why I want to clarify it before we all walk away from here today, that we're all on the same page.
Mayor's office and CEO to look at that, 'cause I don't see anyone jumping to the microphone.
We'll take a look at those, but I understand that there were not a need for those, but we'll work with the mayor's office and the CLA to sort out some of those issues and details.
Let me ask on the issue of the page 536, dealing with the Technical Investigative Division. It just became to my attention that we're talking about getting a third building for a lab. How has that been vetted, and has this position gone through for classification at all? Because it was just in the last day or so we heard about this third lab.
As I understand it, the class has not been evaluated as of yet.
Okay, but we're saying a police administrator.
The police administrator position is the classification which is currently heading the Scientific Investigation Division. To my understanding, it's the largest of the divisions which are led by police administrators. We would be splitting that division into 2 separate divisions, both led by police administrators. The personnel department hasn't specifically allocated the position to that classification, but that's our best guess of what the department would allocate it to.
Okay, so you're saying there's going to be 2 separate labs?
It would be 2 separate divisions, yes.
I can speak to that if you like.
Yes.
The technical lab, which is the fingerprint and some of the other portions of our lab environment, is well over half of the 316 personnel that are currently employed at SID. Now, as you well know, we're adding positions, we're adding significant responsibility with the requirement to test all kits. So the request here, especially with the change from Parker Center, the movement over to the new building where there is no room for the technical services folks, we need a facility for them. What this is going to create is an off-site facility, whether or not it's the Children's Museum or the building that we requested or whatever the location is, which will require a management individual at that location. And with the expansion of the responsibilities and the personnel, we believe that it's best to split the 2 divisions, make a scientific division and a technical services division, and have adequate management so that we don't experience some of the problems that we have over the last year or 2.
Okay. Let me ask, how long has that plan been in place? Because I think the $22 million was the first time, at least I've heard about it today, and again, purchasing the building. How long have we been planning that?
You know, sir, we've had discussions about that since I took over the lab some 6 months ago. I know that this has been in, I have mentioned it in various council settings in the past, the need to move and the looking at the building. I know that the Plum Commission and the CAO have been working on this. They can probably give you the history better than I, but it's been a while.
Okay. All right. We asked the CAO, would you pull that together so we're aware exactly what we're talking about? Because up until recently, it was my understanding we were talking about lab at Piper Tech and at Cal State, but not a third piece of property. So we need to know the full story on that particular issue.
Yeah.
The other issue on, and I was out of the room, but could someone give me an update or a quick thumbnail on the issue of why we need more personnel for the new jail?
Yes, sir. We are. talked about that, excuse me, briefly earlier, because primarily the size of the jail, the old jail currently houses 440 in-custody inmates. The new facility, if my memory serves correct, will balloon to over 520 or so, give or take. I believe that's the number. And also because of the configuration of the jail as it relates to what we call pods and ensuring that there's a good oversight, supervision, and care of the inmates, it calls for the additional staffing that's articulated in our request.
Okay. Is there going to be females booked there?
Yes.
Okay. Also, so that's new.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And then, could someone give me an update on where we are on the new radios, I guess, that were purchased recently, also teams, and also the in-car video?
Tim Riley, our Chief Information Officer, Tim Riley, just walked in. He's probably not aware. Tim, they're looking for an update for the radios.
Yeah, the radio deployment, we've distributed about 4,600 of the radios, so we're waiting for the second shipment to come in, which will be approximately July 1.
Okay. And remind us, how did we pay for those again?
I will defer to the CAO, but they were financed.
The CAO came up with a financing option for that we paid for it, I believe, over 7 years.
Pardon?
I believe the old radios were the old radios provided for the first 2 years?
I'm sorry?
Were the old radios that were being used were given back to Motorola?
That will be part of it when all the radios are delivered. Then we turn all the old ones in, and we had a trade-in value, which was included in the financing.
And then what was the source of funds?
The general fund will eventually have to assume that responsibility.
Okay, and when will that occur? And how much?
It's actually starting this year. Those radios were financed through Motorola. In the proposed schedule, in the camp finance schedule back on page 834, 5.7, almost 5.8 million in the proposed budget in the cap finance. This is the debt service is funding that lease, basically the purchase of those radios. And you will see that debt service over the next 4 years in that particular schedule.
Okay, and then teams?
Good afternoon, Maggie Goodrich, Commanding Officer of Teams 2 Development Bureau. There were 8 resolution authorities for Teams 2 that were eliminated from this budget, 7 of which are filled. One of them, the Management Analyst 1, is vacant. That position has been difficult to fill and has been vacant for some time. However, the other 7 are filled with staff that are critical to the success of Teams 2 and to maintaining the systems and ensuring that all of the data required to feed the early warning system, RMIS, continue to be supported and maintained and continue to comply with consent decree mandates.
Okay. And how long do we have left on the review of the consent decree?
The extension is set to be heard before the court sometime in June, we're expecting. There's no court date yet set.
June this year?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask the Mayor's office on the cuts in teams. Could you give us the rationale on those?
Councilmember, I think we need to evaluate that in the context of the entire consent decree, so I'd actually ask to come back to the committee to go over those particular cuts. I think, just very briefly, I think the anticipation was that we see the end of the consent decree going into effect at its conclusion, June 15th, and need to evaluate what positions are necessary to continue the reforms that are in place, especially Teams 2. But if you could allow us to review those particular positions, we'd appreciate it.
Okay. So we'd ask that the CAO, CLA, and the mayor's office look at the Teams 2 recommendations and bring those back to us during committee. And then let me ask one thing. It was never intended that the positions completely go away because you have to still maintain the system. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. I think it's an issue of how many positions are necessary now that the system has been up and running and we believe is in compliance with the consent decree.
Okay. All right. And let me ask on in-car video.
Yes, sir.
Yes, give us an update on in-car video and where we are on the implementation and the funding.
Yes, sir. In terms of the current phase, first phase, which is South Bureau, 300 cars have been installed. All the hardware have been installed in all the stations, including the new harbor station, so we're waiting that to open. We're in the final testing of the operation of the system, and then it will be released hopefully in the next month out to Southeast Bureau, Southeast Division.
So you're expecting it to be operational again in September, you said?
For all the divisions, yes.
For South Bureau?
South Bureau.
Okay, and then is there a plan for phase 2, or have we gotten that far?
Well, there's a plan for phase 2, and that's to roll out Central Bureau next, and we're just waiting funding for that.
Let me ask Theo, did we put money aside for phase 2?
I believe there's a placeholder to finance not the entire phase 2, but what we think we can reasonably accomplish within the next fiscal year, which would be implementing the in-car video in Central Division, not Central Bureau.
Just one division?
Just one division, maybe two, but I know it's at least one. The reason for that is even though it will be operational, it's necessary in South Bureau to allow some time for testing, work out all the kinks, and make sure that we have the right design and system so that we don't just expand it throughout the rest of the city before knowing what that is. So we anticipate, after working with ITA and the police department, that it's reasonable to expect another division to be added the next fiscal year, but not an entire bureau.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO to report back to us on an update on the in-car video and also the status of phase 2 and the funding, where we are on that and where we are on implementing phase 1. Also report back on Teams 2 as to the existing positions and the future deployment of Teams 2 once the consent decree is passed. And then, as I mentioned earlier, ask the CAO and the CLA to work with the department on responding to the committee as it relates to their liability reduction plan that I mentioned earlier, and also the issue of creating the scenarios, timeline, and expectations as it relates to the variety of features, whether it's furloughs, layoffs, salary rollbacks, to create that scenario for the committee. And then finally, that CLA, CAO work with the department as it relates to how they're going to deal with the approximately $100 million shortfall in their budget as it relates to the mayor's budget. So those are 3 report backs. 4, I guess 5 report backs. Okay.
Sir, can I add a small report back, please? Can we get a report back if we take 25 of the random civilian positions of able-bodied sworn officers, and if we put them in the street and we don't hire an equivalent new officers, and what savings that may realize? Because I'm assuming that it costs less to hire a civilian than to hire new officers in our 10,000, our goal we have for 10,000 officers. So we could get that analysis.
And just to follow up on that one item that deals with the cuts, What we need immediately are the classifications and numbers and what's attached then by dollars. We'll deal with the positions deployment at a later time. Okay, thank you. We're going to, I'm sorry, you got another?
Yeah, some quick ones I'd like to put in for the record and get a report back on. First is the grant funding has been closed out for Operation Archangel, if this is true, whose mission is to protect the city's critical facilities. And I do not find any funding for this program in the mayor's budget. What is the current status of this program? What funding has been identified to continue this program? It's called the Archangel.
Yes, that's a grant that my office had administered previously, and I believe the first grant that we received is closed, but there was a second grant that the police department is managing that I believe is still open, so we'd have to just find the citation for that.
We are still managing one of the grants, and there's another piece that we're working on right now, a third piece.
Okay.
So, but it's all grant funded.
Okay, so you'll keep us posted on that, because we obviously would be vulnerable without those kinds of monies coming in.
Yeah, it's coming in.
Very good. Next question is, the mayor's budget contains funding for one management analyst to administer the federally funded community-oriented policy services, policing service called COPS grant. Please explain the COPS grant program. Does COPS provide permanent ongoing funding for the additional police officers hired under this program? Does COPS require LAPD to establish a baseline of sworn officers? Does this require the city to maintain a minimum number of sworn officers to obtain the federal funds? Will the city have to fund the higher level of sworn officers out of the general fund going forward, thereby increasing its structural deficit? Explain or answer all those questions. COPS.
Would you like that as a report back or right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could explain right now if you'd like.
Well, go ahead then.
Okay.
We're going to do a lunch break. But
The COPS Universal Hiring Program is part of the American Reinvestment Recovery Act, or otherwise known as the stimulus bill. The President and Congress allocated $1 billion to hire new police officers throughout the country. It's a little different than previous COPS grants in that there's no requirement of matching funds and there's no cap on the salaries that can be paid for through the grant. After coming to the stimulus bill committee and council, we applied for approximately 450 officers from that program. That number was picked for a variety of reasons, for competitiveness and also understanding how much money really is available for a large city like Los Angeles. If awarded, those police officers would be paid for through the grant for a period of 3 years from the date of their hire, and it would also include pension benefits, which, as you know, is a major liability, and it would be beneficial. Once we receive that award, the Department of Justice will negotiate with us what's called a baseline. That baseline is where we are a level where we have to maintain and then hire these new police officers above that amount. One of the things they look at is appropriations and budgets, etc. So if the mayor's proposed budget is passed by the council and we do have budgeted money to reach $10,000, any amount that we receive to the grant would have to be above that. That level would be maintained once all those police officers are hired. Let's say, for example, we get 200 officers, just for the sake of argument. Once we reach 10,200, we would have to maintain that level for 1 calendar year through a general fund contribution. Otherwise, we'd be in violation of the grant terms.
Okay, appreciate that. And last question is, the mayor's budget continues funding for 18 sworn staffing the CLEAR Gang Suppression and Intervention Service. The funding for CLEAR is provided by Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund. According to the mayor's budget, the Supplemental Law Enforcement Service Fund funding is projected to be reduced by $3.4 million in the 09-010. What are the general fund implications if current funding is lost as forecast?
The Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund, which I think we had mentioned earlier, is a state fund based on a formula grant that's provided to the city and administered by my office in the Homeland Security and Public Safety section of the mayor's office. That money, I believe, carries over, and so we don't anticipate any general fund impact this year, but in future years we could. It helps pay for the clear officers. It pays for their cost differential, the pay differential for being detectives and sergeants, et cetera. So I don't believe there's a general fund impact this year, but I will verify that and get back to you.
Okay.
And just to elaborate on that, to the extent that that funding source is reduced, then that would obviously lead to additional general fund dollars having to be used for that purpose.
But I'm not sure. The answer is I'm not sure if there will be an impact this year. I have to get back to my grant specialist and get back to you.
Great, I look forward to that. And last time, which everybody's talked about, the rape kit business. Obviously, when I asked that question from the council floor, we found out that it wasn't until just a couple of years ago that the internal policy of dealing with the old kits was finally decided to do. So no coup-dads, no attacks on council on any of this, in my mind. But going forward, we're going to want to report back on more than a periodic basis as to how we're actually going forward. I appreciate the chief putting it in the budget. Appreciate everybody supporting it. And as far as I'm concerned, it's basic police work as you go forward with the policing. And if we can't find it 2 years from now without supplemental money, we need to figure out how we make it part of the base business.
That's correct. In fact, Councilmember Weiss has been holding weekly hearings and updates on the DNA, progress of the DNA reduction that the police department has done so far. I'm sure that will continue with the Public Safety Committee.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We have a representative from the Police Commission.
Sorry?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Police Commission? Why don't you come to the table?
So are we going to eat here, or are we going to take a break?
We're going to do this, and then the fire department, then we'll take a break. Because Chief Berry's been in his office.
Okay, so then we should bring our lunch in?
Oh, eat late.
1 o'clock.
Come on now, what do you...
Bring your lunch in? Because the fire department.
He's a diabetic.
Oh, he's diabetic. All right. Okay. Just for everybody's schedule, we're going to deal with the Police Commission, Fire Department, and then we'll take a short break.
See, they all have the same. It might be better to take just a 15-minute.
Yeah. Okay.
I need a short break.
Let me just ask, you may not have access to the Blue Book. On page 543, it appears that there are a couple of entries there that deals with the Inspector General. And one of the things that, although we're dealing with them individually, numbers 35, 36, and 37, I'm just wondering whether there's been any effort to look at them collectively because they're so similar as to some of the activities and whether they are, we have the ability to merge or to reevaluate the current deployment and see by the economy of scale, do we need some of these positions or can we have less positions if we look at these three functions collectively?
I can respond on behalf of the Inspector General as it relates to the positions in the Inspector General's office. It is anticipated with the ending of the consent decree that the Inspector General will take on a far greater role of oversight that the Monitor and the Federal Department of Justice have completed. So these positions are both, I believe, to regularize some resolution authorities, if I'm not mistaken, as well as some additional new positions for him to accomplish that. But I cannot speak to the department's consent decree or audit division.
Okay, now that's item 37 is the audit division?
That's correct, sir,
okay.
Yes.
So if we're talking about 35 and 36, I would just like to ask the CEO to get with the Inspector General and just look at, we're talking about some additions, and in this budgetary period, whether these positions are of like kind of operations so that we can see if whether there's any economy of scale we can achieve by evaluating them together as opposed to separately.
The item 35, that's the Inspector General's office. 36 and 37 are within the department, sir.
Okay, so okay, then let's go backwards then. 36 and 37, if we ask the CAO to look with the police department about the economy of scale, and then also in the sense of the Inspector General operation is growing. If we can look at what is currently there and see how we might be able to reduce those numbers.
Okay, very good, sir.
Thank you.
There's no other kind of description in here of your budget. Anything, I know we ask people not to make presentations, but is there anything we're missing?
No, our budget is included within the police department's
Right.
budget, both the Inspector General and the Police Commission. Typically, we're the entity that is looked at for the revenue side of the department, since it is through the issuance of police permits and alarm revenue and the OPG oversight. The majority of the revenue comes from the department.
Very good segue into my next question. All of those three things of which I'm interested in. And I know we're about ready to have the Cry Wolf. What's the timing on that system?
Cry Wolf should be fully operational June 15th is our anticipated target date to start the system fully operational, along with the medallion piece. Medallion piece is the automation of all of the police permits that we do issue also.
And do you anticipate, did you include in the revenue side, with it now being operational June 15th, an increase in the revenue? Is it, yes? I see everyone shaking their head. So how much?
The revenue projection for fiscal year 07-08 was $7.2 million, and we generated $8.3 million. This year, the revenue projection was 7.2, and as of March 31st, we're at 7.7 million. We would anticipate that we'll be over 9 million this year, and I would hope with the new system that we'll have a far better rate of collection, because we'll have better addresses to go back for the billings. So I believe the revenue projection is $10 million for this coming year.
So they've put in the budget $10 million.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Which means you need to reach that $10 million.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that with our also with the change that hasn't been implemented yet, whereas they have to, and that's part of, I think, your revenue projections, which is they have to work with the actual alarm company that must ensure there's been a permit.
That's correct. That's for new installs of alarms, and that we're in the process now of implementing that. Just for sake of general information, for the current fiscal year, there have been a total of 108,000 alarm permit applications received for applications and renewals to the tune of $3.5 million in revenue. We would anticipate with the new ordinance that when an alarm company sells an alarm, that we'll capture the universe of people who are out there installing an alarm without a permit, which will then generate the basic permit fee of $30. But in addition, if there are false alarms, have a better go-back address to collect the revenue.
So if I'm someone who says I'm going to now go purchase a new alarm, I haven't had an alarm system before, and I go to X company, what's the process then? Does that alarm company notify me they won't install it until I've paid the permit? What's the actual process there?
The process is twofold. They would ask you if you have a current alarm or an alarm permit. If you say no, they will require you to have an alarm permit before they will install the system. Some of the companies are including that in the purchase price and then submitting that paperwork to the Office of Finance. Others are giving the individual the application, having them write their own check and send it to the Office of Finance. Again, we're having to police the industry, but I think we have, from our outreach to the industry, very good cooperation to this point.
Because we would have rather had them pay for it and have them get the individual to pay them, but they got state legislation that didn't allow us to do that directly. So we would hope, and maybe we will review how, as that is operational, that the permits have actually been put forward.
Matter of fact, the commanding officer, Commission Investigation Division, is attending one of the recent, a conference, I believe it's next week in Palm Springs with the Alarm Association, to explain the program to all of the alarm operators. So we've had very good cooperation from the association. They understand that they want to cooperate with us in ensuring that all of their new subscribers get a permit.
And I had someone ask me the other day, they said they were more than willing to pay the $30 every year and filled out the permit and then never got a renewal. Will this system send renewal notices out?
No, that's through the LA tax. It's through the system through finance. Office of Finance generates the billings. What we would hope will happen, though, is since there now will be an interface between LA Tax and CryWolf, the alarm management system, we'll be able to know those permits that did not get renewed and be able then to work with finance to generate another billing to those permits.
Okay. And Office of Finance, if you're listening, I'm going to ask you about that as they come forward. My second question is, and I know you've been working very diligently on what we passed last year, which was allowing to pull those police permits of parking companies who have not paid.
That's correct.
Or who have either one haven't paid, which there's one particular company that has not paid in several years, which we colleagues are going after in a civil and criminal matter. And I've suggested, and we'll work with you, that we, as we have done the delinquent taxpayers for this, City of Los Angeles, potentially do that with the parking companies as well to indicate that they've been taking people's money and not giving it to the City of Los Angeles. So we might encourage them not to park in those parking lots as well. But you are, just for the edification of my colleagues, you are having some of the first hearings in 2 weeks.
That's correct.
For the implementation of taking someone's police permit away from them and their inability to operate in the City of Los Angeles.
That's correct. There are 6 operators who are delinquent and have completed the administrative hearings through the Office of Finance. Office of Finance has provided us the documents and declaration. This Wednesday, the Police Permit Review Panel, who has jurisdiction on behalf of the Police Commission over the issuance or revocation of police permits, will receive some training from the City Attorney's Office and our staff, since they have never had one of these hearings before, as to the background of the ordinance, and then it'll come forward to the panel 2 weeks after that. So I believe it will be May 14th will be the actual hearing date that will take place. Upon receipt of the applications from Finance, we had to notice the permit holders or those individuals who will go before the panel. They have 15 days to respond. So that process is in place.
Great. And I don't know from the CAO's perspective if it still is in as an uncollectible item, those that we've already referred over to the City Attorney's Office, if we have that as proposed revenue. Because I think for the one entity it is about, it's several $1 million that they have not given to us that we're going after them civilly and criminally.
We'd have to double check that for you.
The six that we have are, I believe, a total of about $600,000.
Yes, those are not smaller fish. 600,000 is good, but is the 600,000 included as well as the other millions that were?
If it's specifically related to the issue of the parking operators and delinquent permits, we have not built any revenue into the budget for that, simply because of what was being said before. This is a new effort, and there were basically several steps that could occur after these hearings. Either they could pay, or they could not pay, or there's modifications the police commission could do as well. So there wasn't enough information to specifically add a revenue figure.
But we have a figure of parking tax revenue we anticipate each year, right? Yes. So I guess the question is that parking tax revenue that we have anticipated each year take into consideration those entities who haven't paid us? Or if we win this lawsuit or whatever it is we're doing and we get $5 million or we get $600,000, will that be an additional amount of money that we did not anticipate coming forward?
We should probably double check with Office of Finance. To my knowledge, we have not included this specific component of delinquent billings.
That would be great. Sorry, and one last question to you.
Yes, ma'am.
I think he's about ready because I've gotten very engaged in his issues for whatever reason because they've been money related. OPGs, you mentioned yes, OPGs. There was an audit done. I haven't read it recently, I guess. Mm-hmm. Is that anything that relates to financial
yes,
impact?
It does have some financial impact. Also, the controller completed a audit of the OPG operation, and as a result of that audit, discovered that 15 of the OPGs had not taken and submitted their 7% franchise fee on those vehicles that they lien sailed and the fees related to that. We received from the City Attorney's Office a opinion letter about a month ago now because the OPGs disputed that finding by the Controller's Office. Right. The City Attorney agreed with the Controller's Office. We are now working with the OPGs going back 4 years for the OPGs to capture the universe of vehicles that are included in this lien fee processing that was not paid. My staff believes it's going to be not near the $1 million that was estimated by the Controller's Office, believes it could be somewhere between $50,000 to $100,000 on the outside. But it is some revenue. But in the OPG, one area of significance is last year the council, as a part of the budget implementation, increased the vehicle release fee from $48 to $100. That has generated some significant revenues to where we expect this year the OPG fees in total to exceed last year's fees by $2 million.
And that's included in the budget already? Okay. I assume so. You just could hope that a couple million fall from. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Mr. Weezer?
Mr. Weezer, any questions?
Phil? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The fire department?
Prestige Park, it hasn't been paying the city for years.
That's what, is that the one that down?
Morning.
Chief, just a second. Let me get the community public comment cards, and we hope that you, when they make their comments, if there's anything you could respond to in your presentation. We have a total of 4 cards. Pat McCosker, Dr. Clyde Williams, Alice Goff, and Sandy Canister.
Thank you, committee members. Pat McCosker, President, United Firefighters Local 112. I want you to know that we firefighters recognize the extent of this crisis, and we're committed to doing our part to help the city get through this. Our goal that we share with the mayor, and I think with all of you, is we want to see city services preserved and jobs saved, and we're committed, as I say, to that. That being said, this budget being proposed cuts $40 million from the fire department budget. The fire department is estimated, I think, overly conservatively, that means about 20 companies per day all year long being closed next year. That's what it translates to. In our business, closing companies means delayed responses. Pure and simple. That means fires that get out of control, search and rescue efforts that are done too late, patients bleeding out, hearts not defibbed on time, as me and my company did yesterday. We were first in moments, in just minutes, to a little old man walking with his granddaughter in San Pedro, and we shocked him twice and got his heart restarted. If we have delayed responses, that won't occur in a timely manner. You also put firefighters at greater risk. So what I'm asking is that this be fixed. Please put the money back in the fire department budget so that we can put the emergency responders on the street next year. And the last thing that I would ask you, additionally, is that you fund all the EMS captains that we've operated with. You've heard that debate. You know how important that they are, and that you do the very inexpensive funding of our 5-year EMS plan right now. That will save lives as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Williams, and behind Dr. Williams, Alice Goff. You can come up to the mic. Sandy Canister.
My name is Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. I think I got out of sequence here as to public safety, but I would uphold the fire department.
Let me just comment, Doctor. We called your name during the public comment for public safety, and you weren't in the room. But you put 2 cards in for the under fire or public safety and fire. So we'll give you 2 minutes, being that you missed the last time.
Okay. Well, the LA Fire Department saved my life one time. So I can go along with supporting their budget increase. Thank you.
Okay, you covered both of your cards?
I think the second public safety was for building and safety.
Building and safety, okay. We'll get that straight. Okay, let me have Ms. Goff, and then Sandy Canister and Angel Calvo.
Good afternoon, Alice Goff, representing Clerical and Support Services employees at AFSCME Local 3090. In the fire department budget, they proposed to cut staff in anticipation of contracting out work done in a unit that generates significant revenues for the city, the ambulance billing unit. Rather than relying on an unknown, untested company's system, we propose that current staffing levels should be maintained and reviewed to determine adequate levels. In addition, the current system and perhaps procedural changes can also be reviewed that can enhance the collection process. It has been proven in the past that permanent staff versus intermittent contract staff allowed the department to reduce backlog and maximize the revenues collected. The work of this unit should not be contracted out. Instead, we should be finding ways to maximize the staffing levels and the work done there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Give your name.
Hello. My name is Sandy Canister. I'm an employee of the Los Angeles City Fire Department. I work in support services. I'm a civilian with them. I'm a mechanic there. We try to see that the firemen arrive at a fire safely, fight the fire with equipment that will not break down while it's breaking, while they're fighting the fire, and return home safely. If funds are cut from the fire department's maintenance department, that means that trucks might not make it to the fire or return back safe as they left there. I'm also saying that farming out the work I think we do a better job in the city than to have part of that work farmed out to private industry. Thank you.
Angel Calvo.
Thank you, sir. Angel Calvo with Engineers and Architects. I'd just like to say that EAA feels that the funding for the fire department should be restored to the fire department, and rather than contracting out, city employees should be given a chance to perform these duties. Time after time has shown that when city employees do the work, it is done more cost effectively and better than the private sector. So we would ask this committee to restore any cuts to fire department, and that instead the contracting out be eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment cards. Chief, we get into your budget, and I appreciate you being here with the delay that we had earlier. But could you just give us the most important question for all of us is the 10% cut in your department budget, and how your department will address that and deal with these issues in this budgetary time?
Certainly. Excuse me. The 10% equates to about $40 million, as was stated earlier, $37 million for the sworn side, and approximately $2.5 for the civilian side. Talking about sworn positions, that equates to approximately, these are rough numbers, 250 sworn positions. And as was stated by Mr. McCosker, if you look at it in terms of companies, it's approximately 20 companies that would be closed down because of lack of funding. On the civilian side, we're talking about 40 positions. We currently have a vacancy rate of 68 civilian positions, so this 40 on top of that would be 108 positions.
Let me just ask you one thing. 20 companies over what period? A day, a week?
Over a year.
Over 20 companies a year?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
240, like you said, 240 civilian sworn positions conducted 20 companies every day permanently.
Okay, thank you.
On the civilian side, it'd be 40 positions. We currently have 68 vacancies. That'd be 108. Basically, 25% of our civilian staff would be eliminated, making it very, very difficult to just handle the day-to-day functions. And because of the elimination of civilian positions, there would be an increase in our overtime for civilians, particularly mechanics. One of them testified just a minute ago, because there's certain functions that are vital to keep the fire department running, so our overtime for civilians would go up.
Okay. And have you looked at any of the options in the sense of that's been talked about, from furloughs to emergency retirements, things of that nature? When you look at your calculations, or are you primarily looking at layoffs?
The difficulty, in our department, we have approximately 3,700 sworn and about 450 civilians. The difficulty with us with the furlough program is because our staffing in the field, primarily, again, 3,000 or so have to be there 24 hours to furlough them, and you'd have to hire behind them. There would be no benefit to that. And with a bargaining unit, having part of the bargaining unit furloughed and part of it not would be a very difficult negotiation. So furlough for our sworn side would be very difficult because of the nature of the majority of them being in the field.
And they're under, what's the title? They're under what do you call it? Constant staffing?
Constant staffing, that's correct. And so that's the difficulty that we would have. Our civilian staff is such a small part of our department. Even if we went that route, it wouldn't be a significant savings. And so what we're looking at, if these 10% cut goes through, is looking at reconfiguring some of our deployment model. But in the final analysis, after everything's done, for $40 million, there would have to be some closures of engine companies, truck companies, rescue ambulances, and some of the command teams.
Okay, and that's 40 total. You said, what is it, 37 for sworn and 2.5 for civilian?
That's correct.
And then we've gone through the, I guess, almost 12 months on the EMS captains. Now, we just made some decisions in this current year to fill and fund all 18. Now, the current budget is looking to fund only 9.
That's correct.
Now, how would you address that if we're unable to fill those 9?
Well, if the 10% reduction in our salary accounts does take place, it would be virtually impossible to do that. Like I said, my I guess thoughts about the whole process of reductions is we would spread reductions out throughout the whole department. As I said earlier, it'd be truck companies, engine companies, ambulances, EMS captains, command teams. We would spread it out so the impact would be spread out and not just in one particular area. So unless there's a sufficient funding, it'd be very difficult to fund those other 9 EMS captains.
Now, are they constant staffing, the EMS captains?
Yes, they are. They're field resources. They respond to emergencies.
Okay. Would they now, if you dropped it down to 9 by the budget, would you only have to fill the 9 as constant staffing if the TO was cut?
That's correct.
Okay. And then would you comment on the issue of the billing? I think that just came through, and I forget whether we figured it'd be 6 months or something before you get a sense of whether the billing operation worked.
Well, the last couple of years we've been evaluating the benefits of automating our reports, our EMS reports. Currently they're filled out on hard copy, they're filled out by hand, and they sometimes get lost in the transition to our billing unit. Sometimes they're very delayed. And so we've been looking for some time, with the help of Councilmember Gruhl, to automate the process. We did a lot of research and analysis. We did send an RFP. It did come back, and so the plan for implementing that in the 09-10 budget is in place, and our plan is to try to get it done by January 1st to, number one, make us more efficient, but also would bring in additional revenue because of the efficiency of the process.
Okay. Let me ask you budget first. What was the final thing we said? January 2010. What did we do in the budget in the committee report? Is give you some period of time to evaluate the process to determine how effective it was before we reconsidered the positions? Was there a time?
When we met last, Georgia Matera, Fire Administrator for the department, when we met at the last council commission meeting and council committee meetings, is that we talked about the implementation of the plan coming online January 1st of this fiscal year. In the interim, our plan was we would be going to our commission as well as to the council with a full-blown report, and I know that you had requested an analysis of the staffing breakdown and what our needs would be, and so that we're prepared to address that in the report at that time and also attach the contracts, the proposed contracts, to go to the full council for their consideration.
Okay, but you can't do that before, with only 6 months funding.
We are in the process of doing it now, and our hope is that we would have it in place and to you prior to January.
Okay,
so we're on a very compressed time frame.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I was going to ask that question, so that we'll be able to do it, because it has been, as I know you have been, as kind of frustrated as we have, not moving as quickly as we would like. Now, the department's getting a GPS system a new system for the employment. How is that going to, deployment, excuse me. How will that change?
The plan of the GPS is currently we rely on our individual company officers to indicate to us manually where they are. If they're in their district or in another district, with the GPS, our computer will be able to tell who are the closest companies, and we'll be able to actually send the closest company to incidents, which will increase reduce our response time and, again, make us more efficient and be able to handle those incidents in a more effective way.
Councilmember, if I
Yes.
morning again, Arif Ali Khan, Deputy Mayor, Public Safety and Homeland Security. When the Mayor's office was working very closely with the Fire Department, we challenged them to find technological advances that would yield long-term benefits, either through efficiencies in response times or cost savings. This is something that we found other fire departments throughout the nation do, automatic vehicle location. And one of the things, as the Chief mentioned, the dispatcher only knows if the resource is either in quarters in the firehouse or outside, and they may actually be closer to a choking child or somebody having a heart attack, but unless that dispatcher happens to know in his or her memory that they're closer, that dispatch doesn't occur. This would reduce response times and also would be plugged into the resource deployment software that's in here so that the fire department could readjust deployment and obviously save lives by a very small investment. There's currently a pilot project, I believe, in Battalion 10 that's being implemented, and I believe this would expand it to another battalion.
I know in meeting with the firefighters going out to dinner one night at one of the stations there on Chandler and Tahunga, actually, they chatted about that it was difficult if you were assigned to another location that was not in your normal area. I mean, if you pretty much knew all the streets in your vicinity, but if were requested as well to be able to get to that location, not all of them had the computers in there. They didn't have any of the systems that were really, I think, helpful in getting to that location.
Yes, because there are actually two components. The one you recognize, the actual navigation system for firefighters and engineers to get to the location, and then also the tracking of the resources that dispatch would do, and would also have significant benefit during large-scale deployments of brush fires, knowing where the companies are in different areas.
I know, Chief, that we discussed this, and I think it was mentioned by Pat McCosker earlier, or it was in his letter, actually, related to the fact that if 3 firefighters get to, Cal OSHA says you have to have 2 in, 2 out to respond to a fire. How will that, be impacted by what is being proposed in the budget thus far?
Well, I strongly recommend that in our reductions that we don't reduce the number of firefighters on a particular apparatus. Again, it will be a matter of closing individual companies as opposed to reducing the staffing on the apparatus. You mentioned the 2 in and 2 out. That's a safety recommendation of NFPA that before 2 firefighters can go in, there must be 2 firefighters outside in case they get trapped or hurt. And so because of that and several other reasons, I feel very strongly that we should not reduce the number of people on a company, but reduce the number of companies.
So you will be coming back as we're looking at what the 10% is and so forth on a variety of recommendations, including that. But that you had shared with me the other day and then was reiterated by Pat in his letter.
Okay. A couple things. First, to the CAO, there's a $181,000 in additional filming fees, which, we've been working very hard to reduce those fees to keep the industry here. Mr. Garcetti has a motion in about what are we going to do to get filming back in L.A. We lost a huge amount of it to New York the last few years. The city of New York just stopped giving their subsidies to filming. The state of New York is considering this week, the governor proposed it, we have a great opportunity to bring back hundreds of millions of dollars of filming that's gone out of L.A. and bring it back to L.A., but that's the wrong message to send. And I wonder if this is the time for a mere $181,000 we want to send that message. The message ought to be we're going to continue to do everything we can to bring that back. So I'd like you to, if you could report back to us on what the trade-off will be for that small amount of money, just the wrong image at this very moment in time, if it's worth it, because I think you just bring back a couple movies and a couple shoots. Ugly Betty alone would probably generate that kind of money to the city. And so I think it's an unwise move at this point in time that we make it, and it's a small amount of money. But as chairman of the Jobs Committee, this is counterproductive to what we've been trying to accomplish. So I'll let you look at that. To the mayor, the chief has said that your proposal is going to close 20 fire stations. Is that what you really intended, or was that just you did a global calculation and that's the bad result of it?
Not at all. Our intent is not to close down resources. In fact, our intent is to make the cost of our workforce cheaper so that we don't have to close down resources. And that's the intent as we go into these negotiations with our labor unions. And I would rather not speak to specifics related to those negotiations at this time.
Councilmember, just clarification, you had mentioned closing stations. The plan is not to close fire stations. Some stations have multiple companies, so if there is a closure, it would be in a station that has multiple companies. We would not close a fire station itself.
So you're talking about reducing a task force station to a light force station?
Possibly
not
that,
closing.
or reducing a task force station to an engine, depending on,
I think it's an important distinction because your staff had used the word brownouts in our staff meetings as something that the council had tried years ago, very unpopular. So we're not talking brownouts. We're not talking about closures. We're talking about reduction in force from larger stations to medium or smaller stations.
If there's a permanent reduction, my recommendation would be the closure, not a brownout.
Okay.
Which would still be a reduction in capabilities because...
obviously, yeah, I understand that. But for those listening public, for the news media, there's a big difference when you use the word closure or a reduction that we want to make it very clear. We're not going to close fire station number X, but reduce fire station X from 3 engines to 2 engines, which is less force in the field. Nonetheless, it's not a closure of stations or removing totally an asset out of a community.
That's correct. No closure of stations.
Very good. And then finally, on the Clawson protocols, and something I've talked about for years, actually not finally, I have one other one beside that, on the Clawson protocols, and I would like a report back on this. We, in this city, are probably, I don't know if we're the only city in America that dispatches for everything in the world. I mean, globally, there's nothing we don't dispatch an ambulance to. We send those folks out there, code 3, for just about, a broken toe. And I'm not being facetious there. We actually do that. So on BLS responses, and just the Clawson protocols, which were written back in the 80s, if my memory is correct, we need to really update that and determine if we need to continue to dispatch. The county doesn't do it. No other city that I know of does that. We need to reduce the amount of response on ambulances. That will reduce tremendously the cost factor, particularly as it deals with paperwork for the department and trying to follow up and getting payback on those dispatches. So I would like you, Chief, and the CAO to report back on reducing the Clawson protocols as to where they were prior to 1980, whenever we did that, and see if there can be reductions in cost factors that are significant, and I think there would be. And then finally, constant staffing, and we had this discussion the other day, and so I'm going to bring it up in public session. I believe, and I'd like a report back on this as well, on the constant staffing model that we look at, and this really goes maybe hand in hand in the mayor's proposal, is that on constant staffing, we model constant staffing to really reflect the need in every station. There are task force stations that don't need a task force 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are light force stations that could easily be in single engine companies that don't need to be staffed at that level. And I think as we look at the cost of overtime that's gone on in the city and how it's kind of spun out of control, that an easy cost factor control mechanism would be to find a way to model constant staffing to the real need of the department in every single firehouse. Not generally, but in every single firehouse. And I think if we did that, we could probably reduce a considerable amount of money from our overtime costs. So I'd like to see a report back on that.
And Councilman, just on that point, that's one of the reasons why the mayor's office sought to include the deployment software into the budget this year, because the state of the infrastructure, IT infrastructure with the fire department is not where it should be. They do not have the analytical capability that many other fire departments have to actually know the answer to what will be the response time or capability reduction of going from a task force to a light force. So it's a critical element to try to achieve the efficiencies that I think you're addressing.
I think that would help a lot, but I think the department knows which stations have what kind of call loads on what kind of hours of the day. They know that already, and so I think we can ask them that question. As far as specifically, the software is great for out of station. Where are they responses? That are tremendous efficiency. But as far as modeling goes, I think the department kind of knows this stuff already, And we've had this discussion before.
Actually, I think you may be confusing. There are two different things. One is the out-of-station automatic vehicle locator. The other is actually resource deployment software that takes all of the data, the calls, the resources, a variety of factors to determine the impact of reducing capability, increasing capability, just knowing where to deploy the resources in a more efficient manner.
When can you have that up and running?
Well, we have the money in the budget, and it would just be a matter of doing the RFP and getting that in.
The delay is costing us a lot of money. And
that's why we need to do it as quickly as possible.
yes, okay. I want to expedite this system because delay is costing us just way too much money for an archaic system. So,
If I could just make one comment, I just want to make sure the council is clear. Any change in constant staffing, just so we're all clear, that end result is fewer companies, and just as long as council is aware of that. It would be, whether you do it for 4 hours, you do it for 12 hours, or you do it permanently, the end result are fewer companies.
I don't argue that, and but there's a value to that, Chief, and that is if you've got 3 companies sitting in a station house that's not doing anything for an average of 2 or 3 times a day, maybe 2 calls a day, why do we have that? Why do we constant staff of that? There are engine companies downtown L.A. that have tremendous load requirements at evening hours, weekend hours, but during the day have virtually none. So why don't we tailor the dispatch needs to the physical requirements in the station houses? That would save money. I think that's what I'm saying, is that there's a way to build your station to need. In LAPD, there are times of the day in day watch when our field force is 1/3 less citywide than nighttime hours or weekend hours. And in certain divisions, it's even more so. So they do that effectively, and I don't say this often about LAPD, but they actually do something more efficient than you do, I think, and that is deployment of personnel. So I think constant staffing is built, and believe me, I asked for a constant staffing report for LAPD. I think there's a value to it, but it needs to be tailored to the real needs.
Okay.
Thank you, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of quick base questions and then some more specifics. How will the budget cuts impair your response time to emergencies? How much is due in cuts to first responders, and how much is related to cuts to dispatchers and 911 operators?
Okay, at this time, we don't plan to affect our dispatch center. The ideas that we have at this time, the options we're looking at this time, really affect the responders themselves. And so, for example, those stations I said that have multiple companies, they have multiple companies for a reason, because of the amount of call load in their district. Right. So if they have 2 companies and now they have 1, if that 1 company is on an incident and we get another call in that district, the second company is going to be coming from another district, which is going to delay the response time.
Yeah. I remember when we had the fire on the side of the hill there on Sepulveda that almost went up, and you guys did a fabulous job. Community raised $35,036 to show their support and all that. A decision was made to bring a lot of energy to that spot. And if that decision hadn't been made, and if we didn't have those helicopters working, we probably would have had a catastrophic situation. So I'm forever grateful. As we continue to get to the summer, and we've had the hot week last week, the fear that many of my constituents have who live in the hillsides and live in the canyons and live in the edges is their safety. As we go forward with this budget process, and you sometimes have to collectively bring things together, you have to bring in other resources, I don't want to lose sight of that core mission. So as we go through the budget cuts, how do we feel about those kinds of missions as we go into the summer months?
You bring up a very important point that I didn't mention. I think it's really important that I do mention is, in addition to the reducing the number of companies, we use those second companies to pre-deploy. We have major incidents, particularly brush fires, flooding, and that type. Yeah. It's going to reduce our ability to do that because there are fewer companies that we have to use, as well as covering for training. We have certain training that are mandated by the state. We cover the companies that are at that training by using these additional companies. So it's going to impact, again, our pre-deployment for emergencies, particularly brush fires, as well as covering for the mandated training that we have.
I mean, God forbid, we saw the San Diego issues in the past of not investing going forward and the catastrophic events that happened. So I'm going to just kind of ask you that as we go through this budget process, you more than anybody else has to keep us aware of those kinds of issues.
Certainly. Well, like I said, 20 companies is significant, and it will have a significant impact.
Okay. Has the responsibility for inspection and maintenance of fire hydrants been fully shifted to the Department of Water and Power where appropriate?
Well, it was discussed in committee. I believe it came to full council to have Department of Water and Power pay for our testing of the hydrants. We test fire hydrants, all the fire hydrants in the city every year in February, and $1.5 million was determined to be the cost of our doing those tests. And so the money will be transferred, my understanding in the current budget, the money will be transferred over to the fire department to cover the cost of testing those hydrants.
Very good. And I just want a comfort level on this. Can you explain the field data capture system that will be replacing the 22 resolution authorization for ambulance billing in January of 2010? How does this affect the department's ability to follow through and increase its collection rates?
I kind of spoke to that earlier. Currently, we have hard copies where the paramedics and the firefighters fill out manually. They have it reviewed by several levels as it goes through our system. It finally gets to our billing unit. Many times the reports get lost. Many times they get there very delayed, and there's some collection issues that come into effect when they get there too late. And so this is going to basically replace that with an automated system where the firefighters will be able to do it with a computer. It will be, when they get back to the station, it will be automatically forwarded to the billing unit. It won't get lost in the system. It will be a lot quicker, and we'll be a lot more efficient.
And that efficiency, though, we have $100 million right now, plus, of unpaid thing. We can't really expect a lot of payment on some of these Medicare and Medicaid and other strategies. People need to know that you just can't get a full cost recovery on that stuff. Is that right?
That's correct. There are certain types of charges that are totally unbillable. As you mentioned, Medicare, Medi-Cal have a maximum they'll pay. If we charge above that, we cannot collect. We cannot send it to collections. They cannot be collectible. There's also a income level. If it's below a certain income level, we cannot bill.
Yeah.
And so there's certain bills that we just are uncollectible. We cannot collect them.
And my hope is when you go back to Washington in your senior position there, that the new administration will appreciate that we need to fund Medicare and Medicaid more appropriately so that we don't get this shortfall all the time on mandates.
I'll make sure to tell the president that. Thank
Tell
you.
him that, would you?
Just one thing, council member, is that in addition to you referenced collections, which I think is an important but almost a separate issue about how the city's been going about its collections. But the advantages of the ambulance billing system are actually twofold. The first is the technical aspect of it, which will have these automated pads that the firefighters can input the information, so there's less chance of error, which is a major problem in how interpreting somebody's handwriting, etc.
Right.
That will enable bills to get to people who otherwise wouldn't have received any bills, whether it's collectible or not, and that is because we'll expect increased collections because of that. In addition, the company that I believe the negotiations are going on with, which has done this system in other places, they have the expertise to know all of the insurance codes, the Medicare CPT codes that we may not be attuned to, and because of that, the chances of collecting additional revenue from the insurance companies is likely to increase.
Right. But I appreciate you going back there and stirring up a little bit for us, will you? Okay. Are building inspectors in the fire department sworn positions?
Yes, they are.
Building and safety's here in the room, and they're pretty much a revenue generator around here. How is their function and skills different from the civilian inspectors of building and safeties? In other words, could we put civilians in those sworn positions?
We do have some civilian fire protection engineers in our construction services unit. They have a very good expertise on building codes and building construction, and I think their value is very much needed in that area. And the day-to-day inspection of individual occupancies, because of the focus on fire safety, not only for the occupants of the building, but also the firefighters that respond, I think it's very important they have a background to understand what to look for, what are the priorities in doing those inspections.
Sure. But saying that, how many are sworn positions, how many are civilian within that building and safety?
Sworn is somewhere in the neighborhood of 160 inspectors throughout the city, and civilians is probably about 4 or 5.
I see. Is there a possibility to cross-pollinate that and get more civilians, and are civilians cheaper, by training and so on?
Civilians are cheaper. There is, obviously the possibility of cross-training and as you mentioned, and that's something that could be done.
Okay, could you look into that? Because I'd like to look into the number of folks in that and maybe do a little more shift, put some firefighters back on the line, so to speak, and put civilians into those positions. And if that required us to unfreeze a position because it would be cheaper, similar to what we're saying about the police, let's get that all on the table and deal with it. I'd be most grateful if we could take a look at it.
And Councilmember, one thing that's important about the inspection is that the fire department, unlike other public safety agencies, actually generates revenue that funds almost 20% of the fire department, the ambulance billing, and the inspections. In this proposed budget by the mayor, we are seeking full cost recovery and some more of the inspections that the fire department does, in particular the industrial buildings throughout the city.
Great, and I appreciate that, and I very much feel that the ability to train a civilian into that sworn position job, again, is kind of a no-brainer as long as we have enough cross-play and enough constant training. What is it, still about 70 cents on the dollar between a sworn and this, like it is with police? What are the cost differences between the 4 or 5 civilians versus the 100 and whatever sworn? Do we know?
The average salary for a sworn member is about $101,000. The average salary for a civilian member would be about $70,000.
Oh, that's a good 30,000 that we could look at. So if we could up the numbers on one end and down the numbers on the other, or at least have a strategy over a period of a couple of years where we could do more of that, I'd be most grateful. And my last question is, in continuing funding for 7 sworn and recruit training program, the mayor's budget provides academy classes are reduced from 5 to 3 classes of 50 recruits each. That's 150 instead of the 250 new recruits. One of the 2 drill towers is to be closed temporarily, as I gather, and 20 recruit positions are reduced with the redeployment back to the field. Questions are, where are these vacancies in the field to fill these redeployment? Are these reductions permanent or temporary? And how will this impact fire's mission to preserve life and property?
As far as the mission, our attrition rate has slowed. We can afford to do this for a year and not have a significant impact, so that's why we can manage that. As far as where they're going, we have approximately 80 vacancies in the fire department, but they're in different ranks. And so, for example, there are no captain vacancies right now. Those captains will go into what we call a pool, and when there's a person on vacation or holiday, they'll fill those spots until the attrition rate, until people retire, to where those spots will be filled. As far as whether it's permanent or temporary, it's going to be dependent on future budgets and whether there's ability to continue to hire or not. I think it's important that we at least continue to hire at some level, but whether it's 2 drill towers or 1, it's going to be dependent on the budgets and our vacancy rate.
Very cool. Can you explain the reimbursement process for mutual aid responses and what kind of budgetary and cash flow issues we face in getting reimbursements from other agencies? There is a tremendous collective sensing these days that I applaud, and I think LA City and County and all these other groups have done a lot, especially being earthquake prone over the years, become a model for others. But are there some issues we need to work on in reimbursement?
Well, the biggest thing is when we have these major incidents, particularly when they're in federal lands like the forest and that type of thing, there are reimbursements that come into play. We sent people down to Katrina. We sent people down to the flooding down in Texas as well. And so we are part of a national response, not only just locally but nationally and within the region. When those things occur, we get our finance people out to start figuring out the cost of our portion of it. They figure that out and they submit it either to the state or the feds. And then there is reimbursement. The reimbursement does not come quickly. Right. They're short-staffed at the state, they're short-staffed feds, and so it's really dependent on how soon they turn it around. Typically, it's 6 months or more, so it just depends. For example, if it happens toward the end of our fiscal year, we may not get reimbursed till the next fiscal year. So the biggest challenge for us is, number 1, the length of time to get reimbursed, but number 2, the reimbursement goes into the general fund. So we've paid overtime out of our salary accounts, but when the money comes back, it goes to the general fund, which makes it very difficult to balance our budget.
That's not fair.
I agree.
Okay. All right, let me do an ITA dance here again, and I bring it to everybody in this particular moment. Can you explain the functions of the fire department's technology support program and how that differs from the services provided by ITA, and how many folks do you have engaged in that end of the job?
A number? Say, work for Ms. Matera. I'll let her talk about the numbers and those things.
Councilman Matera, that's a very good question. The number right now, approximately in terms of our MIS, which is our Management Information System staff, hovers around 45 authorized positions. large percentage of which are resolution authorities, that we've been able to acquire over the last several years with the support of the CAO and the Council to help us to keep up with our needs. I think one of the key differences that in understanding the ITA issues and what the fire department does is analogous to kind of the way we do budget. It's what we do internally in fire department is we maintain our critical fire department systems that support or that tie into ITA systems where they deal with more the general broad enterprise-based systems. And we have very specific ones, specifically our CAD dispatch, our network staffing, and some of our real critical areas. And the way I draw the analogy to the budget is the CAO does a great job putting together the budget for the entire city, but when it comes to the internal functions, it's our internal budget staff that actually develops the fire department budget. So there's the difference between what ITA does as a general for the entire city versus what the fire department does specifically to focus on the fire department sole function, which is providing public safety service.
You know, that's fair enough, but are there ways in which you can consolidate and streamline some of these functions and see if there's ways in which we can do that kind of cooperative effort so that we don't have a redundancy where we might not need one?
Absolutely. Our Director of Systems meets very frequently with ITA and with the general manager and her staff on those systems and identifying those areas where ITA could actually serve our needs better.
Oh, good.
And so we have a very good working relationship with ITA, and they do support us. And so what they do is we help each other out, because when it comes to, especially a CAD, the dispatch, we only have 2 people really truly assigned to who really understand the CAD. Both of those individuals have 35 years experience with the city, and which creates a very big vulnerability for us when the time comes for them to retire. So we really do rely on a partnership between us and them. So what we're trying to do is go through everything that we can where we see a redundancy or we see a duplication of effort that ITA might be able to take over for us versus what we can keep in-house, and so we want to make sure that we have a good partnership with them to help us.
Yeah, and that's music to my ears. And if I could have a report back showing me exactly how that partnership is functioning, because when ITA comes before us, and they've been cut too, I want to look at ways in which we can consolidate those functions where it makes sense. And where it doesn't make sense, I also want to know that clearly. So we're making every effort to reach out in consolidation, coordination, and, you know, all that good stuff.
We'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, have we done an analysis as to how much money the fire department would save if it hired retired firefighters to staff the dispatch centers for 4 hours a day and thus eliminating overtime for the current staffing?
I'm not aware of an analysis done to hire back retired. No, I'm not aware of that being done before.
Has that been an issue that's been discussed as a cost-saving measure? Or
not hiring back retired. I don't know all the implications from an employee relations standpoint would be, but no, I haven't. It has not been discussed by me or to me.
Okay. The fire department's letter requests funding for the Human Relations Advocate and additional sworn positions for the Professional Standards Division. First, how is the Professional Standards Division doing? And secondly, how would this request impact that operation?
Professional standards, as you know, started January 1st of last year. And there were some immediate challenges because in January of last year, they came out with the new Firefighter Bill of Rights. So they're trying to get off the ground, but there's changes to the rights of firefighters. So very challenging, but they've got it together. We've trained all the officers on the fire department on the new procedures, both the Firefighter Bill of Rights procedures, new procedures that the Personal Standards Division has implemented. And so, good start. Again, because of those changes, there are some people who got the beginning of the training may not have gotten all the things that the people at the end. So we're going back now to retrain and bring everybody up to speed on the most recent, changes to that. So it's gone very well, but the workload has been something that's been a problem. And as you know, we went through the council process. It was stated by the developers of the personnel department, we have about 100 cases. Well, I was concerned then, and it proved to be true. We are currently over 500 cases we had last year, and that's because they took over the EMS complaints. We have an automated system now to make complaints, which is making a complaint make it easier primarily. And so the workload has been major. We had to detail 3 captains back there just to handle the workload, and really it's still being a problem. So these 3 that are in the budget will just replace those 3 that we've already had detailed the whole year, which we've been paying overtime. The whole issue about overtime comes up. We've been paying them overtime to be able to, behind them, to be able to come up and help handle the workload. So it's been a very difficult part of it. As far as the human relations advocate, every quarter we bring all our members down to our training facility to have training. Usually it's operational training, and the other half is leadership and human relations. It has gone very well. It's been very well received by the surveys we get back at the end of the class. But the person that was doing it was a part-time employee whose contract runs out, I believe, this month. And so we're asking to have that position put back in so we can continue this quarterly human relations training of all our people.
And how important is that position to the success of the new division and achieving its goal?
Absolutely. The fact that it is being well received, the concepts are being received well, it's lessening many of the work environment issues that have plagued us in the past.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're still not perfect. There's still issues happening, but the reduction has been dramatic. And so it's very important that we continue the progress we've made.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Councilmember, one of the reasons you've seen an increase in the number of complaints is not necessarily that there's been misconduct that is commensurate with that, but because of the automation that's been in place through the complaint tracking system, it is much easier for members or others to submit complaints to be heard by the Professional Standards Bureau. And having been in the field and talking to a lot of the firefighters, they're very happy about that system of the direct contact. The positions that are in the budget, I think it's important to note, are important as part of the next phase for the Professional Standards Division, now that we hope to get the independent assessor online since it was approved by the voters in the last election. They are necessary to continue those investigations. The cost for those positions, however, are going to be offset by some inspector cuts that the chief offered, so it would be somewhat cost neutral. In addition, the EMS captains are actually an important component to that. Even though they're not in the Professional Standards Division, the EMS captains perform the first initial investigation of any complaints by the public about paramedic or EMS services. And that's why it's important, the mayor believed, to restore at least 9 of those positions, because they are the frontline investigators in those cases.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like it's gone off to a good start, and we've got to remember, like you said, it's not only, we've kind of funneled where the complaints could go to, not only internally, but from the public, and so we're seeing that result, and we're better managing that. But the other component, which you inferred to, Chief, is the training and the education necessary so that we lessen the number of complaints, and that's what the human relations specialist gets to, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's just as important. And overall, we hope to see much less, it's really a cost saving, what we're seeing here for the implementation of this new division, so thank you for that. And finally, the department estimates that of its revenues, its revenues is about $8 million less than what the proposed budget estimates. Can you explain that?
I'm not sure exactly what you're pointing to. I want to make sure.
From all your revenues, from the revenues that are anticipated, you mentioned somewhere, and I don't have where it was mentioned. I might need to look it up.
Additional revenues that we anticipate this year?
I need the mayor's office to speak to that.
Okay. From working with the fire department, we were looking at every opportunity to get full cost recovery for work that's already being done, and those included industrial building inspections, brush inspections, brush violations, things of that nature. And we anticipate getting revenue only for a period of 6 months because of the time necessary to get the ordinance and have it passed by council. So we took very conservative estimates of the revenue. It is not as economically dependent as, for example, sales tax and other revenue, because there's a fixed number of industrial buildings out there. There are a fixed number of homes with a brush inspection fee. So the CAO and the fire department met and came up with revenue projections. In addition, there is some additional revenue that we anticipate once the ambulance billing system is in place, for the reasons I mentioned before in terms of accurate information, additional insurance billing opportunities, and those types of things. So we were really looking to increase the cost recovery of the fire department for services provided to the public that are reimbursable from insurance companies or providing a service such as an industrial building inspection. The council did approve earlier this year a high-rise residential fee. So similar to that, we're looking at that for industrial inspections as well.
But there is no difference or difference of opinion in terms of what it's projecting the mayor's budget to be the revenues for the fire department, where the fire department agrees with the mayor's numbers in terms of the projected revenues. Is that accurate?
I'll let them speak to that.
I think what our significant challenge is, and it's unlike not like any it is like all the other city departments, is the staffing levels. Is that, and the mayor's office, we've discussed this with them, and is that our concern is that the same folks that are responsible for looking at options of treatment without transport, who are out there getting the mutual aid monies back into the system, who are out there processing the billing, who are putting the ordinances together to increase fees, I have 4 people, and they're the same 4 people that we use over and over again. So the reality is that as much as we believe that we want to support the city and the mayor's effort to move these fees forward, is that I have significant staffing issues that most other city departments have. And so we understand that. And so our plan is to come back with the best approach that we can and report back in the monthly financial status reports. But with hiring freezes and everything else is going to be a challenge for us.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's where the unfreezes of existing positions will become a major factor. And it actually won't, it's something we'd like to look at prior to the budget going into place on July 1st, because this is all work that can be done beginning today, so we can get the ordinances in place, because the sooner we get the ordinances in place, the sooner we can get the revenue.
Yeah, thank you.
Just two quick questions. Georgia, I know there's $160,000 in contractual services for the ambulance billing above and beyond, same as budgeted last year, but we're only going to do 6 months. Will you keep us informed, because it would be great if we are finished by January not to have to use the remainder of those funds?
Some of that we will be forced to use just because the new contractor will come on board, and although they'll come on board, they're going to start from that point forward. There's going to be old bills and old invoices that we're going to still need to process that we probably still need some money for, but we would absolutely, if we think that we're going to be trending downward, that we would be glad to report on that, and we'll let you know.
Okay. And then red flag days, will anything be implemented impacted by what you're doing?
The only impact, well, no, so I shouldn't say the only, that kind of minimizes it. But the impact, as I stated earlier, would be on red flag days, we pre-deploy. We take engine companies and move them out into brush areas, near the brush areas, so if there is a fire, they're closer, they can get there more quickly.
Right.
With the reduction of the number of engine companies that we have, there'll be fewer companies we can pre-deploy. And that's going to be the impact. So I don't want to say only. It is a major issue, but it will impact our ability to pre-deploy.
Thank you.
On that point, haven't you also reduced the reserve fleet? I think there was a problem with the fleet, and that's going to get reduced too, so those number of reserve engines that are sitting over at Station 88 and other places aren't going to be there to...
Absolutely. We don't have enough as it is. We have many times, we have a major incident. We have more people than we have apparatus. We have people that we could activate, but we have no reserve rigs to put them in. Recently, we were asked to look at doing a fleet reduction, and so some of our older apparatus and individual non-emergency vehicles, we offered up as part of the fleet reduction. So it's impacting us in a lot of different ways.
Okay, so part of the replacement fleet this year, maybe we should, instead of selling off those vehicles or giving them away, just hold them in reserve also. And I know they're going to be not as nice looking, but...
Well, that would be nice, but again, we have, competing controller's office asks us to reduce, and so we're kind of caught in the catch-22.
But why, I mean, we sell most of those for $1, so why pull them out of the fleet, sell them off for $1 when they could easily be sitting out there? There's no advantage there's no advantage to surplusing them out at this point in time. Keep them for an extra year or two in that reserve fleet that we only may use once or twice a year.
Right, I agree. One other point, if I could, before Mr. Alarcon, the MICLA account for the fire department has been reduced by $7 million, which is also going to impact our replacement cycle, replace the number of reserve rigs we have. That's going to impact us as well.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that you bring up an excellent point, Councilmember, because I was at the supply and maintenance facility on Friday. The reserve rigs are not necessarily waiting for a major incident. They're actually used on a daily basis when other rigs have to come in to be serviced, so we have that service. So there really isn't much of a margin for reserve engines to take. And the one issue, though, that if you do maintain the rigs longer is the equipment, I believe, is usually transferred. The hoses and the machinery are transferred to the new rigs, so there would be a cost associated with maintenance.
Well, yeah, but there is a reserve fleet out at Station 88 that sits there, and that's the fleet I'm talking about. Just instead of getting rid of those and stripping them, maybe we should keep them a little bit longer as well. Because there's no advantage in taking those out of our possession.
I think it's an excellent point.
Okay. And on the second one, I've forgotten about this, but my understanding was that we had an agreement with the Los Angeles Unified School District on the construction of their bond school program for 2 inspectors for all those, and they've now reneged on that agreement. Is that true?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. They reneged a while back. Basically, it was more of a, I don't want to, basically I can say it was kind of a handshake type agreement with the understanding that the funding would come. Prior to making fire chief, I was in the Fire Prevention Bureau and met with them on several occasions trying to get them to start funding those positions. They never did fund those positions. And basically we've been paying it out of our own accounts with, and so that's kind of what transpired in that situation.
The mayor's office is actually going to be engaging in talks with the school district about that issue.
Okay.
We certainly don't want to take money, especially at this point, that could be given to children in the schools.
But
However, the bond money that is available specifically for construction, we believe that can also be used to pay for these essential, without the fire inspectors going in and being there sometimes for months or weeks and months at a time, they can't build a facility in a safe manner. So we are looking at that as potential revenue sources.
Yeah, I think we need to remind them, one, they made an agreement. Secondly, this is not taking anything out of the classroom. It's classrooms that aren't built yet, and that was what the bond money was supposed to be for. So I think you ought to remind that. And then secondly, when you have that discussion, remind them of a report we did 3 years ago that we subsidize LA Unified to the tune of about $45 million a year in other programs we don't charge them for. And we've been very nice to them, so I think they ought to just honor their one agreement with us, if you would. And then for Mr. Rosendahl, just your comments about the problem with getting reimbursed for mutual aid. I actually have a motion on that we brought in a couple weeks ago, so we will be addressing that. And I totally agree with you that it's wrong for police and fire to send personnel to do their job, then we get reimbursed and they don't get the money back, and instead the newspaper slam them from their overtime accounts. There needs to be a recognition, and it's just an internal bookkeeping thing, or give the money back, one or the other. But if you're going to take away their money, you're really making them pay overtime and not giving them the money for that. It's not budgeted. We don't have a reserve in our budget for overtime, for mutual aid. We just take the money and put it in our general fund. So if you're going to do anything, do an internal accounting and flip it so they never see that problem. Give them a credit back to their account, or just give them the money back, one or the other. But that's the only way you can keep police and fire within a lot of their overtime things, particularly when we have bad years like last year. We had 2 huge fires in the city and the worst train disaster in history here. So we can't expect them to do that work on all those overtime expenditures and just take the money from them and then not criticize them. It's not fair. So I do have a motion on that. I just want you to know that. So thank you.
And I support that if we also add to it that when they go over their budget at the end of the year, they go and pass the hat.
I should say, though, Councilmember, just because this is probably the last budget hearing I'll be at, the fire department and the police department, I think it hasn't been noted, this is the first time that most people can remember that they actually stayed within their budget. They have not come back to the council to ask for additional funds. They have managed what was given by the council on overtime and other things. In fact, the fire department absorbed a $3.8 million settlement and found funding for the 18 EMS captains. I think hopefully they will continue that good work in the future.
Well, we'll see at the final report how much they absorbed. But we'll send you a letter wherever you are.
All right, thank you.
Let me just ask one other question. Where are you on your construction plan?
You mean the new fire station?
Yes.
I believe we have 2 stations left to open up out of the 20 that were scheduled. We have one also, I'm taking me to go back a little bit, because of the savings of basically building stations within budget, sometimes under budget, we have enough to build probably one more additional station that was not planned, and that is still just trying to develop, where it might be, how much the cost would be, so that's very early on in the process.
Would that be a additional station or a rebuilt station?
It would actually be a rebuilt station. What we did is we added a fire station 7 in the valley a couple of years ago, and they were running out of fire station 39. Engine 7 was actually running out of 39s. When we built the brand new 81s, we moved them to old 81's fire station. So it was actually put in place 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, let me ask, on the number of positions you currently have in the construction unit 5, with the 2 stations left and maybe a third one, how much longer will you need those other 5 bodies?
Well, there's a couple of things. As far as the new construction, there'll be, again, with with 82s is still kind of delayed because of some issues regarding locations. New 7s is going to be a year or two. But in addition to handling the new stations, they deal with every repair to the current stations as well. I believe the money runs out for the battalion chief in that construction services May or June of next year, and we're going to be looking to try to get that extended because those 2 stations still going to be built. Plus, again, the day-to-day repairs all go through that office, and the current plan reduces them down to something like a management analyst or something, one person, and it's not one person just can't handle it. We have 100.
Was this unit created as a part of the construction plan, or was this unit already in place before the construction plan came about?
Well, part of them are the ones that were already there. Is that correct, Georgia? And then part of them were from the
So
construction
it was expanded once
Correct.
the plan?
That's correct.
So what I'd like to find out is, as we gear down to 3 stations, do we have a point in time that they go back to where they were and we save money, or are we saying that we should have 5 forever?
Well, just so you know, we reduced it down already. It used to be an assistant chief there. I believe there was another captain or 1 or 2 other positions that have already been removed.
Okay. But it's larger than it was before the construction plan.
Actually,
Go ahead, George. Go ahead.
Councilmember, I think what might be talking about 2 different
Okay.
things. The inspectors that are in the budget, the 5 continuing, are actually the inspectors that conduct the new construction inspection that are part of the Fire Prevention Bureau. The Fire Facilities Group, which is run by a battalion chief and has a management analyst too, only has 2 people in that group, and they did have increased staffing when Prop F and Prop Q were fully were running full bore. And as those bond programs have died down, the resolution authorities have actually gone away.
back.
So what will be left really is actually authority for 1 battalion chief and a management analyst that will run and maintain all 112 facilities throughout the city.
Then I misread my question. The issue of the new construction is going down significantly about the unit of the 5 inspectors.
Okay.
Are they fully involved if the construction throughout the city is dropping?
Matter of fact, I talked to the fire marshal this morning about that very point, about how construction is. With the projects that are already in the pipeline, they're still going to be busy. We're looking to redeploy them in other parts of the Fire Prevention Bureau where needed. The ones that, as construction continues to go down, redeploying those members to other parts of the Fire Prevention Bureau where they're needed. For example, public assemblage, we have all these events. We're looking to use one of those Captain 2s to kind of help with the public assemblage unit.
If we could ask for a report back on that issue somewhere around mid-fiscal year to evaluate where we are with citywide construction and what the impact is on that unit, I would appreciate it. And then, Chief, there's a couple of things we mentioned earlier before you came, is that we've asked the CAO and the CLA to get with each department to look at a liability reduction plan for each department, but specifically we have 7 departments that basically account to about 90% of the city's liability. Also, we asked them to get with each department on their 10% cut, where they need almost immediately the number of positions, the authorities. Later, we'd come back and ask you for how you deploy the rest of the department once we identify those positions. And then finally, they also been asked to get with departments and CAO and CLA and the mayor's office to look at how the scenarios of whether we move forward on furloughs, layoffs, salary, how that impacts and what the real life timelines are. So those are 3 things that the CAO and CLA has been given direction to work with the department.
Very good.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Can I ask for a report back on the possibility of having retired firefighter staff the dispatch center for 4 hours a day, and the report, if it could include any training needed for the retired officers and list of necessary charter changes or other changes that might be necessary, and any cost savings associated with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Just give me a comfort level, Chief, on the toolbox to deal with potential issues of discrimination, harassment. We fork out a lot too much money on dog food and things like that. going forward. Are you comfortable that we have those policies in place now?
Well, yes, I am. We've implemented several things that are addressing that. I mentioned the human relations advocate who's been doing the training. As I said, I'm getting very positive responses back from that. I'm very pleased, but I have to say, somewhat surprised how well it's being received. We also have developed a leadership academy for our officers, teaching them about leadership and how to, number one, how to recognize these situations, then how to address them as well. I think that's gone a long way. And the last part is PSD. We have them not just as the disciplinarian, but they also go out and do training about trends that we found in the department, how they could have been avoided, and things like that. So we're well on our way of doing a lot better job on dealing with those kind of issues.
If I could get sort of a discrete report back on some of those issues. I've heard murmurs of gay and lesbian issues. I don't know if there are any in that area there.
I'll check on that.
Just do a quick look and get back with us.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief. We're going to take about 30 minutes and come back and continue on the schedule.
In LA this week, travelers can expect tighter security at LAX and other U.S. airports. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. LA Update is the nation's first daily newscast on a municipal station. Hello, I'm Ellen Chang with your LA Update. Here's what's making news in the city on this Friday.
Last month, the city's Animal Cruelty Task Force seized 17 fighting dogs.
Talk shows that talk the talk.
Welcome to LA Roundtable. Welcome to Council Week in Review.
I'm Mary Grady for the Los Angeles Police Department.
Hi, I'm Brett Pomerantz, and welcome to the Neighborhood Cafe.
With over a dozen original series programs for city departments.
Luckily, they diffused it. There were something like 25 squad cars there.
Award-winning PSAs.
Pull to the right! Save it, buddy. The ball call.
The average car weighs 6,000 pounds. The average bicycle with rider weighs 170 pounds, give or take a few. And if the two collide, both splatter.
Live gavel-to-gavel city council meetings and commission coverage.
Now it's time for general public comment. All these are items that are not formally on our agenda. Recognizing that cargo theft has been a crime that would impact the free flow of commerce within the Port of Los Angeles.
Thought-provoking, historical, and cultural programming.
The Los Angeles Basin was the most prolific agricultural area within America.
When William first arrived and saw the dry, dusty little town, population 9,000, he was not impressed.
Live events as they're happening, seen only on LA City View Channel 35. And the rockets
You can see the dignitaries are arriving from 43 countries. We see the Secretary of State, Warren Christopher.
Innovative and cutting edge.
Welcome to your LAFD in action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to CityWorks.
The EAD is also making it possible for agencies such as the park rangers and others to purchase bicycles to use in some patrol operations.
My name is Jeanette Bolden. I am the women's head track and field coach at UCLA.
Shows with impact that will affect your life.
Hanging with the homies, slinging drugs, doing time.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Welcome to Council Week in Review. I'm Jack Popejoy. For a third week in a row, your Los Angeles City Council had before it a Department of Water and Power proposal designed to promote water conservation in Los Angeles. Item 10 would implement Phase 3 of the Water Conservation Plan, explaining we need to be straight with the public about the water crisis we're in. District 15 Councilmember Janice Hahn calls on David Nahai, General Manager of the Department of Water and Power, for the details of Phase 3.
I think it's a pretty big deal that we're implementing Phase 3 of our water conservation effort, and I think it would be an opportunity, at least for the public, to understand what Phase 3 is. So if you could hold my time, and Mr. Nahai, would you just explain to us and to the public exactly what we're doing here with the implementation of Phase 3?
Phase 3 arises out of the Water Conservation Ordinance that was approved by this council last June, and entered into law in August of 2008. What the Water Conservation Ordinance does is provides for a number of phases, depending on the level of water shortage. The Phase 1 is already in effect, and Phase 1 contains 14 prohibited uses, which have been, I think, well publicized. I'm happy to talk.
I don't think they've been well publicized, so why don't you tell us again what Phase 1 14 prohibitions are?
Okay. I won't be able to recite all 14 of them, but they're mostly prohibitions on what would consider to be
So you don't know what all 14 are off the top of your head?
I can see if I have it here in my materials, but I can tell you generally what they are.
Okay.
There are
Well,
things
I think
such
that's my point. If you're having a hard time knowing what they are, the general public probably definitely doesn't know what they are.
Well, no, I'm just was saying off the top of my head, but let me read them off to you. Okay. Water leaks cannot go unattended. No outdoor irrigation between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. No outdoor irrigation that results in excess water flow leaving the property. No outdoor irrigation during rain events. No outdoor irrigation with standard sprinklers for more than 10 minutes per station. No outdoor irrigation with rotating sprinklers for more than 15 minutes per station. No large landscape irrigation systems without automatic shut-off rain sensors. No watering of hard surfaces, sidewalks and driveways. With decorative fountains have to have a recirculating system. No installation of single-pass cooling systems in new buildings. No installation of non-circulating systems in new commercial laundry facilities. No car washing with a hose unless an automatic shut-off device is attached. No water served to customers in eating establishments unless requested. Hotels and motels must offer guests the option of no daily towel and linen service. And no installation of non-circulating systems in new conveyor car washes. So those are the existing prohibitions.
Those are phase one. And how long have we been in phase one?
As I say, the water ordinance was enacted, entered into law last August. Yeah.
Inquiring about conservation beyond Phase 3, District 3 Councilmember Dennis Zine asks about penalties and restrictions for those who choose to ignore the conservation ordinance.
Restrictive water use. You mentioned Phase 3. When you get to Phase 4 and Phase 5 and Phase 6, people don't have to worry about their landscaping because you can't water your landscaping anymore. So they're concerned about landscaping now. When it gets to Phase when it gets to Phase 4, no filling of residential swimming pools and spas with potable water. And then Phase 5, no landscaping, so you can't water your lawn, you can't water your rose bush, you can't water anything outside?
Well, our hope is that by invoking Phase 3 at this point, together with the shortage year rates, together with the outreach campaign and the education of the public, that we won't have to get there. But if the water situation worsens to such an extent that we have to invoke those additional phases, then we'll have to sit down and talk about it. But we're not there now.
I understand that. I'm just talking about additional phases. And then the other question is, those abusers, people who don't care, who say, I'll pay for the additional water because I can afford it, is there any type of restriction that can be imposed upon individuals that don't want to reduce 15%, that want to increase it 15%? In addition to the financial consideration, which doesn't create more water, is there any type of restriction that can be imposed where the allocation of water to that particular location can be restricted?
Yeah, there is, but it goes up, in order to be absolutely fair to the citizenry, it goes up in grades. In other words, first violation under the Water Conservation Ordinance is only a warning. Second violation on the city side is a fine. Third is a greater fine. Fourth is a greater fine. At the fifth level, with somebody who's truly recalcitrant and will not change their ways, there is the ability under the ordinance, as approved by this council, to actually install a flow restrictor at the property. Again, what we're finding is that of the 2,800 citations, only 50 of them had to go to a second level.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There are those individuals, and I'm not saying there's a lot of them, there are those individuals that say, I don't care, I'm going to pay for it, and as much as I need, that I'm going to pay. Right. It's not the majority, but clearly there has to be something for those that flaunt it, that water 7 days a week that just don't care. I mean, that's the concern I have. Most people, I think, will comply, but those that don't, ultimately, there's a restriction, so we say a governor on the inlet that will restrict the flow of water, and maybe that'll get their attention.
There is. Ultimately, this ordinance gives the rest of us the right to restrict water flow to that particular individual.
And with that, let's go ahead. We have the proposal before us. So, colleagues, this is the vote on the substance of the matter. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you.
So, the new water rules go into effect on June 1st, when automatic lawn sprinklers can only be used on Mondays and Thursdays before 9 a.m. and after 4 p.m. If you water any time between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., you could be fined. And for more information on mandatory water conservation in Los Angeles, just dial 311, your one call to City Hall. Item 11 on Wednesday, April 22nd, was an Information Technology and General Services Committee report concerning the renaming of the new Police Administration Building to Parker Center. Chair of the committee, District 6 Councilmember Tony Cardenas, contends there's a need to have a process in place for the denaming of the building and has questions for staff.
I think it's unfortunate that many people in the public don't understand that there is processes that we tend to follow in the city of Los Angeles when it comes to building buildings, naming buildings, etc., but it doesn't seem like we actually have a process of denaming a facility. And I think that there's a twofold issue staring us in the face right now. And if we're going to be honest with ourselves and want to talk about proactively naming a building that, technically speaking, already has a prospective name on it, we should be honest about having a process of denaming. When Parker Center got named the first time, they didn't name it overnight. It was a couple of years or so in the process to do so. First, I'd like to do is ask Chief Gary Moore, our Chief Engineer, Gary Moore, to come up and speak. Can one of the sergeants get Gary Moore? In the meantime, what I'll do is I'll ask the President of the Board of Police Commissioners. I want to ask you some questions, Mr. Pacheco, about your letter that you sent over to, it looks like, all the council members and the mayor. Thank you very much for your letter, and I want to thank you for your wonderful work that you do, especially since it's volunteer, tens and tens of hours a week. I don't know how you do it, but thank you very much for that, and I appreciate your correspondence. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your second paragraph that this is why, consistent with past practice, I placed this matter on our agenda for discussion, and I'm sharing the Commission's views with you. Whose past practice are you referring to?
There were instances, Council Officer Cardenas, where the City Council had, I understand, solicited the Commission's input relative to the naming of two different facilities.
Now, are these facilities that are brand new, or these facilities that were renamed after already having a name?
I think one was, well, both names were newly attached, of course, and I believe both may have been sort of remodeled, rebuilt. So I think those were the circumstances.
And they had previous names on them, on that particular segment of that facility?
I believe they were just divisions.
Yeah, they weren't whole buildings, my understanding, the reference that you give.
I think that's right. But really, my point was really even more basic than that, though. My point was really that we had our input was solicited in our role on the Commission as we work with law enforcement, and we used the hearings really to get the input of two very important parties. One, the department, and we got that, and also the community. And so that's, we solicited the types of things that you've just heard in your public comment. So the whole point, again, was really just to give the issue some visibility and to get input as to the naming. We fully understand that the naming authority vests in City Council. That's really not the issue that we had or that I had.
Well, I appreciate you understanding that perspective and volunteering your understanding of that perspective, but at the same time, with all due respect, I believe that it's easier for Americans to get off the couch, come to a public hearing like this, and I'm thank God that they do come and participate. This is a democracy, but it's a lot easier for people to come to that microphone, fill out a card, and say something that they don't like, rather than getting up off their couch, getting in their car, coming over here, or what have you, and then saying something that they do like.
Speaking on the importance of legacy, former police chief, District 8 Councilmember Bernard Parks, gives a brief history as to how Parker Center was named.
The people that voted to make this Parker Center, and this is back in '67, are names that we're familiar with. People such as Marvin Browdy, John Gibson, Gilbert Lindsay, Tom Bradley, Billy Mills, Mr. Timberlake, Ed Edelman. These are people, and Artie Bernardi, that voted to do this, names in which many of them have their names on buildings. And none of them, from my experience, has been people that are willing to allow racism to run rampant without speaking up. I think also it's very instructive, when you look at the process that took 3 years, there are people that are names that we're all familiar with. Leslie Shaw, the first black postmaster general in Los Angeles, Crispus Wright, who years later owned the LA Sentinel, Mr. Fleur, who happens to still have a company in this city, General LeMay, John O'Melveny, who still has a bit, Mr. Pauley, who I think UCLA has a gymnasium named after. Also, Norman Topping, president of USC, Mark Taper, I think there's a building named after Mark Taper, and I believe Dr. Ronaldo Carrion also is a person that was on the committee. So what my concern is multiple. We have a 3-year process in which the council of the city of LA put forth a directive, named a building, created a foundation. When I finally inquired at Bureau of Engineering, I said, what is going on in the building? They said they've been instructed to put no name on it, which means that someone was going beyond the authority of the city council and denaming a building that the council had already made forward. We'd never received in 3 years any communication, verbal or written, that said the police commission was even considering. We asked the question over and over again. I put the motion in because I'm concerned that, number one, that if we're going to have a process that was done 40 years ago, and yet we can make that change without the input of the council, then it is a very serious violation in my judgment. The other thing is, when we make these decisions about putting people on names on buildings, and if we go through the city, we find we didn't do that very often. I think the first police building that has a name on it was Parker Center. And after that, you then have Jess Brewer, Homer Broom, Ed Davis is a training center, the Amason Center, and a variety of things that come since then. If we do not have a process going through and putting names on as far as taking names off, what are we saying to the legacy and to the people and the family members that your name or your family member is on Velcro and we'll just move it whenever there's another special interest group that shows up? And if we're going to have the criteria to name, we should have a criteria to basically take the name off that is clearly understood, while we're cutting ribbons and telling people that this is going to be a legacy for their family, that no, it's not going to be a legacy, it's only going to be for 10 years or 12 years or 15 years. We should not put people in that situation.
Pointing out that you only need 8 council votes to pass legislation and make law, District 10 Councilmember Herb Wesson says this is a new day in a new Los Angeles City Council.
America, when you think about the people that sat around this horseshoe 40, 50, 30 years ago, they're a lot different than we are. Look at our diversity. Just today, almost all of us are having genes showing our sensitivity. This is a new Los Angeles City Council. This is a new day. When you look at the police commission, and the chair of the police commission's name is Pacheco, it's a new day. And they've done some very progressive things on the police commission. It is a new day. There are changes in the Los Angeles Police Department. It is a new day. It is a new police department. We have women in the police department who have the rank of chief and are constantly moving up. There are Asian officers. There are African American officers. There are Latino officers. There are gay officers. We even have a police chief and his chief of staff that come from a foreign country. They speak funny. They come from the country of Boston. They speak Bostonian. It is a new Los Angeles Police Department that has decided to partnership with the community, and it has made us a greater and a stronger city. Across the street, about 600 or 700 yards, a building is being constructed. Everything in that building is new. The name should reflect the new America, the new Los Angeles, the new LAPD, the new Los Angeles Police Commission. It should reflect us. Now, I'm not going to say anything at all derogatory where it relates to former Chief Parker. But I will say this to you, my dear friends and my members. This is not for me. It's not about policy. This is personal. If we built this building today, if we never had a police administration building before, I guarantee you, as we began to vet the name, that Parker's name would have never come up. Because we would be sensitive. We're sensitive to the gay and lesbian issues. We're sensitive to the issues of the Latino community. We would not even consider that name. So ask yourselves, if this was the first administration building we ever built, would you name it? Who would you name it after? And I guarantee you, it would be another name.
Highlighting the positive aspects of Chief Parker's tenure, District 12 Councilmember Greg Smith says, we don't give buildings temporary names.
I doubt very seriously if the Citizens Commission back in 1966 and 67 ever assumed that when the building was named that it was only temporary. We don't name buildings for temporary. That's not what we do. We named it after a seminal leader in policing in the United States of America. When I went through the police academy, we would learn two people that were seminal agents of change in the world's history of policing. Robert Peel from England and Bill Parker from Los Angeles, California. Why? Because Bill Parker came to this city and changed policing. This was the most corrupt police force in the western United States at the time he came here. You could buy the job of being a police officer. You could buy the job of being a lieutenant or a sergeant. For giving the mayor and the police chief a few bucks, you became an elevated officer in this city. It was a corrupt force with crime rampant in those parts of the city that it was okay because the police chief and the department looked the other way. Bill Parker changed all of that. And for his role as a leader here, he was asked to go to the FBI and talk to them and teach them. He was asked by the United States Senate and the United States Congress to go speak on police ethics in America. He was asked to a number of universities to talk about policing in America because of his leadership role in changing the LAPD. Yes, he was flawed. Yes, he was wrong. But who isn't? We have high schools named after George Washington and Thomas Jefferson because they were great leaders. They also owned over 200 slaves, something abhorrent in America today and to everybody in this room today. Should we now go change the name of those boulevards and those high schools because they owned slaves? John Downey was the governor of California in the 1850s, a great leader in Los Angeles. They named a city after him. We named a Rec and Parks facility after him. He was a great leader here. He killed Indians. Juanipero Serra enslaved Indians throughout the state of California to build his missions, not because they wanted to be there, they were enslaved. Yet we have things named all over the state. Juanipero Serra this and that. Bill Mulholland, great leader in the history of Los Angeles, brought water to this city, and in doing so, destroyed the environment of Inyo and Kern counties, which we are paying hundreds of millions of dollars to fix today. Abhorrent in today's society. All these things are judged by mores today. And if we want to be revisionist and change everything by our mores today, then we got a long, long, long list of things to fix, ladies and gentlemen. And if that's what this council wants to be, is revisionist in history and judge everything by today's morals, then I'll start giving you a long, long list, because I've got a lot of research on the things that people have done in the city that have been recognized for that now is wrong.
District 7 Councilmember Richard Alarcon offers the name of former LA Mayor Tom Bradley as the name for the new police administration building.
The fact is that I don't care to hearken back on the days of Chief William Parker in a negative sense whatsoever. Although I could, I don't think that that is my purpose. The theme of the day is move on. The theme of the day is yes, we can. And when I offer the name of Mayor Bradley, I offer it because I think he captures the moment. Why else would, 10 years after his death, would a president be elected on what the political pundits call the Bradley effect? What did that represent? It represented a coming together in a community that was not together. It represented fighting for justice when justice was not the order of the day. It meant taking us to a new direction, a positive direction that is Los Angeles. And I believe that that is the message that we should capture for, most importantly, every officer that walks in and out of that building. Every new officer who walks into that new headquarters, if they look up and say, who is William Parker? They will find some great accomplishments, but they will also find some things that challenge everything we stand for today. And I don't want that new officer to identify with any portion of that. I do believe if they look up the history of Mayor Bradley, 50 years of service to the city, 20 years as a police officer, rising to the level of lieutenant, leaving because he felt he could not rise any further in those ranks, and then becoming mayor of the city, and doing it for the positive reasons. I believe that is an image that we want our officers to understand, appreciate, and act on.
Those who forget their history, whether they like it or not, are destined to repeat it. That, according to District 9 Councilmember Jan Perry, who offers her interpretation of the issue and asks the renaming issue be returned to committee.
I read the motion dated June 19th, 1967, regarding the designation of Parker Center, and I have a different interpretation. The motion states the police building and the area surrounding it be renamed Parker Center and designated as follows, and it goes into, naming it Parker Center. While the building may be torn down, I would argue that the name Parker Center should stay with the site based on the above referenced words and the area surrounding it. That is not to deny history, that is not to rewrite history, that is not to be revisionist. Whether we like it or not, it happened, and that is part of our city's history. The area has already been claimed as Parker Center. Mr. Moore, the chief engineer, indicated that there will be an issuance of an RFP, and I would suggest that as part of that RFP that we just not put a parking lot in, but we try to do what we're doing throughout the city, which is to create a multi-use space pursuant to Proposition O, so that we get the biggest opportunity that we have. But again, I argue that the name is there, leave the name there. I have to say to Mr. Parks, I respect your principles and your dedication to hold on to your principles. That's in short supply these days. People often react to things based on how the media responds and pressure from other places for political reasons. You are taking a highly difficult position, and you have documented it well, made a very compelling case, and I respect you for it. But I think it's important to be able to debate and discuss, and as I spoke to Attorney Branton this morning, I told him that I had hoped that when Barack Obama was elected, it would have provided us with a larger opportunity to be able to debate, discuss, respect each other's intellect, and deal with facts, whether we like them or not, cold, hard facts, and analyze them. I don't know about some of the other folks, but I went to school and got an education to be able to learn how to reason, not to obey, but to reason. And so, in closing, what I'm proposing is to leave the name where it is. Let us as a council create a protocol and a process that will be respected for time immemorial to name a building and dename a building if that is to be the case, but a process to be able to do that. And I'm going to ask, and I'm asking now, that all of the motions be sent back to committee and that we not come back until we have a process in place to name or to dename or defrock or whatever you want to call it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Okay. That'll be sent to the committee. Thank you.
And thus, your Los Angeles City Council voted to send the matter of naming the new police administration building back to committee for further review. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of City Council meetings and programming about City Department services and events. You can watch City Council meetings live or view past meetings by going to the city's website at lacity.org. Follow the instructions for video on demand. We invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And now, those of you living in the Harbor area can go to the San Pedro City Hall, located at 638 South Beacon Street, room 700 in San Pedro, and also participate in council meetings via video teleconferencing. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m., and on Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending April 24th, 2009. On behalf of Jim McBride and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
You know, honey, I've been thinking. You're not prepared for an earthquake. Take this antique vase your mom got you. If the big one hit, it'll be a goner. Or this clay penguin you made in 3rd grade. History. By simply strapping loose furniture to the wall and putting putty under loose items, you can prevent serious injury and damage. Nothing is safe. Even poor Uncle Petey. Get the message? Be prepared.
Hi, I'm 8 years old, and in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna get hit by a car. Always look both ways before you cross. Drive with caution around kids. Traffic safety is everybody's responsibility. Watch the road.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an Iyengar yoga teacher here in Los Angeles, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel. Namaste.
In LA this week, I'm Sayeda Pagan in South Los Angeles, where the city is getting ready to launch one of its biggest gun buyback programs. I'll have details coming up.
I'm Anita Bennett at the LAPD's Bomb Squad unit, but there's nothing dangerous going on here. It's actually a celebration complete with head shavings. I'll explain why coming up.
Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa lays out his proposed new budget for 2009-2010, and it calls for dramatic cuts to help close a $530 million deficit. Details just ahead. Hello and welcome to LA This Week. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa just unveiled his proposed $7 billion budget, but with the city facing a growing deficit, the plan calls for major concessions and cuts from city workers. Anita Bennett has the details.
Today, our city faces a fiscal crisis unlike anything we've seen since the Great Depression.
Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa giving a harsh reality check as he laid out details of his proposed 2009 and 10 budget.
A sagging economy is translated into a $530 million deficit this year alone. If we do nothing, 2,800 people will lose their jobs.
With the deficit growing every day, the mayor unveiled a blueprint he says would close the gap while saving jobs and maintaining city services. Among his proposals, leasing out city-owned parking garages to private companies, privatizing the LA Zoo, and reducing the city payroll by 10% through early retirement packages, furloughs, and cuts in pay, including his own.
I would never ask our city employees to agree to any concession I would not agree to myself. So effective with the implementation of this budget, I'm cutting my salary by 12%.
He's also calling on the police and fire unions to accept concessions, but some residents fear that would impact public safety.
I think he's doing really injustice to the people by cutting, these services.
Until you've exhausted all your other remedies, you shouldn't be looking at that.
Others don't think any city worker should have to take pay cuts.
The recession is going on, people need their money. Like the cuts, it's just wrong.
But the mayor says cuts have to come from somewhere.
We can't talk our way out of this problem. We can't close our eyes for a moment and hope, it goes away. It's just not going to happen.
Now, the mayor says if these concessions are not made, in addition to the 2,800 city workers who could lose their jobs, there will also be dramatic cuts in city services. And that means cuts in parks, public libraries, and transportation. At City Hall, I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
The budget now goes to the City Council, which will hold hearings. The council needs to adopt a budget by mid-June. And as we reported last week, the LA Unified School District is also in the hole by nearly $600 million. Mayor Villaraigosa had met with teachers to discuss averting layoffs, but just one day later, the LAUSD voted to eliminate more than 5,000 positions district-wide. As Patrick Rohde tells us, the mayor isn't giving up as he holds a second meeting with teachers.
Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa spent the afternoon at Markham Middle School in Watts for a back and forth with the teachers here.
I think there's a lot more bureaucracy to cut before we start cutting all of you.
We find ways to find money to protect spotted owls, desert tortoises, but we don't find the money to protect our children. We don't find the money to protect our teachers.
I spend hours here after school. They come into my classroom, I tutor them, I do whatever I can, and it just really bothers me, I think, that it's gotten to this point. That's not why I got into education.
The mayor has suggested several ways to avoid teacher layoffs, including early retirements and work furloughs. He wants all options to be on the table, except one.
I know that you all are providing a path for success for these kids. That's why I feel it imperative that I kind of get in here and tell everybody, hold it. We're not cutting, 4,500 teachers, period.
While he admits it will be tough avoiding layoffs, Mayor Villaraigosa says it can be done with shared sacrifice.
It's going to mean everybody pitching in from the top to the bottom, but it's got to start at the top.
I believe it was a very successful dialogue. I'm very pleased at how my staff were able to really share what was on their hearts and not feel intimidated or feel as though their words aren't going to be heard.
We really appreciate what the mayor is doing for us. It's obvious that he's very dedicated to these schools and that his main interest is the children in this area, which is the teachers' main interest as well.
LAUSD board members say they didn't have much choice in voting for layoffs. They are facing a budget deficit of almost $600 million for the upcoming fiscal year. I'm Patrick Rohde for LA This Week.
Now, the mayor does not have a vote on the school board, so he's hoping his words will resonate with the decision makers at the LAUSD. And it's not just the city of Los Angeles that's experiencing money woes. The state is also under a lot of financial pressure. That's why the governor and the mayor are urging voters to support 6 propositions in the upcoming special election ballot. As Gil Reyes reports, the measures aim to close California's $42 billion budget gap.
The first measure means more taxes for us and others in California. That bothers LA Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, but for now, he's in support.
We've got to tighten our belt. And right now, we've got to ask the people of California to make that sacrifice just as we are.
Proposition 1A would extend current tax increases to the year 2012. Burdening us for a bit longer would be the temporary 1 cent sales tax increase and the personal income tax increase. Also, price hikes and vehicle license fees. Money collected would go to a fund called the Rainy Day Fund.
So that we put money aside in the good years so that we can draw down from that money in the bad years like right now. I mean, if we would have had that in place 10 years ago, our problem would be only half of the problem that what we have now, and we wouldn't have to raise taxes and make those kind of severe cuts.
Another measure, Proposition 1B, would reserve over $9 billion from that rainy day fund for schools. Rounding out the measures are Propositions 1C to 1F. Terms include allowing California to borrow $5 billion against future lottery sales. Also, no pay increases for elected officials during budget crises. Opponents of the proposition say it's bad timing for taxes given our economy, but both the governor and the mayor predict if these measures fail in May, California will go into bankruptcy. Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
California's special election will take place on May 19th. During the mayor's April 14th State of the City address, he talked a lot about making LA America's greenest big city and how, in doing so, the city may create jobs and stimulate the economy. Patrick Rohde reports on how the mayor plans to make that goal a reality.
On the south lawn of City Hall, Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, along with some of LA's key business and education leaders, signed what is called a Memorandum of Understanding, establishing the Clean Tech Los Angeles initiative.
Today, with a stroke of the pen, we're taking one giant step forward in our effort to make this city the global capital of clean technology.
Clean Tech Los Angeles is a partnership between the city, UCLA, USC, Caltech, the LA Business Council, the LA Area Chamber of Commerce, and the LA County Economic Development Corporation. It's designed to achieve one of the mayor's goals for the city.
That we would make clean tech as synonymous with LA as motion pictures and aerospace were in the 20th century.
The Clean Tech Los Angeles partnership is the first of its kind, and it will be green in more ways than one.
A vibrant clean tech industry in LA is a critical part of our region's economic development and growth, creating jobs, attracting businesses, generating local revenue for years to come.
Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and the other parties involved in Clean Tech Los Angeles say this initiative will have a huge impact, one that will be felt outside the city limits of LA.
There's a powerful opportunity for Los Angeles not only to meet its own environmental goals, but to help California meet its environmental goals, and by doing it in a way that fosters the creation of new businesses, new jobs, new economic opportunity, the rest of the world will follow Los Angeles' leadership.
To learn more about Clean Tech Los Angeles, check out their website at www.cleantechlosangeles.org. I'm Patrick Rohde for LA This Week.
The goals of Clean Tech Los Angeles are to create jobs, stimulate demand for clean technology, and to use clean technology to clean up the environment while meeting and exceeding regulations. After first rejecting it, the Los Angeles City Council has approved the LA Department of Water and Power's plan to impose higher water rates on June 1st for those who do not conserve water. Under the plan, those who do not reduce their water use by 15% from their current allotted levels will see an increase in their water rates. Those who do reduce
Andre. Mr. Ramos. Good afternoon. We're going to reconvene the special meeting of Budget and Finance Committee, and we have a quorum. We'd like to let everyone know that we're going to proceed through the agenda as stated with the Controller, the City Attorney, Building Safety, Animal Services, Emergency Management, Board of Public Works, and Public Works Board of Sanitation, Solid Waste, and then public comment. For those that were not here earlier, if you have a public comment card, certainly like to get your card in, or if you want to speak on a specific issue, you get your card in. What we're going to do is, on public comment, is bring up public comment first. If it's a specific item, then we'll have the public comment on that specific item before the principals or the speakers talk. And so, from looking at my cards, we have no one for the, I take it back, we do. Okay, before you get started, I'm going to bring up two people for the City Controller, public comment, Yvonne Archery and Angel Calvo. Either one of them here?
Angel's here.
Come on up, both Yvonne Archery and Angel Calvo. I want to speak on the City Controller. If she's not here, just come on up and we...
Thank you, sir. Angel Calvo with Engineers and Architects Association. In reviewing the budget for the Controller's Office, the association would respectfully ask this committee to please restore the resolution authorities for the Controller's Office. These are critical and of extreme value, and we would ask the committee to, if possible, to restore the funding for these positions. Thank you.
Thank you. If Mr. Archery is there, we'll just file the card as a part of the record. Let me just start off. In fact, let me have Mrs. Gruhl start off with the Controller's Office.
This will be my last time sitting on this side. You'll be seeing me on the other side. Thank you.
I just want you to remember that.
I know. And I'll remember to be nice to you all. So thank you, Rushmore and Bill, who I know are here. Couple of questions. I know I've looked at this budget fairly closely.
I know that I've heard from a lot of people that during tough economic times, this is particularly, I look at Fareed, who is here as well, more likely that there are challenges in certain departments relative to cash management, other things, and some of the audits that we performed. I know, and if you just say, that is accurate, and that the contractual services went down from the 750 to the 500.
500, that's correct.
Could you just outline for us what the difference between having that 750 versus the 500 is for the number of audits you can conduct as far as using on the consultant services?
Certainly. First, Rushmore Cervantes with the Controller's Office, along with Bill Lamb and Javon Lavender. Relative to the contractual services utilized for auditing, we have a staff of approximately 27 auditors that we have right now partially filled, but then also we utilize services of contractual services to use outside auditors to perform performance audits. Because of the budget constraints, the dollar amount for contractual services has been raised over the years to offset the number of positions that are vacant in the auditing division. So with the reduction from $750,000 down to $500,000, it reduces the number of large performance audits that the office performs. Typically, a major audit would be in the range of about $140,000. So by eliminating $250,000, you're looking at roughly 2 major performance audits. Throughout the fiscal year, the auditing division will produce in the range of anywhere from 15 to 16 performance audits, small and large, as well as anywhere from 12 to 15 financial audits as well. So we've been able to keep the staffing levels low in the auditing division to create salary savings to live within our budget, and that was offset by the contractual service dollars we have of $750,000. So by reducing the amount from $750,000 to $500,000, of course, we're going to have not going to have the ability to produce as many audits as we have in the past, and of course, with the major budget cuts, we're also going to be hamstrung on the back end with staffing.
And of the number of auditors in the division, how many positions have you had in the past, and the reduction, what does that mean for?
Well, the overall reduction that's proposed now with the 5% as well as the additional 10% is going to take approximately 39 positions total in the office. We only have 27 vacant positions, so it'll require eliminating 27 of the vacant positions, 17 of which are in the auditing field, and then the remainder, and about 12 more that would have to come with filled positions. So that would certainly impact the auditing division as well.
That's if it's the full 15.
That is correct.
15%.
Correct.
Okay, because the mayor asked for a 5% reduction and then the 10% shared responsibility.
That is correct. I'm just factoring in all the reductions that would be required of the office to be able to live within the budget throughout the fiscal year.
And did you all get, are there any obligatory unfunded audits that you are being asked to perform in this next year that historically have been funded?
Right. Well, right now it looks like next year we're going to have to conduct an audit on the Prop O projects, as well as go back and revisit the gang programs that are within the mayor's office. It was agreed that the controller's office would go back into the mayor's office to review those. However, those are unfunded. And this fiscal year, we've got a mandatory peer review that is required every 3 years of the auditing division to ensure that we're in compliance with GAGAS, and that'll be approximately $15,000. We're trying to carve that out of the current fiscal year, but moving forward, those are the 2 primary audits that we have that are unfunded. As well as, one more. We also are do the annual review of the treasurer's office.
And in the Prop O, any eligibility for auditing to be taken out of that fund?
We would have to make the request. I'm not certain if the bond language was written where there was language to set aside auditing monies for that, and we've made that request for future bond measures where they would have specific language in those bonds where they would allocate monies for auditing, because of course moving forward we need to make sure that we're reviewing those throughout the course of the project. But for Propo, I'm not clear, and we can get back to you on
okay,
that.
I was looking at Dion over there in the city attorney's office to see, with Pete, maybe to see if Prop O can be utilized for paying for the audit that we feel is required under Prop O.
We'll have to go back and look at the actual language.
Okay. That would be great. And the gang unit follow-up audit, that was a request as part of the initial audit?
That was the initial request when it was moved into the mayor's office. That would be oversight, periodic reviews of the progress of the mayor's office, moving the programs into their office, and then subsequent to that, then regular performance and fiscal audits of that program.
Okay, because I know that I think the increase over the last couple of years with it going up, the performance audits going up to $750,000, that part of that was the review of the gang, specifically allocated, some of that was for the gang audit, is that correct?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
No,
I thought there was some that we adopted.
The contractual service dollar level was at $750 before the gang program went into the mayor's office.
Okay. And what role does the Controller's Office going to play in the economic stimulus as far as reimbursement and payment and some of those things? And are there eligible dollars for expenditure that? Because that will, I think, if we're so lucky to get a lot of these dollars.
Right. I'll answer your question in twofold. One of which is the overall concern that we have in the Controller's Office, looking at the positions that need to be cut throughout the city, and knowing that, of course, we need to carry out our core mission as a city, but part of the core mission is to ensure that we're fiscally sound for bond ratings, ensure that we continue to get grant monies to the city of LA. And that requires a tremendous amount of resources to monitor the billions of dollars that come into the city. As it relates specifically to the stimulus monies, we know that there's going to be some admin money, but obviously there's not going to be that much. And the monies that are coming in have significantly greater requirements for oversight, both on the front end as well as the back end. The Controller's Office will be very active, has been already, in meeting with the ad hoc group that's addressing the monies that are coming in to put together the requirements for all departments, whether it be cost accounting or as it relates to overall tracking of all expenditures, as well as having the audit division look at the contracts on the front end to ensure that they're written properly in a manner of which there's performance measures in place that can be measured on the back end. Subsequent to that, of course, we'll need to audit those periodically to ensure that performance as well as fiscally they're being administered properly. But then also there's a greater push for waste, fraud, and abuse. Because of the economic conditions there are right now, there is a much greater issue relative to waste and fraud, and that would be the responsibility of the Controller's Office to oversee that and scrutinize these dollars very carefully.
So I think looking at the CAO as well as the mayor's office, because we had a lot of discussions with them about economic stimulus, the eligibility for some of the costs that are going to be, I think, borne by the controller's office, that we would want to make sure, and looking at the CLA as well, to ensure that we have adequate voice, I guess, that we're part of that picture. The last, there's a, I think, Ben, you had mentioned to me in Exhibit H, the mileage reimbursement function is proposed to be transferred from the CAO to the controller's office, but I don't see any transfer of funds. I mean, what's the, I guess, change that means?
There actually isn't any transfer of funds. It's basically the reporting mechanism. Right now, the mechanism is that we're supposed to gather the information and then submit it to the controller's office. Basically, departments submit it to us, and then we turn it over. Might as well just eliminate the interim step and just send it right over to the controller's office.
I may jump in on that. There really is no additional work required of the Controller's Office, but I think the question really still stands, and that's from a prior audit, is to who is the ultimate department that's going to be overseeing the mileage, to ensuring that the proper mileage is being reported properly. And at this point, that was an issue that there's the multiple departments, whether it be GSD, whether it be the CAO's office, and I don't know there was a clear, definitive response as who ultimately is going to be responsible on the back end for the enforcement. The Controller's Office will set the policy as far as the dollar figure, but it's the enforcement that still is an issue.
And that's part of the audit that came forward.
Correct.
The other is the waste, fraud, and abuse unit. Could you tell me how many positions there are in that?
Waste, fraud, and abuse, I'm sorry?
Mm-hmm.
There are a total of 4 authorized positions. 3 of them are special investigators, and then there's a senior clerk typist that's authorized. Right now, we're operating with 1 special investigator, 2, and we've got an auditor, 2, that's on loan right now to offset some vacancies that we have right now.
And with the resolution authorities that are being suggested to be deleted, how does that impact that if we at some point would be able to find funding and...
There is one resolution authority for a special investigator that is not within the Waste and Fraud Unit. That is currently in the front office of the Controller's Office, and we are just switching the positions to ensure that we've got the proper classification.
That area, okay. I'm going to give it back to you all. I mean, colleagues, I know in a tough budget year, we're looking at things that I do think as we are going forward, if there are some additional funds for the contract services or others to supplement what we're doing because of the timing and on economic challenges, it's unfortunate people get desperate sometimes and will act differently, that we need to be able to have the resources to do that. So as we go forward, he's laughing over there. See, I have my other hat on. I know I'm a little conflicted as the new controller, July 1st. Thank you.
Is that Windeer?
Yes,
It was nice to hear the controller-elect ask her questions. Very exciting. Okay, what is the status of the financial management system implementation?
We are close to about halfway to going live. We've hired approximately 60% of the staff that is needed for the project, and the staffing goes in somewhat of a bell curve. We're at the point where we need to staff up the remaining portion of it, of the staff, and that'll be for change management. But the target right now is to go live July 2010, and the group has been working very hard over at the Garland Building and is being overseen by ITA and the Controller's Office along with the rest of the Oversight Committee. At this point, the GL, General Ledger, Accounts Payable, Accounts Receivable, as well as the cost accounting appears to be in a good spot to ensure that we're on time and on budget.
So this program won't be affected by the proposed budget? We're okay?
Well, only if there's an issue relative to filling the positions at this point. If there's either a deletion of any of these positions, which there is not at this point in this budget, there are two positions that are identified in this budget that we have some concern with. And then in the future, as far as being able to fill those positions, if there's any unfreeze requests. But there are two positions, a fiscal systems specialist 1 as well as a 2, that are part of the change management group that we'll need to have filled, that are currently identified for deletion. And the reason why I say that we need this is that it doesn't matter how good the system is. It is technically very strong.
Right.
It addresses most of the needs for the city. There will be some change, but not that many changes to the system. But really what is the difference between successful implementation of ERP systems, enterprise resource planning systems, which this what this is, and those that are unsuccessful is really the change management, educating the staff throughout the city as to how to utilize the system, and so that we can get full maximization of the resources that we'll have from that system.
Point is, how will the completion of this project streamline your accounting functions and allow for greater efficiencies?
We'll have one chart of accounts for the entire city. We'll have all departments on cost accounting, and the accounts payable and accounts receivable will be single source of information. Right now, we don't have that ability, and at any given time, you'll have reports generated that will show you exactly where you are as far as your accounts payable, accounts receivable, and be able to have more on-time live information so that the council members and the mayor can make financial decisions with accurate information. So as you sit through your budget and finance committees every Monday, you'll have more accurate data.
I mean, I love that. Now, how will this new system affect the proposed increase in consolidation of IT services?
I can't speak to that.
Can somebody get back with that, or do you see?
You're asking if it will enhance IT's ability to consolidate?
Right.
Well, I can say that through this process, a number of silos are being eliminated, and by eliminating these financial silo systems within departments, resources are being freed up. Right. Now, whether those resources are ultimately being transferred to ITA, I don't know. I didn't look through the entire budget, but certainly resources will be freed up by having those dedicated individuals that are working on silo systems will no longer have to work on those systems.
Okay, well, maybe that's a challenge for ITA to look at it from that end and see where they can go. What personnel efficiencies could your office realize by discontinuing the reimbursement of employee mileage in favor of a tax deduction system? get rid of paperwork and stuff like that, tighten it up.
We could probably have some efficiencies. We could analyze that and get back to the
Analyze
committee.
that and
Absolutely.
and get back to us with that. It'd be
Certainly.
interesting to see how many staff are involved in this process currently. You would probably put that in it. Would it be possible to streamline it by using a web-based or a BlackBerry-based online self-reporting? Something that makes it easier, simpler, and less labor-intensive.
Certainly.
You get back with us. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Just to add, sorry, Mr. Weiser, I'm jumping in there. Just on the whole FMS system and the PACER system, I think we found there's been a cooperative effort between the ITA and the Controller's Office in figuring out as each department is having this challenge. I think you may have asked this earlier, Mr. Rosendahl, when the fire department was here. Everyone is for consolidation as much as we can, but then when you get to times like now, when ITA's budget is being cut just as much as everyone else's, then you don't have the same staff to ensure that you can perform the services. So
Every budget the same. I don't
Right.
buy across the board. I buy it based on specific functions and responsibilities and efficiencies. So
We're trying to
you don't
find-
want to cut your nose to spite your face in this
Yeah.
process.
Sorry, Mr. Weiser.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. The financial audits and the list you gave us is a very good one, and that's something that my staff has been tracking as well, given my role as the chair of the audits committee. Now, have we heard back from, when was the last time we heard back from these departments as to the possibility of implementing these recommendations, these financial recommendations?
It varies according to each audit. We have a fairly systematic approach to addressing the auditees and to follow up to find out where they are as far as their implementation statuses. And based on their responses, either we'll accept that as is with the documentation they provided, or we'll schedule it for a subsequent audit to ensure that we're getting the necessary actions required.
And in preparation for this fiscal year or these budget hearings, we haven't gone back to these departments and asked them about these.
Some we have, some we have not. We do, like I said, a periodic review of all auditees. If there's outstanding recommendations that have not been implemented, then we follow up with them regularly. But we didn't necessarily address those outstanding recommendations and tie that to the budget, because you're always going to have ongoing recommendations that are still dangling that have not been implemented. At the same time, the Controller's Office needs to move forward with a combination of risk assessments of departments and looking at other areas to look at, and meanwhile following up with the older recommendations if they're still viable.
If I could just add as well, departments have not been shy about, when they have made the request, relative to recent audits that have been conducted about their own department operations, which ones of those requests are as a direct result of some of those audit recommendations. So, that's something that the departments on a regular basis review and are making budget requests relative to those recommendations.
Okay, can we ask the CAO to forward each of these line items to each of the respective departments and have a response for this committee to review as we move forward? Some of these items, I understand, could be implemented with any costs associated to them. So we could look at that and see if we could implement some of these through this budget process. That would be very helpful.
We'd be happy to do that if you could actually forward that information to us.
Okay, it's almost like adding it's a sheet that they've drawn up from all the audits they've conducted from 12/104 to 10/31/08. It lists the audit project, the department, the finding and possible savings that could be realized without any costs associated, and then the actual recommendation. We could just add another column to say the department's response as of this month, so that we could know some of these may be implementable now or not. And we don't need a whole full analysis on this. We just need some quick, hey, we could do this now, and let's implement it through this budget process, and we'll realize some savings.
Councilman, we can work with the CAO's office, hand them the report, and address any questions they may have in preparing their response to you.
All right, great. Thank you.
And just one item, and Bill, we mentioned this in committee the other day, and it was mentioned earlier in budget, was looking at the cap rate and how we look at both federal, and you and I've had some conversations about that, but have a more realistic, and how that impacts the federal government. So we'll be talking to you with the CAO about that as well.
Let me just ask on the You mentioned it earlier that the Blue Book proposes about a 15% cut. Have you given any thought on those numbers and how it impacts the overall service of your department?
Certainly, we've thought about the impact, and it's quite daunting to say the least. All the services we provide are all charter mandated, so to think about selecting one service over another, we really can't do that. It's just a matter of what the impact will be to each one of those areas that we have to cut back on, whether it be payroll, and of course every employee wants to be paid. There's going to be impacts on every single section, whether it be demand audit, and that's reviewing departments and how they're going about processing payments through the SMS system or the FMIS system. There could be delays in getting discounts because of that lack of oversight. We could have problems relative to not funding the waste and fraud unit and having things slip through the cracks there, or not conducting audits in a timely manner, or even with our funds and appropriation council instructions to move monies around that are tied specifically to grants. If we don't have the staff to move them in a timely manner, there's going to create delays there. So, our concern is not just with the Comptroller's Office, it's really for the city. And when I spoke earlier about the financial and accounting resources around the city, when we talk about stimulus dollars or whatever's left of the budget for next fiscal year, we still have the responsibility to ensure that we are tracking those monies properly and moving monies as quickly as possible so that we can get reimbursement for grants and get maximization of those funds. So it's a long answer to your question, but I can't give you a specific as to what the impact will be, because it really will be across the board. There's really no lean area. We keep a very tight budget. We keep vacancies as much as we can and run lean. So as proposed now, no positions would be filled, plus we'd have to get rid of another 12 to 13 positions, and to be able to carry out our core charter mandates, it would be extremely challenging.
Okay. Well, one thing we've given the task to CAO and CLA to get with each department and begin to identify numbers, classifications, and dollar attachments so that there is some idea of what this impact is going to be. At a later time, we certainly will be asking for what is the programming and deployment side of it, but we just wanted to see that we start grinding down to what does it really mean in numbers, and then later find out what does it mean in programming. So they will be getting back with you, because we're going to need that information as quickly as possible. The other thing I just mentioned to the CAO and CLA, this department has only had a couple of $1,000s in liability over the last 5 years, so there's no need to have them as part of your study, because they've been very minimal numbers. So if there's no other questions, we will thank you for being here, and we'll ask the city attorney to come up. And while the city attorney is coming up, we have a number of cards, and we'd ask for those on the cards to come up to the center and in a line, and you can speak. You have 1 minute. Don Garza, Keith Richardson, James Nezert, Orlando Ward, Estela Lopez, Troy Vaughn, Carrie Segaris, Anthony Moore, and Yvonne Artry. Just come on up to the front and say your name, and you have 1 minute.
And I don't want, can you kind of stop this? Because before we come up here, a lot of people were here because we were under the impression that some things were taken out of the budget, and we would like to know if it was put back in before we get up and speak, because we don't want to cuss nobody out if we don't need to cuss them out, you know?
But the thing is, you put on the city attorney?
Yeah, the city attorney thing.
We would like you to express your views, and the city attorney is going to make a presentation right after you, but we wanted him to hear your comments before he makes his presentation.
Well, I mean, we just want to make sure that, you know, or especially me, I want to make sure that...
We got to follow the rules. You got a card.
Well, did they put the thing back in the budget?
We don't have just tell us what your interests are, and he will respond to it in his presentation if there's an issue.
Okay.
All right.
Well, there was an issue that came up, but some people are telling me that it's supposed to be a thank you. I don't know which one it is right now, because the city, they haven't pretty much... they haven't said if it's put back in the budget or not yet. We've heard it got put back in the budget. But I'm just here to make sure that people know that programs such as SOS and Halo and the things that help, the diversionary programs help the people in Skid Row and across the city. I've lived in Skid Row for 10 years and I've seen the changes. You can't just have a Safer Cities and not allow people the opportunities to better themselves. Just throwing people in jail is not an option for the world. I mean, that's enough. We create a second-class case system when we do that. Because now you got people that can't get jobs because of a felony record or a misdemeanor or whatever. No, that's it, So I missed my beauty rest because I had to come here and express that because I watch these programs and I watch how they work and I am very impressed. So please, thank you so much for the Halos and the SOS and all the other programs that you got going on, especially SCI. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Richardson.
I'm Keith Richardson, and I'm on behalf of the Midnight Mission.
Speak right into the mic.
I'm on behalf of the Midnight Mission, as well as the SOS program that's been so much of a help to me, to help me get a foundation, reestablish back in, to society. And I think that it's been a great, help to me as well as the other guys that's in the program as well. And I'd like to show my appreciation and thanks to each and every one of them.
Thank you. James Nezart.
Hi, my name is James Nezard, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Midnight Mission. I didn't know anything about Operation SOS or the Halo program. SOS I was familiar with today. But I have seen people, I've been in the Midnight Mission for 6.5 months. And I've seen people who come in to the SOS program, and they're there, to detox and take advantage of 21 days and then retreat to the streets. But I've seen people also who come through the SOS program, taking interest in the program, remaining clean, and doing what's necessary to get back on their feet in society. So I think that the SOS is a very great benefactor to the Midnight Mission and any other mission or alcohol drug treatment program that is willing to support it. I think it's a real good thing, and I've never really been in a position to have to take advantage of it myself, but, it's something that's very good for the community, especially the residents of Skid Row, and I think it's a good thing, and it should stay, not go away.
Thank you. Orlando Ward.
You need to get taller mics. Chairman Parks and other members of the committee, Smith, Councilman Smith, Huizar, Gruhl, and Rosendahl, thank you for the work that you're doing on these critical issues. The city has always, through the city attorney's office and other areas, supported restorative justice systems where we could. I think we've cobbled together as best we can a system using SOS, Halo, the citation clinics, etc., to try to provide a way out for individuals that are constantly running into obstacles, legal obstacles, to ending their condition of homelessness. It's very, very important. We've got a coalition of individuals, guys that are in our program, folks from other programs, URM, Weingart, are present today, along with business people and residential folks that are in our neighborhood that understand the importance of these programs. In fact, if I can take a second, those that are with us, just stand, just for a second. These folks believe in this, and we hope that you will believe in it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez.
You need shorter mics. I always follow Orlando. Anyway, I'm going to forego the prepared remarks because they were in the letter that I and many others sent to all of your offices last week. And members, I'm here to thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney, and also if the Mayor's office is listening, thank you very much. We understand that the 4 positions that were going to be eliminated that are tied to the SCI program are now going to be restored. But I think it's as important to come here and say thank you when such actions are taken. Yes, I represent the business community. Yes, we are all about public safety, law and order, but there is a portion of SCI that is every bit as important as law and order, and that is compassionate restorative justice. That's the balance. That restores not just public safety, but dignity to Skid Row. We need these positions. They are fundamental to the application of SCI Skid Row. Mr. Huizar, we know this is impactful to your district, and thank you very much and your staff for listening to the voices of downtown as we reached out to you this past week. Thank you all very much.
Troy.
Members of the committee, I'm Troy Vaughn. I too would like to express
thanks to your efforts to continue services such as HALO and SOS. It has been extremely important to demonstrate to the community that the city attorney's office, as well as the LAPD, as well as service providers, can work together in common fashion to provide valuable services. We have been excited by the numbers that have been transpiring since the continuation of this particular program. And so we're working now at 50% capacity in terms of retention, with people coming off the street have been really disenfranchised by their public officials for so long. We have been able to really galvanize particular services together to demonstrate that we can change lives, we can restore lives, and you see these lives before you today as a testament to that. So again, thank you, and do not take these programs away.
Thank you. Carrie?
Hi, Carrie Gatlin Siqueiros, and I'm representing the Union Rescue Mission, the LACPC, and the SOS program. We are part of this vital program. And as the previous speakers mentioned, we just wanted to come here today and say thank you for making this a priority. Thank you, Councilman Huizar, for really getting on top of this immediately and responding to the letters that we send out to all of your offices. Thank you all for the response. We have been part of a grassroots effort for several years now that has tried to get a community court implemented in the city of LA, and across the nation we see it very effective. I've actually been to visit several of the models that have proven to be very effective. We can't get that done here for some odd reason. We can't get the judges on board, and so we have scraped together, with the help of the city attorney's office, these programs that make a huge difference, and we just want to encourage you to keep funding them and to fully restore all the funding, not only to the city attorney's positions, but to the LAHSA program budget for it. So thank you for thinking of this today.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony Moore, and I'm honored to be here. I'm part of the Union Rescue Mission in the Imago program. It's been a blessing to me because I got tired of living the life I was living, and I said to myself, I got arrested, and I was ready to leave the police station because I didn't have no more. And the police said, Mr. Moore, we got a program you might be interested in. I turned around and sat back down and said, what kind of program are you talking about? So that's how I ended up in the Imago program. It's been a great benefit to me. It's been a blessing, and I've been doing great, and without them, I wouldn't have had a start. And God made a way, so I'm in the perfect place. I love it, and I'm going to keep going strong like everybody here. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you. We have Yvonne Artry. If she's not here, we'll just add your card. Ms. Artry?
I just wanted to make a comment in general on accountability in terms of auditing and the way the monies are being used. When I became aware of, and I'd just still like to encourage the city to use monies to promote and to maintain agencies that are helping people be rehabilitated and to help them be functional again, rather than putting money into the police department, which is the wrong agency. Okay, even on a nationwide level, again, more money is going towards the construction of maximum security prisons, okay, and they're divesting in the public school system. In the city level, you're giving more money to the police and less money to agencies and departments helping people to become functional again so they will not give in to recidivism. It's horrible. It is horrible. The police serve the wealthy, by and large, Caucasian constituents. I know I'm a black woman. Okay, in this new world order, again, you have to have some accountability and some responsibility to the people. Finance the people and the agencies that need it, and divest from the police department, please.
Thank you. Great. Mr. City Attorney, would you just start off by commenting on many of the speakers talked about two specific programs and what the status of they are?
Well, I think Carrie mentioned it. For the last 8 years since I've been city attorney, we have attempted to bring a notion of a community court to the Skid Row area.
it has evolved over this time, and of course we have the Safer Cities Initiative, we have the SOS program, and now the HALO program. Our office has been working in partnership with LAPD, the mayor's office, and others to make this happen. I do believe that is now restored to the budget. I think it was a mistake, but we're happy that it's there now, and maybe we should just have the mayor's office, as their lawyer, go on the record and say that that's the case, and get us to move forward.
Okay. Let me just ask, in the Blue Book, it's listed that basically the shared responsibility of 10% cut, and just want to find out what is your perception on how you're going to address that, and what you believe the impact will be?
Well, first off, I'm going to put a lot of faith in the mayor to accomplish that 10% cut in the way that he has proposed, and I'm going to hope and pray that that occurs. If for some unforeseen reason that it does not occur, we will be faced with some serious and drastic cuts in our office. It would be on the order of 100 lawyers, or on the order of 200 support staff, or some combination of the two. But it would be significant.
The other thing is, have you gotten to the point of looking at classifications? Have you gone that?
I don't think we've gone down to that level yet, but of course, if we're forced to do so, we will.
Okay. And then, so you said it would be 100 attorney, 200 support staff, or a combination?
Right.
Could you give us some idea? Also, we've talked at length in the last couple of budget hearings about our expenditures on outside attorneys and where we are on that, and also if you can touch on workers' comp and what improvements we've made in that area.
I think based on, let's start with workers' comp. I think based on last year, you asked us to take a new and fresh look at that. We did, and I believe we have realized some benefit. But as we said last time, and you acknowledged, that was going to be a long-term return, and I think we're just in the beginning of that. On outside counsel, I believe we have done a good job of reducing the amount of outside counsel contracts that we have. We have proposed, I believe, a more modest amount this year for outside lawyers. And I believe that the people that we have in-house are continuing to perform at the high level that we have always asked them to perform. Of course, if we have to cut 100 lawyers, that would probably necessitate a need for outside counsel if that were to come to pass.
Okay. And then on the issue of liability, you track the liability for the city. We've asked the CAO and CLA to come together and using the stats from your analysis is begin to look at ways we can have departments create a litigation or at-risk management program. And could you give us some idea of some of the things that you believe should be a part of those kinds of evaluations, particularly when I believe 7 departments represent about 90% of our liability costs?
Well, I think before this body we have said many times before that there does need to be greater accountability by those departments who actually cause the problem when litigation comes around and we are forced as a city to pay out. We are more than prepared to explore that option this time as well, and we're hopeful that if there is greater accountability in those departments on litigation issues that come their way, that they might in fact do a better job at preventing those very incidences that cause the litigation from occurring in the very first place.
One thing we heard recently, and we settled a case, the department was advising us that they've been advised through some source that your ultimate conclusion on some of this liability was not available to them because you were defending the employee and not the city, and they thought that their hands were tied in becoming aware of the ultimate litigation outcome as opposed to basically what they may have done internally in the investigation. Is there some limitation of you sharing with departments the outcome of the settlements and the litigation?
Not that I'm aware of, certainly with respect to the fact, if they are our client, which all of the departments are, They should be available to get all the information that we get from our litigation successes or failures, either way.
Okay, thank you. Anything?
Go ahead.
Jose?
I asked the CAO about the possibility of implementing this year a litigation budget for each of the departments. And I know you confer regularly with the CAO and the mayor's office about potential risks in each of the departments and how those risks can be lowered. In your view, is it possible to have each department have a litigation budget, given the history of what types of cases they've seen, what type of risk management they need to implement in their departments? And do you think we could do that for this coming fiscal year?
Well, what I think you could do for this coming fiscal year is what I think we proposed, maybe it was last year or the year before, was a risk management department with authority in the city attorney's office, where they could go in and not only make recommendations on risk management with respect to departments, but essentially audit them from a litigation standpoint. Go in and say, you know, you have to stop this practice because it's causing too much litigation down the road. Let's revise it, stop it, and do something else. We do believe that would be effective. Could we move all the responsibility for litigation to the departments? I think that's probably a longer-term thing that all of us need to think about, and maybe we can start that process now.
Yeah, and I think Controller in one of her audits also recommended a risk management enterprise, so that exactly what you're talking about. So something that hopefully, and I've introduced a motion in council to explore that even further, and I think we must do that and assess our risk as in totality as a city, and see how we could have those savings within each of the departments. But hopefully we could have some movement on that. But so for this fiscal year, if we implement a litigation budget for each department, what you're saying is that's just a small piece of the puzzle in terms of the overall picture, having an overall comprehensive look at risk management for the city.
It will start the conversation for something that might evolve into a real risk management program in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you. I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Afternoon. On the Mayday line item, it talks about the settlement on the state cases and the $1 million or so for staffing on that. This is different than the federal cases we just resolved, right? Is there only 3 cases then also on the state, or is it
I think it's 25.
25 cases,
yes.
Instead of the 3 consolidated cases that we had?
Yes, sir. And those are sorry, sir, Rich Llewellyn, the Chief Deputy. Those are the cases in general that are the bigger individuals, some of the media people with the, quite frankly, well-regarded plaintiffs' lawyers doing more individual cases, the potential big-ticket individual cases, as opposed to the big group of federal claims that you've heard about.
Okay. On shared responsibility, page 70, line 35, it's $1.4 million from proprietary departments and 15 positions. Why are we eliminating proprietary funding for attorneys from proprietary departments?
That's a proposal from the mayor's office, and I think you'd have to direct the question there, Councilman. I'm sorry.
The mayor's office. Why are we eliminating funding from proprietary departments for those attorneys?
Ben South, the mayor's office. The positions in proprietary departments are all part of the same, for the most part, the same classifications, the same labor unions, and in fact the same pension systems, with the exception of the DWP. So to the extent we can generate savings, cost savings and salary savings or pension savings in negotiations with these labor unions, they would be the same for departments, for personnel in the city departments as they would for personnel in the airport or the POLA or the port.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because they're being paid for by these independent departments, which have their own budgets. We're talking about the City of LA budget, and I understand the share responsibility tactic, but they're not part of that tactic. And if you negotiate an agreement with them, they'll be scooped up into it anyway.
If I could give an example, if in these negotiations with the labor unions, they decide they want to pay more into the pension system, while everybody's that's a civilian in the city of Los Angeles, with the exclusion of DWP employees, would end up having to pay more. Because
They're still going to have to pay more because they're part of the same MOU and same union. Regardless of where they're sitting, they're paid for, they're part of that MOU and part of that union. So whether they're sitting over there or sitting over at DWP is irregardless. It means nothing. But you're taking away 15 positions from the city attorney that are paid for by somebody else.
We're not proposing to take away the positions.
But it
that's the equivalent of how many positions it would take to generate that level of savings. What we're proposing are cost reductions in the form of salaries, in the form of pension contributions, in the form of any other of the menu of options we have proposed. And what the CAO has identified...
But it's not a general fund cost.
At the end of the day, whether people are in the Department of Airports, LAWA, whether they're in the port, there is a general fund contribution that is made to the pension system. Now, those are paid back from the airport and from the port through the cap rate. But at the end of the day, these are general fund dollars going to the
But
system.
they're fully reimbursed. So there is no cost to the general fund, there is no cost to the pension system, there's no cost to any other benefit program. Why, forget the tactic of negotiating with the union, it doesn't matter.
We can't forget that tactic, though. That's...
Mr. CEO, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. The item is a shared responsibility for everyone. We cannot treat one group of employees or individuals different from others. I'm in the same boat. I have folks who are reimbursed from the proprietary department, but I can't single them and end up paying them more than someone else elsewhere.
I'm not talking about...
I know, but
you're going to pay them whatever we negotiate. So that argument's irrelevant.
But if we ask our employees to share in this responsibility, we have to treat them all equally. As part of this line item, it's for all funds, all special funds, all employees across the board. And if we try to start cherry picking or pointing people out, then we've sort of gone back and blown up this concept.
I'm not, the argument still, I think that all of us are still confused because there are a lot of positions that are going to be saved in various departments depending on how we ultimately decide, and if there's a reduction, there's a reduction. But to say from the get-go that we're not going to have these positions at all...
Well, I don't think we're saying we're not going to have the positions. This line item, what you'll see in there as far as a reference to positions, that's only a particular average. The concept here is basically focusing our compensation structure, and that compensation structure applies to everyone in the city, whether they're special funded or general funded or reimbursed.
You're not hearing us disagree with you, but what we're saying is if there's a position that's needed for a proprietary department and they are willing to pay for that position, whatever it is we decide the position's value is, as it would be with any other potential city attorney position, that it would make sense if that proprietary department is paying for the service, i.e. that position, then why would we cut that position?
We're not proposing to cut the positions again. The numbers identified in these line items are what I would consider the full-time equivalent to, as far as positions are concerned, to the dollar number that we're trying to achieve here as far as savings. If the worst case scenario, there are no shared sacrifices, there are no, and nobody really wants to share in the responsibility, and we are left with having to reduce positions, then I think your point becomes valid in terms of whether or not we want to cut these positions that are proprietary funded. And if that was the case, then obviously we would argue that if proprietaries can fund it, then we're not going to cut these positions.
Let me just ask, maybe I'm confused, but are you saying that the fact that you've given them an overall number, and if you exclude the proprietaries' numbers or figures out of that equation, then the hit on them would be higher on their general fund dollars? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that these positions are just an equivalent number to the dollar savings we're trying to achieve. through our shared sacrifice and responsibility proposals.
Okay. I think what's confusing, I think all of us, is that if there's an outside source paying for them,
then they would pay a lower amount. If we're able to reduce somehow the salaries of these positions, or reduce in any way the contributions that we have to make to their pension system, to the pension system, it would be a lower cost employee, not just for us as a city, but for the proprietary departments as well.
but it seems strange to me that you say you pose them as a cut as part of the exercise.
We are not proposing them as a cut. These were identified positions, or at least the count was identified as an equivalent to the dollar target we are trying to reach. So by no means are we saying we are going to cut these positions. Rather, we're saying if we can achieve the savings through the shared responsibility and sacrifice, then we would be left with no other alternative than to cut these positions. But then the question would be, are these the right positions to cut? If they're proprietary funded, couldn't we argue that we should keep these positions? And I would say yes. That would be a very logical argument to make, and something that we should consider. But in the absence of identifying the specific services, what we're trying to do here is really focus on those the menu of options to try to achieve the targeted savings here.
Yeah, you've got me completely confused, because I don't know how the targeted services would be impacted by people. That's like when we say we can make some impact on our budget, but do not impact grant positions, enterprise positions, or special fund positions. This is a fund that's not a general fund, so I'm trying to find out how do we bring this into the discussion if it's not being paid for by general fund. And that's what's confusing to me.
I think Ray Serrano had it best when he was saying that this is something that we want everybody to participate in, is shared responsibility and sacrifice, regardless of how they're funded, whether they're funded from the general fund, whether they're funded from special funds or the proprietary departments.
But I think if you had a shared responsibility, and whatever the agreement was at some point, every attorney in the city attorney's office would have to abide by it. And if you had the same thing of water and power, then every employee there would have to abide by it. That's why I don't understand how in these unique positions you would ask that they be handled differently, because we're providing a service for a full rate of return. So whatever that rate of return is, if the cost goes down because they agree to it, then the cost goes down. We no longer give them the higher price, but that's
exactly.
I think that's what's confusing.
No, I agree with your assessment right now. That's exactly what. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry if I've confused anybody, but that's exactly what we're proposing here. If it's if the salaries are lower for the city attorneys, regardless of how they're being paid, then that's what we charge the proprietary departments, whatever cost that is.
Okay.
I think this goes back to our earlier.
What you basically did is you took 10%, regardless of funding source.
Yes.
So, right. So, and that was your strategy, okay, whether it's right or wrong. But what happens is if we don't come to consensus on that issue, and that's something this committee is going to wrestle with here shortly, and we determine that layoffs are the only alternative because you haven't negotiated a better deal, then there will be a loss of people. So then the message is sent to airports, harbor, DWP, go hire your own attorneys. The city attorney's got to agree to that, I understand by charter, but go hire your own, because we're going to take them away because we're going to do this big cut instead if we can't get a shared responsibility consensus somehow.
Not necessarily, because I think what we would want to do here, if we're left with having to cut that level of positions, then we would want to reprioritize the services. We wouldn't want to take the same number of cuts from this department as we would from other departments.
Okay.
And we would have to do that.
So the message here is this is not a cut, even though it would amount to that. This is a negotiating point.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Moving on. There are two police stations open this past year, the only two in the city that don't have your neighborhood prosecutor program in it. Is there any proposal you have for that? I have one if you don't, but...
I'd be happy to hear your proposal.
Okay, it's very simple. I was going to propose to the committee, and in line with you didn't hear, I don't think, our standard. That is, if you want to add people back or new program, whatever, find us money to do that. So in line with Mr. Parks' warning to us, I understand we need $351,033 for the 2 neighborhood prosecutors for the Olympic and Topanga police stations. That comes from the proposed reduction of 5% to the outside counsel fund, which is $3.75 million. So that we'd fund that out of that and reduce the 3.75 by $351,000 to pay for those 2 attorneys. So with that, my proposal is to balance it as per your instructions, Mr. Chairman.
Greg, let me have that. What is that source again, the 3.7?
It's from the 5% reduction to outside counsel funding, which amounts to $3.75 million.
So it's just a move over.
So we reduced the $3.75 million by $351,033 and move that over there. Is that, Mr. Serrano, does that meet your...
To just moving it out of the outside counsel.
Yeah.
And moving and spending it for the 2.
Yeah, it looks like it's doable. Their expenditures in that category have been coming down, so.
I would just say that would be a number that would be tough to hit, but the math works, and we'll do the best we can. Of course, we think very highly of our neighborhood prosecutor program, and we believe it is an essential part to any police station, and certainly the new ones in particular.
And the alternative to that, we could ask the CLA to see if they can find another source for that funding, but they're the only 2 stations in the entire city that don't have that program.
Correct.
And from a matter of just efficiency and equity, I think we have to do that.
We would agree.
And these are
So,
2
either
new positions?
2 new positions, correct.
Bill, you got something?
First of all, I think it's great you're here, since you're not going to be here after July 1 to defend your budget, which shows you got class. Secondly, I like the neighborhood prosecutor program. It's one of the best things our city has done, and I applaud you for doing that.
Thank you.
Now, I'm always looking for gold in the gutter, extra bucks here and there, and I know building and safety is coming up to talk to, but they'll all turn their finger to you. It has to do with billboards.
Yeah.
And I don't get enough clarity to understand things. In my district, we did a walk, and we came up with 563 billboards, of which 20 had flipped digital and 34 were illegal. And I got to have an ability to say to myself, because my constituents are saying it to me all the time, those 34 illegal billboards, what can we do in a huge positive way to get money out of them for having had those billboards up for whatever period of time it is, whatever their business is, and whatever the heck they've gotten out of it. I raise that as one potential gold in the gutter revenue stream. Another is when they flip from passive to digital, just to have the price of the location rather than the incredible revenue they generate, the obvious drain on the electricity because it's a high-powered kind of new technology. Those are my 2, just looking at the past, gold in the gutter. Is there any way in which we could recoup from especially the 34 illegals a cash flow, and what about those digitals?
Let me deal with the digital first. The digital actually, if they increase revenue for themselves, we would get additional revenue, additional business license fee for any additional gross receipts that they get from that. So we do, if they got additional revenue for switching to digital, we currently do get more additional revenue. For the illegal...
Can we see a report on that, just so we can show that to the community?
Yeah,
explain that to them.
That would come from the CAO or the treasurer.
That'd be good.
On the illegal billboards, we are currently sponsoring a bill in the state legislature, along with that's being authored by Assemblymember Mark Leno from San Francisco, that would change current state law. One of the problems we would have with those illegal billboards is twofold. One, if a billboard is up for 5 years without any action being taken against it by an enforcement agency like Building and Safety, then under state law, it's presumed to be legal, even if they do not have a permit from the city to put it up. That, of course, is a challenge in any legal action we might bring against them. The current piece of legislation that Mr. Leno is carrying would eliminate that presumption, which we think is long overdue. We had a bill previously that was never made it out of committee to do the same in the past. We hope that this one makes it further and hopefully gets signed into law, and we can eliminate that presumption. That would help us go a long way to dealing with illegal billboards. In addition, the other part of it, if you modify a billboard currently under state law, if you modify a billboard, let's say you have a permit for the front side, but it's on a freeway, so you put something on the back. When we catch you, the penalty is you have to take it down. That's it. So all the revenue that they obtained in between the time that they put it up and the time that we catch you, they keep. This new legislation would allow us to stop that practice and make them disgorge their profits that they obtain from that. Exactly what you're looking for. Revenue that they illegally obtain would come back to us.
I'm happy to hear that, but there's nothing we can do physically on our own level here in creating laws and doing anything.
I'm saying the state law preempts us at the moment, so we're trying to get it changed. So what we could do here locally is make sure that thing gets passed and signed into law as fast as possible. Then we would have an ability to get some money back from these illegal boards.
Appreciate that. Last question I have is about outside counsel.
Right.
If you look at your track record of outside counsel, it obviously fluctuates with the reality of what an outside counsel situation arises out of the blue, be it a Mayday business that we ourselves dealt with, which wasn't on the books 3 years ago, is on the books today. So how can we be comfortable that you can take a cut in that when every day we deal in closed session with stuff that pop out of the blue?
Again, we're making our best guesstimate. We're working within the system to try to make it a number that all of us can hit, but we never can be sure. If you remember back when we had the power crisis, we had to hire a bunch of lawyers to deal with that. Well, no one anticipated that ever happening, and that was an additional cost. Now, thankfully, those lawyers paid off. As I like to say here, we do. In fact, we got back millions and millions of dollars from those people who were cheating our Department of Water and Power in that power crisis. So, but that extra expense up front, we never anticipated, and we, of course, went to this August body and they agreed to fund it, and it did pay off in the long run.
Last thing is really for you personally, now that you're leaving, after this particular budget, I would love a report back on some of the things that maybe you would have wanted to say but never did, that needs to be looked at in a challenging way with your budget that now we can deal with?
I don't think I've ever been a shrinking violet when it comes to courage, and we'd be happy to talk to you about all the issues that I think could help move this city forward.
Yeah.
And I'm not going away in that regard, that's for sure.
Well, I would like, on the record, for you to come back and share some of that with us.
That'd be terrific. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
That was you had an open opportunity there, Rocky. There is one position being removed as a planning. I think I'll find my page in here that it was on, but that was being deleted. I think on page 70 it had land use.
Land use.
And I know that we've had some struggles because of our planning commission. We had one last week where I don't know if miscommunication or whatever, but an attorney could not be there, and it didn't allow the actual action to take place because of the difference and not having an attorney there. And there are just some instances where that is. Is that land use person coming out of that going out to the area planning commissions? Because I noted there's some other positions in here for area planning.
Yeah.
Councilmember, we do see that position coming out of our real property land use 2 groups. And originally, the reason I think it got on the list was originally it was I think Prop Q funded historically, so it was a specific project position brought on to sort of that had, going back to the Councilmember Parks' sort of main thing, that had specialized funding at one time, came for a function that closed. It will slow down. Our land use people are particularly busy with Councilmember Rosenthal's billboards. As you know, they've been here, remarkably frequently the last few months. And we are overburdened in both land use and particularly in inverse condemnation on the real estate side. We have several huge cases going on now. Not to mention we have several environmental CEQA lawsuits being handled by our real estate lawyers. So,
So this was funded
we will
by
try to live with it, but it's a real hurt.
This was Prop Q funded previously.
Originally. That was the original genesis. It hasn't been Prop Q funded for some time.
Okay, that was the answer.
For some time, it's been doing part of the general work.
Yeah. I just know that it's really, as someone who has a very active district where attorneys are often participating, having a land use attorney there, and it may be, if you could let us know what the cost of that one position
Sure.
is.
We'll report back to you.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Very much. CAO, if I could ask for a report back on the possibility of providing our general managers from each department with a litigation budget for the coming fiscal year, in recognition of this being one of the first steps to take for a holistic risk management system. And I know the CAO has already implemented some of those items that the controller found in her report to better control our risks. But I think having a litigation budget for each of the departments is another step moving in that direction, as the city attorney mentioned. And secondly, I want to thank the public who came to speak on the HALO program. It was through your efforts and your alertness or telling us about this great program that the city attorney's office operates that we were able to recognize that it was a mistake. So thank you to all the speakers who came to speak about this important program that has helped many people not face jail, but face the type of services they need. Thank you.
Councilman, if I could just reiterate what I stated in my opening remarks, that this was one of those items that was a mistake in our budget. $7 billion budget. We're prone to make a few mistakes here and there. Small order of magnitude, but very large impact that is felt in the community. And this is an area that the mayor has been very much behind, and we in the mayor's office will work with the CLA and the council to make sure that this is addressed accordingly.
Let me ask you, we dealt with something Friday on the stimulus money. Is this in addition to what you're going to do in the budget? The HALO program. The city attorney. Right there. Yes, come up and tell us what we did Friday.
Councilmember, the stimulus package was for this staffing plus additional staffing to do additional work.
Okay.
So it added more with the proposal.
No, but the thing is that it covered the same program.
Grant. Would be the same program, yes, sir.
Okay. So the thing is that the positions that we're talking about adding back to the budget, are they part of the stimulus package also?
The stimulus package was meant to be an expansion of the existing program, not a duplication.
Okay, so you need this as the core.
That was
so
the
you can
intention,
add
yes,
on
sir.
to it. Okay, all right.
A quick question. The nuisance abatement revocations, and I know we've been looking at utilizing that for piracy for those that are leasing, and your office is very familiar with that. Have we seen any increase in that? Is it able to handle that aspect?
I don't know the exact answer to that. I do believe we are utilizing it, but I have not been aware of any nuisance abatement that has occurred with respect to piracy at the moment.
And I know we mentioned earlier today, we talked about parking companies that have not been collecting they have been collecting, they just haven't been paying us that 10%. Right. And I know there's several cases that have been referred to your office, and just a plug that as you in the millions of dollars, some of them I know wanting to go forward. If there's anything else we need to do to strengthen from it be in local legislative laws or state legislative laws to impact that, because I think we've found one that hasn't been paying for a long time. Are there steps that we should have done prior to having to even send it to you all?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Let me ask you one question, and I don't know if this came up at a prior budget hearing. Your resources are primarily in City Hall East. Do you still have resources in the food mall, what I guess used to be the Children's Museum?
We do. Yes.
What operation is there, and is that a permanent facility?
Pitches and victim witness services.
And so that's a permanent location
Right.
for them?
Yes.
Okay. I think we've exhausted our questions. I just would basically, because your department's had so few claims litigation, so we would not ask the CAO or the CLA to add you into the program. I think you earned about $3,000 over the 6 years, but that we do ask you to work with them on addressing the issue of classifications and numbers and dollars of what these cuts could mean so that we could move forward. At a later time, we would then ask you to give us what if we have to implement that, what's remaining, how are you going to deploy those. The first cut, we don't want to get into programming and what types of activities would cease. We need to just know clearly the number of positions, authorities, and such that they can get moving on.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we have building and safety. Let me start by asking the mayor's office on addressing, because building and safety has a unique issue of their enterprise fund. Are the shared responsibility issues, does it exempt those funds or positions?
No, it does not. As we stated earlier, when the mayor stated shared responsibility and sacrifice, it applied to every position regardless of funding source.
Okay. So the thing is, but even, let me ask Andrew, how does that impact us on the enterprise fund if we're collecting revenue and for a specific purpose as relates to positions?
Building and safety. Oh. Is that the question to building and safety?
Yes.
We support the proposed budget by the mayor. The intention with the 10%.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
We know you support it, and we know you like the mayor. I just want to know, how does that impact the management of the enterprise fund if we have to collect it for a specific purpose, and we're saying that we're going to be cutting positions out? I just need to know, how does that impact your operation of the enterprise fund?
The general rule is that we cannot collect more fees than the services rendered.
Yes.
In recent months, the amount of incoming fees have been lower than expected due to the economic downturn.
Okay.
So if we cut from the enterprise fund the 10%, we still are going to be at a point that we are going to be at the cost recovery level. However, if the economy picks up and the construction level picks up, we are going to have to go back to the mayor's office and ask for some of those positions to be restored.
Okay. Then let me ask you, with one of the positions I think you guys created was kind of a bridge position for basically for a training bridge. But with the lower economy and less construction, do we need those entry-level positions if we have less and less assistant inspectors and things of that nature?
I believe you are referring to the assistant inspector program, which is bridge from the non-inspector positions to inspector positions.
Yes.
At this time, we are able to fund them even with a reduced level for the foreseeable, for the first, next few months. As the economy goes along, we need to evaluate that. My goal is to avoid layoff, and I believe that's the goal, one of the goals of the mayor. And we are going to wait until we see how the negotiations with the unions and the issues of early retirement work out before we are able to make a specific decision on some of those. Some of those folks are going to be inspectors which are going to be beneficial, very beneficial to the department in years to come. I'm hoping we can find a way to continue and bridge the gap and make things happen. Also, Honorable Councilman Parks, during the good time, Building and Safety was very prudent in spending our money. So when the economy was very strong, the money which came in on the permit activity, we did not spend it all. We were very careful in spending it. And the idea with the enterprise fund is that we can bridge the gap during the slow time. And that is exactly what we are going to be doing. Still, we have some money left in fees collected, services not yet rendered, and we are going to hopefully be able to bridge the gap. And my anticipation is by early part of 2010, we are going to see a slight turnaround in the economy.
Okay. Let me ask you also, and this is one that concerns my district probably more than most, is that these annual inspections that you do at junkyards, recycling centers, dismantling yards, what is going to be the impact of those cuts? Is it going to be it's across the board, but is it going to be every part of the city impacted the same, or is it going to be where some parts of the city are going to have, with some of the greater needs, are going to be ignored? That's something that hits at the core of what we're trying to resolve on our community plans and a few other things.
The mayor's direction is that department-wide we achieve a 10% saving, and we will do that. Internally, I'm going to have to prioritize items such as billboards, because of the political visibility. I'm not going to cut in those, up to items such as annual inspection of junkyards, recycling center, auto repair shops. We are not going to cut on those at the time being, and we are going to work around those. Currently, also in the Department of Building and Safety, we have 84 vacant positions. The first that I'm going to contemplate in terms of eliminating would be some of those 84 vacant positions. So my goal is to retain the service level as much as possible and avoid layoff as much as possible. And then we are going to look at other items such as furloughs and some other items to get things done.
Okay. In the Blue Book basically identifies a large dollar amount for shared responsibilities. Have you gotten to the point of looking very specifically as to the number of positions and the classifications that might be impacted by those decisions?
We have not gotten to specific positions because the direction is a 10% cost savings, and I think it is prudent to allow the mayor to do the negotiation with the unions and also to see if there is a potential early retirement and so on, so that based on that, see what is the remaining gap that we need to cover, and then we are going to look at the specific positions. Also, although we have a very good database of the employees eligible for retire, we really do not know who is going to retire, even if there's an early retirement package. So it would be premature to guess specifically what positions. I do want to go back to an earlier question that you asked, Councilmember Parks, regarding the impact on service. Obviously, when you reduce the staff, there's going to be impact on service. And what I intend to do, what Building and Safety Management intends to do, is we are going to have all the items, all the issues which are immediate life safety issues in terms of code enforcement. We continue inspecting them immediately and as a top priority, same-day inspection. The routine items, right now we do the inspections within 3 days from the day that they are called. This is all on the code enforcement side. Now that 3 days is going to go to 5 days. And then there's going to be some items such as overheight fence, overheight hedges, and so on. And we are going to have to look at the resources available to handle those as resources available. Okay. And final item that we are going to change is in terms of the taking anonymous complaints. Right now, the Department of Building and Safety in City of LA accepts anonymous complaints on the code enforcement. We are going to eliminate accepting anonymous complaints, and we are going to ask the people who make a code enforcement complaint to identify themselves. Of course, their identity and their information will remain strictly confidential within the department files. However, that will currently about 40%, 30% to 40% of anonymous complaints turn out to be invalid without any merit at all. So that will save us some work, kind of equivalent of the LAPD and false alarms. Okay. So that is some of the things that we are planning on doing to prioritize our work.
Okay. Let me just say, Andrew, and I understand your rationale in the sense of waiting to see if some of these things come about. But one of the things that the Budget Committee is moving forward on is that we have to make decisions based on what we know at this time. And so we're going to ask the CAO and CLA to get with you to develop what are those authorities, positions, numbers, what the dollar value is, because what we approve as a budget has to be operational July 1st. And so that's something that we'll ask them to do. But also, one of the other items we've asked them to get with departments as it relates to developing a litigation plan. And I think although in 4 to 5 years your department's been a little over $1 million in litigation, we still would like to have them evaluate what the causes, solutions, and the accountability to determine whether we can impact it positively.
We will follow your direction.
Great.
Yeah, just Mr. Parks covered almost everything I wanted to ask about, except with the virtual elimination of code enforcement and all these other programs, which are going to virtually disappear except in very limited circumstances. Have you thought about and something that was discussed years ago with neighbor councils and others, is volunteer inspectors that would do out some of this work for you? You're not going to send them into a junkyard or anything like that that's dangerous, but certainly neighborhood complaints could be done by a volunteer corps, much like LAPD has, utilizing or training of senior lead officers in LAPD who get a lot of those complaints, neighbor prosecutors who get a lot of those neighbor complaints, and neighbor councils who may want to be trained to do that. The union's not going to like that a lot, but if in place of an agreement with the unions, that may be an alternative that would keep the programs alive.
We have had a pilot program of Code Watch, Neighborhood Code Watch, and of course there's some very specific rules on what they can look at. Mm-hmm. Certainly they can look at some distance, like a half a mile or a mile from their own residence and business and so on. Right. And we can look at expanding those as we progress. Also in terms of volunteer compliance, one of the things that we are going to do as part of this budget reduction, and there is no question, this is a severe budget reduction. I mean, in terms of code enforcement, we are going from something like 143 positions to 104 positions. I mean, it is a 30% reduction. One of the things that we are going to do as we get the lower priority complaints, such as overheight fence, we are going to, rather than sending an inspector out, we are going to send a letter to the party it is alleged that their fence is overheight, and say, okay, we have received this complaint, please do a voluntary compliance. And of course, not everybody is going to do, but some people are going to comply. And often the violations are such as trash being left in the trash bucket, or some of the other minor things being left in the public view, or some of the other things that they can readily comply.
Yeah, a lot of those things, just simple things, a simple letter straightens it out. And if we go to that route, it would be advisable, I think, that you could have an online letter, fill in the blanks, that council officers could just kind of fill in the blanks, and the letter automatically goes out from Building and Safety, because we're also the focal point of an awful lot of your complaints. They come to us, we send them to you. It would save a lot of time. So if we go to that kind of a system, if you could have an online punch system for council officers, fill in the blanks, the letter goes out, you keep a copy in your records that a letter's been issued, etc., it might be a good technological fix for some of these problems.
I think that's a very good suggestion. I think we provide the form, you fill it in and send it to us, and then we process it.
And one
we
last...
are still the conduit, so city attorney would be happy that it's handled by the city department.
Sure. And one last thing is, years ago, we used to have an agreement with the police department on citing certain code enforcement codes. And that, I understand nobody does that anymore because LAPD and Building Safety stopped talking about it, and it was kind of stopped, artificially stopped. Someone said, just quit doing that. As we go back in it again, I think if you were to train senior lead officers on how they could do simple code notifications, that they're in violation of certain codes, they are law enforcement officers. They can easily, you have no question about their ability to pick and choose what's the right thing to cite. So I would hope, no matter what we do, that we reinstate that program of working with the senior lead officers and let them cite some of these things for you. All right? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
You're one of the revenue-generating parts of our great city.
Yes, I am. Yes, my department is.
And your department, how much revenue has it generated in this present fiscal year?
87, well, it is anticipated by the end of the fiscal year, we will be generating, I believe, $78 million. I have my numbers transposed. Now, let's put those in proper background. During the boom year, like last year we did about 110 million, approximate number. The year before we did 120 million. This year, obviously, the economy is much slower. We are going to do $78 million revenue.
And that 78, what is your overall budget?
Well, the overall budget, if I may give a brief explanation,
Sure.
The Department of Building and Safety has two arms. One arm is the general fund functions, and that is supported by the general fund revenues. The other arm is the Permit Activity Enterprise Fund. And the specific answer to those two arms, I'm going to refer to Ms. Karen Panera, our Assistant General Manager in charge of budget. So when you look at the revenue from permit activity, you need to compare it to expenses on the permit activity.
Great.
Good afternoon. The enterprise fund budget for this year, like Andrew says, will bring in probably about $78 million. The expenditures for the enterprise fund alone will be approximately $114 million, because there is some carry forward for services not provided.
And that gap is, for example, if I may explain, the high-rise, the 54-story high-rise building, which we are building downtown, as well as any of the other 25 high-rise buildings which are under construction. The permit for them was issued 18 months ago, 2 years ago. We collected the fees. We did not spend that money. We are using that money into the future until that project is finished. So that's why the gap in terms of the revenue.
Okay, but my number one point will be this. I don't necessarily believe in across-the-board 10% cut as the strategy. I believe that each surgical removal situation might be more effective if we could drill down enough to appreciate that, just as much as I believe in zero-based budgeting. Any of the positions that you would have to take a cut in, would any of them be revenue-generating?
Well, all the positions in the enterprise fund are connected to revenue.
Correct. So you don't want to get rid of any of those positions, or are you obligated to get rid of some of them?
I am obligated to get some of them because there is not enough revenue coming in to pay for them.
Okay.
Again, keep in mind, the revenue is down, and in the enterprise fund we are, we run just like a private consulting company. More work, less work, less staff. More work, more staff, and that is we could implement the budget proposed as long as there's a commitment by the mayor's office, and I believe that there is. If the economy picks up and goes, we can sit down and talk about the resources to take care of the workload which comes in.
Yeah, because what's important to me is, say somebody wants to move forward aggressively on a project out of the blue, I want to be able to have enough building and safety resources to obviously support that, and obviously it's a revenue generator for all of us. So again, I've been using the phrase a little bit, we don't want to cut our nose to spite our face or shoot ourselves in the foot. Okay.
On the enterprise fund side, on the permit activity side, we will continue providing timely service, inspections the next day, plan check in a timely fashion, even after the cuts. On the code enforcement side, there is going to be challenges. Code enforcement is general funded. What happens during the time that the economy is down, there's less money in general fund, people look at the cuts in code enforcement. Unfortunately, because of the social issues, there's more need for code enforcement. So what we have in code enforcement in downtime is more need for more services, less resources. That is why we have to prioritize, as I described, as well as the response time goes from 3 days to 5 days and so on.
But even in that code business, when you go out and somebody has violated the law, there's a potential fine and a potential revenue generating opportunity in that.
Yes and no. Let's take the issue of the billboards. On the proposed ordinance on the billboards, there is some heavy fines to the tune of from $2,000 to $40,000 per count, per day, per week, and so on. But all of that money goes to general fund. I think one of the things that you may want to, based on the conversation that you had earlier with the attorney, you may want to ask the department to look into is finding a way that some of those fines which are collected go back to the code enforcement so we do a better job of code enforcement. So that money doesn't go into the general fund, which is a $7 billion fund, goes to the code enforcement so it addresses the issues at hand.
I think it's great. Why don't you bring that as a report back to us so that it highlights our energy here? Maybe we need to do a motion in the city council or something to move it. Or the mayor obviously can appreciate what you're just saying here as well, because there are what I call gold in the gutter on some of those particular issues there that you should be allowed to collect.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about granny units and your attitude about them. I'm told, if it's true or not, there's 75,000 units, at least in our great city, that are there uninspected and technically illegal. Some of us have been talking about grandparenting them in, making sure that the water issues and the electrical issues, which are health and safety issues, are resolved, but not putting them up to the code of today. Because they do exist, people live in it, and it is part of our housing stock. That discussion, I'm sure, has been battling around in your office. Any thoughts about how that could be effective? It could be a revenue generator as well, but it would, more importantly, would give those folks tenants' rights because they're paying money, but now they know they have protection for health and safety, and it gives the landlord not living in some shadowed area with the threat of somebody doing something to them. As we look at the crisis we're in now with the budget, could this be a new day type of strategy that could generate revenue and also bring us out of the dark on that?
That is one of the challenging areas in our great city of Los Angeles. We have somewhere between 30 to 60,000 illegally installed second dwelling units in this city, anything from illegally converted garages to granny units, to illegally converted wing of the building, to a second dwelling unit. In terms of legalizing those, there's two aspects. One aspect, which is the building code, building plumbing, mechanical, electrical code, those present some challenge, but they are doable if, as a matter of public policy, you decide that you want to do that. The second part of that is the zoning issues. The zoning issues is a matter of public policy. It is in the purview of planning department, and it becomes a heavy-duty public policy debate, because I would imagine many neighborhood councils may object to having a single-family dwelling be converted to a two-dwelling duplex, as well as the issue of the parking. Because if you're going to ask, for example, you have a single-family dwelling, now it's you have two dwelling, now if you require 4 parking spaces. Some of those becomes challenging, and the building and safety aspect of it, challenging but doable. The zoning code is in the purview of planning department, and the issue of the public policy, and quite frankly, politics.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you're saying, but even from a genuine revenue standpoint on taxes, if people don't report they have these granny units, they don't pay taxes on it, and various levels of government don't even get a revenue stream that they should be getting automatically. And I agree with you with the politics issue. It would take a lot of R1 neighborhoods and turn them into 1.5 by the reality of the de facto existence, but that's to be further discussed. Another issue similar to that is the fences and hedges, which is another one of those situations. I don't know how many there exist in our great city, but what is our strategy going forward with that?
That is a considerable challenge. Allow me to explain. There's considerable number of fences and hedges in this city which are over height. As a matter of fact, as the zoning code is written, the fence height in the front yard is very limiting, cannot be higher than a certain amount. In many neighborhoods, whether it's a home of a celebrity or somebody who wants to avoid paparazzi and so on, they put fences up which are higher. And often the neighbors complain, and when we go out there, not only where it was complained it is over height, but every home up and down the block is over height. We do not go out there proactively looking for overheight fence. We don't have the time, we don't have the resources. The ones which there is complaint about, we write an order about. But typically the city attorney does not have the resources to prosecute them. So what happens, we write the order expires, they don't do anything about it, the city attorney does not take the case, so we make a note in the file and close the file. I do want to point out, Councilmember, as a result of these cuts, which are proposed now, we have to, after this budget goes through, we have to prioritize the code enforcement, and this is, I know at least 2 neighborhood councils in your district this issue of overheight fences is in front and center for them. What we have to do with the code enforcement, with the reduced level of resources, imminent life safety hazard. If a car runs into a building, is leaning over, we go out right away. Whether it's a Saturday night or Monday midday, we go out and immediately. So that's priority 1. Then there's going to be priority 2, which is going to be all the normal stuff. And then there's going to be priority 3, which is overheight fences, overheight hedges. And those, what we are going to do is, rather than sending out the inspector, we are going to send out a letter asking for voluntary compliance. And if they do not comply, then as resources available, we send out the inspector. As resources available, and I do not anticipate there's going to be much resources available after these cuts, we issue orders fully knowing that it's unlikely the city attorney is going to take it very far.
Okay.
And it's not just the city attorney. I don't want to put it at the doorstep of city attorney. The reality is that even if the city attorney takes it, imagine what the ultimate weapon is to take him to the court.
Right.
In this great county where there is a lot of crimes, there is a lot of serious issues, what judge is going to waste or take up the courtroom time and prosecute a very honorable celebrity about an overheight fence which is 1 feet too high?
Right. Okay,
That's the challenge.
I got your challenge, and I appreciate your candor, frankly, in your answer. My last question is, let's assume our moratorium on billboards and all that ends up with some real good legislation, from my perspective, with lots of penalties and violations and codes, and really finally get at this insanity we presently have. Will you have the resources to do the inspections and do the enforcement and obviously find me that gold in the gutter, or will you be understaffed and can't even carry out the policies of a new policy that we put in place?
Let me start by saying of the 500 or so billboards that your constituents surveyed or identified, we have surveyed all of them.
Yeah, 653, right.
653,
right,
okay.
Right.
And of the approximately 8,000 billboards, off-site signs in the city, we have already concluded the survey of about half of them, 4,000. Will I have resources to carry through? It is going to be very difficult. I need to explain this because devil is in the details. Currently, I have, for the off-site sign enforcement, for the off-site sign inspection program, I'm going to have a grand total of 3 inspectors, 1 senior inspector, and 1 clerk. Now, what is going to happen, the billboard industry, the sign industry is very litigious, and as we go along, they are going to, try to fight every one of these in front of Board of Building and Safety Commission, in legal arena. It's going to really soak up a lot of time. Will I have enough time, enough staff? It's going to be difficult. Now, you say, how did we arrive in this? Here are the facts. Back 5 years ago, when we started down this path, the proposal was to have approximately 20 people working on this, about 16 inspectors and so on. Remember, that's what we figured that we needed to do a good job. Now we are down to 3 inspectors. How did that come about? Here is how it is. Back then, the proposal was a billboard's annual inspection of $186 for every year. Now, after the settlement, it is $186 every 3 years. So that is, it is still 186, but it was 1 year cycle versus 3 year cycle. And, that is how we ended up where we are. I am going to do my best. One item which is a saving grace on the billboard, on the off-site sign inspection, is that there is a reopener essentially on the agreement that after we get through the first cycle, we can come back and revisit the cost of it and ask for adjustment on how much their annual fees are.
Okay, well, in concluding on that, when we come up with a new policy as a city on our billboards and how we go forward, whenever that happens, you have to look at it and tell us if you have enough resources to enforce it. And if you don't, we're going to have to do something about it. Please.
Hi. This is probably a good time, a good opener for me to tell you that the off-site sign positions fell through the budget cracks, and it needs to be re-added to the budget. What happened is it got approved in an interim request, and the positions were just approved in January after we submitted our budget, so there was no continued resolution authority to ask for. And so please, we need to make a technical adjustment to add the program back in.
And we have been told, I believe, by CAO.
We're working with them.
In the budget which is in front of you, there is 0 position for off-site sign, but that is a technical error. It has been indicated to us. They'll work with us to correct that technical issue.
Well, then, both the CAO and the CLA, when we get our new policy in place especially, I don't want to have somebody throw up their hands and say, it's a great new law, Councilman, but we don't have the resources to enforce it.
I'm confident that they will be dealt with appropriately at the level of tree inspector and so on. I didn't even bring it up because I'm confident it will be done. It's just a technical
Because three is a joke.
Attached to this, so the positions are fully fee supported. So,
They're fully fee supported, is that what you said?
yes.
All right, that's mine. Thank you.
I have a quick question on the enforcement. I think there's a number, as you said, that there's the 6 positions on the sign, and I think we all have expressed our concern about that. And on the building and safety, sorry, just going to the next item, which is on the enterprise fund. I mean, the reason you're having to reduce some of it is because you don't have as many buildings that are happening, correct?
The workload is down. The workload is down. The revenue is down, and what is in the pipeline, the high rises, as we get them done, and we get to the end of it and the construction completed, the residual work and the revenue for those will be reduced, will disappear as well. So that is why we are reducing it. Yes, you are correct.
But with the understanding that if times pick up and there's self-funding, you come back to us to say, we anticipate this growth and...
Yes. And I also want to reassure you that as it stands right now, as it is right now, we are not delaying construction projects. Construction projects are being plan checked, inspected, and certificate of occupancy issued in a timely fashion. We are still doing something like 99% of inspections within 24 hours and keeping up with all that area on the new construction side. And my hope is that we will continue doing that. I cannot say the same on the code enforcement side because my service demand is up and my resources are down.
And I know my favorite pet peeve was on the validations. We're not doing those anymore, right? Or a portion of them. I did hear from some departments that, or some commissioners, not your commissioners, but others, where they're now being told that we wouldn't reimburse the commissioners. I said, no, that was not the intent. It was that commissioners who were giving of their free time to come volunteer, that we would now charge them for coming to meetings. But that was another department, not yours.
Actually, if I may comment on that, I think a very well-intentioned thing, it may have gone overboard because the message which got is absolutely no validation. So what is happening is that, as you know, the commissioners do not get the stipend of $50 or $100 per meeting. They waive that. So to come to a meeting in, for example, our building, the parking is $30 or $25 a day. They will have to come out of their own pocket. And you may want to make a correction to that policy for the people who come very narrow commission commissioners coming for commission meeting, or one of your council deputies who comes over to our offices for a meeting. We can't validate them right now. It's outrageous for them to pay $25 because they came for a meeting.
Well, if they come to your office for me, they need to take public transportation to get there from my office. That's
from your office.
Just so you know, Dale, not getting any reimbursement. You and Janet.
How about if they come from your district office in Studio City?
They can park in the building here and walk up the street. It's a very good walk up the street.
Yes,
or take public transportation. I'll tell them all. But I do think on the commissioners on Lynn, I don't know if there was something that we adopted that was misinterpreted. I think we just did not want to spend the full amount, and I think for your department it was about $350,000. So I think we just need to kind of look at that because
the policy actually had an allowance for volunteers or commissioners that aren't paid, and most commissioners aren't taking a stipend. So departments can pay for their parking validations. You didn't want to put a chill on getting people to volunteer their services, whether it be commissioners or just volunteers perhaps at the library or other departments.
We will visit that and make sure that we're all on the same
Thank
page.
you. And I think it would be helpful because I don't want to out another department who may have misinterpreted it as well, but I did talk to a commissioner who was fine for paying it, but said, some others may not be able to afford as much as she was able to. So I think if we can look at that, it would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, CLA and CAO is going to reach out to you regarding accumulated information about authorities, numbers, and dollars so that we could get some idea on that issue. And also, I'd like to ensure that CAO and CLA, as part of that outreach as relates to litigation, also includes this department so that we can get some idea of how we might impact future litigation in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next department is Animal Services. Good afternoon. We can just start off right off, and you've noticed, I'm sure, since April the 20th, the mayor's budget recommends a 10% reduction in your staffing. Have you given that any thought on how that would impact your overall operations and what authorities and what activities that might impact overall?
Yes, sir. Linda Barth with the Department of Animal Services. We did distribute a letter, we brought it in this morning, that has a chart that proposes not necessarily exactly what we would propose to cope with that 10% cut, but does take a look at what some of the impacts might be in terms of number of personnel. What we used for this letter to discuss this sort of shared sacrifice layoff potential was to look at the fact that in the current fiscal year there were a number of positions that were slated for layoff.
Let me just stop you for a minute. I forgot to ask, we have two public comment cards and we'd like to get those done before so you could hear them. Jacob Miller and Durrell, is it Chardness? Mr. Miller, go on, you have a minute.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you all for letting me speak, and I just wanted to let you know that SCIU and its members with the Department of Animal Services are excited to work with our new leadership. We are interested in coming up with identifying ideas in ways to generate revenue. In our Department of Animal Control, we look forward to explaining ideas such as increased license canvassing opportunities. This helps twofold by generating considerable revenue, and the same right encourages citizens to fix their pets, which over time decreases intakes and the cost for the city. We are committed to find new ideas and new revenue and cost savings, and we thank you very much.
Give the last one to go through. Thank you.
Gerald Chernus, Engineers and Architects Association. We urge the committee to restore the resolution authority positions for the Department of Animal Services. We believe that funding should be used for this purpose rather than for outside consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you can continue your response. I'm sorry we interrupted you.
No problem, thank you. In any event, we had a slate of layoffs that were averted in the current fiscal year through the use of in lieu authority, salary savings, and a one-time $1 million transfer to our department. So one approach to make that 10% cut, should it be necessary or some portion would be necessary would be to revisit that list of positions and determine if some of those positions would be appropriate for layoff. The concern that we have is that at this point we also look forward to the work of the mayor in terms of negotiating and resolving that 10%. Right now as a department we don't really have any specific criteria or guidance to use to make that final decision of what the layoffs might be. From our perspective, any layoffs at the department, I mean, we were very pleased to see that we had sort of a status quo budget. Otherwise, that allows us to meet the emergency needs of the city of Los Angeles, allows us to meet the public safety needs of the city, and allows us to handle the increase of more than 20% in dog impounds that we've seen over the last year. Fortunately, we've also seen a 20% increase in adoptions. So the department in its new facilities has been working very hard, and right now we would not be in favor of seeing any cuts to that because they would by necessity result in some sort of service cuts of hours or operating days, and they could potentially impinge on our ability to be as responsive in emergencies as the city has seen us be responsive in fires the last few months.
Let me ask you, on your current status of your construction program, where are you on the completion of your facilities?
All of the Prop F facilities are completed except for the new additional South Los Angeles facility. They have, I think, 30% construction documents at this time. They are proceeding on schedule. They are working with the architects to maintain the budget that's been established for that project, and it should be going out to bid, I think, early next year. So they're on target to have that facility open in 2012.
And then as far as the management of that construction plan, were there any funds available to consider additional facilities or enhancements of current facilities?
We have no program expansion or additional facilities in the current fiscal year. That's still a couple fiscal years away.
Okay, but have we exhausted all the money other than for South LA, the funds that were in Prop F?
I think there's a small amount of funds that currently is being held with the idea of completing what's called Phase 2 work in the medical areas of the North Central and the West Valley Clinic. Those were expansions, and they didn't expend the funds to do the work in the medical areas during the original expansion project. So there's about $2 million right now being held to complete that medical work, dependent on getting South LA out to bid and under construction and making sure that project gets finished on time.
Thank you.
Is the North Valley, it's the North Valley shelter one that's not open to the public right now?
The Northeast Valley, yes, ma'am.
Northeast Valley. What's the plans for that?
Right now, with the budget that we have at this time, we would continue to operate it as essentially a safety valve when we have emergencies. As you may know, the facility was filled with both of our fires for several weeks with animals belonging to members of the community that were evacuated. It's also, right now, it runs about 60% full. We put animals there that need additional medical help until they're ready for adoption, animals that might need some special training, animals that are being held for evidence cases that we need to hang on to sometimes for several weeks or months while our officers in the LAPD work on preparing evidence for cases. So we also have mothers and nursing kittens there and sometimes nursing puppies. It's a facility that we're able to keep a little more sterile because there's not so much influx and outflux of people and other animals, so animals can be there to recover. So it's approximately 60% full at any given time.
And do you anticipate at any point in time having it be a different kind of facility?
Our goal and our desire is to have it fully open as a facility serving that community. The budget that's laid out before us would allow us to continue the status quo operation there as throughout the department for the coming fiscal year.
And I know we have the continuation of the licensed canvassing program. How is that operated? I know we were, in past, there had been some concern about it actually being implemented.
Yes, the licensed canvassing program is now under the direct supervision of a senior animal control officer who has been working with that group of people and trying a lot of new ideas, and I heard some suggestions for more, which we very much welcome. He's seeing, just in this month alone, an increase of about $10,000 a month in revenues. So they're trying several new strategies and continuing to work more on weekends, more at special events, say vaccination clinics, for example, where people are coming in to get their shots. Canvasser gets right there and says, before you get your shots, you need to sign up for your license. So we're trying a number of new strategies and starting to see improvement with our canvassing group.
And I won't ask about spay and neuter because we've talked a lot about that in council. So,
quickly, on medical staffing, there was 5 vets in the budget. I know we've had trouble hiring those positions in the past. Have that problem been resolved with the new salary schedule for that?
The new salary schedule made a big difference. We have 6 vets working for us now, which is great. Allows us to have a vet at every one of our fully open locations. The 5 vets that you're speaking of actually sit in resolution authority. The plan was to try to self-operate our own spay-neuter clinics as we moved into those facilities and opened them up. The cost, the upfront cost of equipping those facilities, which can be $50,000 to $100,000 a clinic, and the hiring not only of veterinarians, which, although we've had some success, is still questionable and difficult because vets are highly competed for in the LA market, but we also have to hire registered veterinary technicians and other positions. So there's a lot of upfront investment and work to hire those positions. What we are engaged in doing is some 3-year operating contracts for those clinics, with the idea that we would open them up with a private outside organization working under contract with us. And we went through the appropriate approval processes for that. But our goal is to be able to self-operate them, which is why we recommended leaving the positions in the budget and just not funding them for the current year. And then once the city's financial situation turns around, or maybe we can develop some grant funding for startup funding, something like that, and then we could set about trying to self-operate those clinics.
Okay. I was in the West Valley shelter on Saturday, and they had a nice little adopt a pet sticker, which they pushed on me very hard, so they did a good job.
Good for them.
The question is, why don't we have those on our city vehicles? There's a process we can go for that you request those be put on our fleet vehicles. And we should certainly put those out on our trucks and stuff. So
we could certainly work with GSD and do that.
Yeah,
we just produced those bumper stickers about a month ago.
Okay, it'd be nice to get those on those city vehicles and get the word out, adopt. Although there was no phone number or anything on there, and I would hope that it does. It says more than just adopt a pet. I mean, so we should put a number on there or something, and maybe redesign a little and put those on our city vehicles. And then lastly, and this is an FYI. A week ago, the council dealt with the Department of Water and Power on the water rates issue. The issue Ms. Gruel and I brought forward is you can't feed a horse no water. They have to have water. And so the Department of Water and Power has agreed to come back with a special rate structuring proposal for horses. And I added a condition on there that only to those properties where you have a registered horse. So I hope you will deliver to the Department of Water and Power your list of those sites and addresses where you have registered horses, because this is going to be putting a tremendous burden on them if they don't register their horses. And it's one way to get those horses registered, because we know too often we've heard about 50% of the horses in the city aren't registered. So this will be a chance to do that. So please deliver to the Department of Water and Power that list, so because they won't ask you probably, so you need to go push it on them. All right, thank you.
Yep. You ready for me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Tell me, just some nitpicking things, but let me go through one general question. Call center and technology support. This program provides technical support to the department and receives incoming calls from the public pertaining to dangerous dogs, barking dogs, hours of operation, availability of animals, licensing, spay and neuter information. It dispatches officers for roaming and loose animals, animals fighting, and dangerous dogs. It will take a $188,226 hit. How will these cuts relate to customer service? Longer waits, less enforcement, or what impact? That's a lot of money from one of your core missions. I'm just curious how you'll provide your customer service.
Well, there are a couple ways to approach that. First of all, if its share of the 10% is resolved through other negotiating strategy, we wouldn't have to reduce any people in that unit. That unit right now actually has 3 vacancies of systems analyst positions, so we already are dealing with some salary savings in that unit because it's both our IT group and our call center. I think the answer is that if we lost any of our call centers, the potential exists that the wait time would increase. And I think that that's something that we would work very hard to try to move positions or use vacancies in other areas to cover that. Right now, there are 5 call center operators, and with their off times, and we only staff the call center Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Someday we'd like to have a call center that was 24/7, but in any event, we would want to try to keep that covered. So I think that we would look at moving other positions around, if at all possible, in order to keep that fully staffed.
Okay,
So
you'd
we
have to
can
keep
answer.
us posted on it, because the last thing I want to hear is a constituent service shortfall that has an impact in community. Photocopy, just as a nitpicking, but it's real. Photocopy rental costs add up to about $40,000. Wouldn't it be cheaper in the long run to buy a copier machine?
Isn't that a general services question?
I think it's a question that we can ask General Services when they get up here. You know, they tend to go with long-term leases for the photocopier, and from my understanding, the analysis basically it is cheaper to lease versus buy, given the ability to keep
Let's
up
save
with new
that for
technology.
that, okay? Then, can printing and binding costs be reduced by switching to electronic forms?
Well, there are a number of forms, things like the bumper stickers that Councilmember Smith was just talking about, for example. We are in many ways somewhat of a retail business. We want to get our word out, and that means posters and banners and things on trucks and flyers and other kinds of written material that we produce. So there's always going to be some need. Also, citations and notices to comply, those do need to be written pieces of paper which are left with the person, the person receiving the citation. So there is going to be some printing in the department, but actually we are, for example, with licensing, trying to move to an online format as much as we can.
I must tell you, Saturday I went to Venice Beach and it was a dog walk, hundreds of dogs walking, and then yesterday I went to my Manchester office and we were dealing with a pet adoption. 500 dogs were adopted, thousands of people were there. So there's a tremendous amount of community out there. What is our strategy going forward with getting folks to get a license, especially for their dog? That is not only a revenue-generating opportunity, but it also gives a person a sense of responsibility toward their pet. We've been talking with the private sector, potential pilot project in my district, a wealthy individual. I love partnerships like that. Are there any sensing of those kinds of partnerships, or getting the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scouts or, other young groups that are out there that could bang on doors and help us? What kind of a plan can you see generating for this summer that would be a revenue generator that would get more animals licensed?
There are probably a couple of things. One is that we really like to be able to move forward, and as you know, we have legislation that is going to be finding its way through Council that would open up some of the long-standing restrictions in the Muni Code so that we could do online licensing. We would love to then work with the same organization you're talking about, for example, to work on an advertising campaign or an outreach campaign where we would let people know that we've made it easier and more convenient to license and be responsible, and to pitch the important aspects of licensing and ownership and public safety issues. You license your dog, you get rabies, and you're helping make your whole neighborhood safer. So we would like to do that, maybe look into some amnesty program, for example, to encourage people to make the choice now to license. We do like the idea of working with our volunteer coordinator and maybe not exactly selling licenses in every case, but doing a door-to-door in some areas, just promoting, for example, the new online site. Here's a piece of paper, explains where you can go, you can find out all kinds of cool information, here's some of the benefits that you'll get from doing it online. So we've got a couple ideas in the mix, and I think to some extent we do need to have the changes to the Muni Code, because right now we are restricted to only a one-year license, and we are restricted to having to get certain physical pieces of paper, and when I think we can be compliant with state law and open that up a little bit and then try some new things.
And when you said the one-year license, I totally agree with you. What would be your preference? 3-year, 5-year, whatever?
The state allows that you can sell up to 3 years because that's how long a rabies vaccination is good for. So we would really like to at least be able to sell 3-year licenses and then to align license expiration with rabies expiration.
That makes sense.
So we don't have to send 2 letters.
So would you assist Nate Kaplan in my office, and we'll put together a motion right now in this process to go for the 3 years and tie it into that. I don't
Absolutely.
want to talk about that anymore. The spray and neutering so far, has it brought in any revenue, the new law? And how do you enforce it?
The way the law is structured, if someone has an animal that's not spayed or neutered or can't prove that it's spayed or neutered, they receive a notice to comply, and they have 60 days then to comply. We have actually specialized forms that we leave people, and we've developed a process in our Chameleon database that after a certain number of days, 60 days, no spay-neuter shows in the system or no sold license, then they automatically start getting the $100 letter. It's been a little tough getting it off the ground. The officers, we have a learning curve with them that we've been working with them. Right now, we have not seen any major payments or penalties. What we've mostly seen, which is good for us, is compliance. People are, in fact, getting their animals spayed or neutered. They're taking advantage of the mobile vans or the coupons, or they're just doing the right thing. So the good news is that we are seeing an increase in people getting their animals spayed or neutered, which is really the goal.
Last thing, which is back to what almost seems to be a chronic issue. How many volunteers do you have engaged in animal services in one way or the other?
We have several hundred, something like 600 or 900 active volunteers, and I think more than that names on the rosters.
Yeah, for two reasons I ask that is how you manage volunteers is a critical issue. Anecdotally, I hear from many volunteers, good, bad, and the ugly situations. And so, one, it's the management of the volunteers, and two, I'm thinking of volunteers playing a more active role in getting other folks to register their dogs. There might be an exciting plan. You could put a pilot plan together with some of these 900 volunteers and put them out in the streets in certain areas and have them start doing it. But I would like you to give us a report back on your strategy of managing the volunteers.
Sure. Absolutely. Happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. As we mentioned to just about everyone on the made presentations, CLICO is going to get with your department about identifying authorities' numbers and dollars as it relates to the proposed 10% cut by the mayor's budget. And also they're going to discuss with you the issue of on dealing with liability so that we can see if there's a trend or an analysis as it relates to the dollars that have been paid out dealing with liability claims. And so we appreciate your presentation. Before you leave the table, I just realized, Dr. Williams, you had a card in for Animal Services. Would you like to come up and make your comment?
It's a little late now, but basically was to support the maybe setting aside an earmarked amount of money for the spay and neutering of bully dogs and cats, rather than just the last performance that I saw of Animal Services in the City Council was not very confidence building or reaching out regarding spaying and neutering. So I would suggest a specific amount set aside that they are judged by as to how much of it gets actually implemented. I would recommend $700,000 for cats, $300,000 for bully dogs. Thank you.
Let me ask Dr. Williams, you have a card in for as Friends of Southwest Museum. That's not on our agenda today, is
well,
that?
the cards got all mixed up. I don't.
Okay.
I thought you were going by the.
We went by the agenda, but we don't have an item. Friends, you wanted to speak on the Southwest Museum?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item would be emergency management. Oh, before you get started, Ms. Archer, you have a card fill out. Do you want to speak on this item or building and safety? Pardon? You have to come. I can't hear you. Oh, fine. You can come up right now. You have a minute.
Well, again, just making general statements, trying to make all of my statements today relative to the allocation of funds so that you can use the monies available to better serve the community, which is basically what you're employed to do. And we appreciate the severity or the gravity of the decisions that you're making today. But what I'd like to do, and I think rape is an emergency, all violent crimes are emergencies. So we encourage you again to allocate funds that would actually be used, the pre-existing funds, in the resolution of any violent crime. When I learned about $2 billion that are being allocated for the policing, in comparison about 5% of that for the housing, again, could you use the monies pre-existing to alleviate or minister to resolve any violent crimes that are emergencies, okay, without asking for more? I think that should be a provision or a consideration that's already been addressed, but it hasn't apparently. All these monies is not being used to really help people that have been victims of violent crimes that were emergencies.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start off with the questions. Let me ask, in looking at your budget, you're aware of the mayor's proposed cut for this fiscal year. Could you give us an overview of what are the additional duties you've taken on, because your department has grown several positions over the last several years. Give us an idea of how that growth has come about, what are the new functions, and then give us some indication of how the proposed cut will impact you.
One of the things that, good afternoon, council members. One of the things, and we've talked about it over the years, is to increase our capability in terms of outreach to the community. Part of the expansion has been to add more emergency preparedness coordinators to our community emergency management division. Right now, with the moving folks around, we have a dedicated emergency manager to each police bureau. We consider them disaster management districts, and they have a day-to-day relationship with the bureau commander and the fire division commanders, as well as starting to network with the 90 neighborhood councils and the neighborhood watch organizations that already exist. We've also dedicated emergency preparedness coordinator and an MA2 to actually start helping us better manage information, and they've started to prove their worth already with the current swine flu issue. Managing the information is one of the two really significant tasks we have with a real-time event that's happening right now. The other thing is with the opening of the new Emergency Operations Center, we need increased capacity there for staffing it out. It also augment the multi-department, multidiscipline training that will take place in the ancillary rooms around the main operations floor. The 10% cut for us would equate to the loss of 2 emergency preparedness coordinators and 1 management analyst, too. We had suggested in our letter that the 3 of our positions have previously been funded by the Disaster Assistance Trust Fund, and I found out this afternoon that the Disaster Assistance Trust Fund no longer has any money. I guess it's managed in a way similar to the way we do with the Emergency Operations Fund or Department 34 budget, which we handle, which is to front fund emergency or immediate issues and depend on reimbursements from other sources. So that was our alternative to actually laying people off or proposing cuts in staffing, was that we be refunded through the DATF, but that may not be a possibility.
Okay. With that now being a possibility, with this dollar amount, what would you view that as being the number of positions that would be in jeopardy?
3 positions.
3. And the issue, what level of authority would they be?
It would be 2 emergency preparedness coordinators and 1 management analyst, too.
Okay. Let me ask you, just on, I think recently we approved the public information officer.
Yes, sir.
The cutback in your overall functions, is that still a priority?
It is a priority, but it's one of the positions that's been frozen. We have been unable to get that unfrozen.
Okay, through this year. When was it approved?
It was
This
approved
fiscal
last year. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've never filled that?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's just, is that part of your salary savings?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was approved this fiscal year.
Okay, was that, would not prove, getting it filled, is that part of your salary savings?
No, we were looking at what was the best way to get the full 10%, and we couldn't deal with, decimal portions of persons, so, but if we, that we could calculate that into the salary savings.
Okay, all right.
That, and we have one position that's been long-term ID.
Long-term what now?
Injured on duty.
Injured on duty, okay. All right.
I think I see in my notes that, and this was a controller audit that had been done about having a master plan and the importance of having that emergency plan. And I think I read that only 20% of that is expected to be completed this year. Is there... Will you give me just a status on that?
Excuse me, Councilman, you're talking about the citywide
Yes.
strategic plan?
Yes.
It's in the RFP process right now, and that's something the audit we thought was like point on for the number of deficiencies or issues that we need to address, and one of them was the master plan, because the master plan essentially should drive what we do as a city and also a lot of our grant strategy and our capability direction. But you're right, 20% would be done this fiscal year, assuming that the RFP process was on schedule.
So the RFP has not been released yet?
It's been released.
It's been released.
In fact, we had the bidders conference, I think it was last week.
And so what's your timing as far as its implementation? How long, if you awarded the contract tomorrow, what's the anticipation of timing that it takes them for doing an emergency operations master plan?
It should be about 6 months.
So shouldn't we finish it in the next year?
Yes.
You said 20% would be completed.
I think somewhere it's written that a goal of 50% of the plan for next year.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. The plan would be completed the next year.
It will be completed
Yes,
next
ma'am.
year? Okay.
Yeah.
And Councilmember, in addition to that, the money that was allocated for the strategic plan was when the 3 other positions were allocated. This is one-time money for that plan. In addition, through the grant process for the entire urban area through UASI, we are also doing an additional strategic plan that will hopefully fill any gaps that the funding or this would not be able to complete, because I believe it's only about $300,000
Yes.
for the strategic plan. Obviously, the city is very big, and making sure we have all the capabilities, but it's definitely a good step, and it will fit into this longer-term strategy for the entire region.
And are there any eligible grants through the stimulus package to help us with this? Nothing yet?
Not that I'm aware of. Most of the public safety-related stimulus grants were public safety-related for law enforcement or gang prevention, those types of things. So there wasn't anything that we identified that would make this eligible.
In terms of the grants, that's another issue that cutting of positions would impact, because most of the federal grants that we qualify in emergency management require 25% match, and we can't use grant-funded positions for the match, so we have to use general fund positions to fulfill our 25% match for the grants. At this point, we're matched out.
Okay, thank you.
All the questions was asked except for one. The problems we have with the AmeriCorps grant and that phase out, has that been completed and resolved now? AmeriCorps is gone. Okay, that's good. And have there been enough resources provided still in the, I didn't ask the fire department this, but between you and the fire department to keep the CERT program going and active? Because I know there's just huge demand for it all of a sudden.
There are no proposed cuts in the fire department budget regarding CERT.
Okay.
And I know EMD also works closely with CERT as well, with the neighborhood ambassadors, et cetera.
Absolutely. We've actually, it's not a new partnership, but we've enhanced the partnership between EMD, the fire department folks that deliver CERT. And like I said, the existing network of the neighborhood councils we see as a perfect avenue to make this work a lot better. Yeah, good. We're going to have a little discussion with the city attorney. I heard the city attorney told the neighborhood councils the other day that they couldn't buy stuff for the community, that they didn't have the authority to do that. I don't know if you've heard that or not, but a number of the neighborhood councils that have CERT programs have bought materials and pre-positioned it in city parks in storage bins for the earthquakes. And the city attorney says, you're not allowed to do that, which I can't imagine. We'll deal with that. It's not a budget issue, just we'll deal with that later. Anyway, I just want to make sure that CERT was alive and well, because I know wherever I go, people are just raving about the program. They love it. And it's probably one of the best outreach programs the city does at all of our programs, everything we do. It's just awesome. So that's all. I have nothing, I understand you'd like to save those 2 positions and move them, but just the discussion we had earlier, for your information, you weren't here, between the mayor and us, was they are not looking at any funded positions as being off this SRS, shared responsibility stuff, that they're going to be included anyway. So even if we moved them back, you would still have to make the same cut. Yes, so that's not doable.
And can I just add, on page 233 is where we saw where it said 20% estimated to be completed in 09 and 50% to be completed in 10, whether that should be 100% of because you said the plan, complete revisions and updates to the Emergency Operation Master Plan. Do we get to 100% in?
Oh, for emergency operations, oh, absolutely.
Okay, so I don't know if that was just typo. So we just CLA or CAO, we should.
Yeah, it should be 100%.
Okay.
Yes.
I was going, I know there was a reason I asked that question. It's right there.
Yes, that should be 100%.
Okay, thanks.
Bill?
Yeah. Me? Yeah, great. Okay. This monitor blocks me all the time. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good. Let me just ask you some tsunami questions real quick. You knew I would do that. Yeah, give us an update.
The tsunami plan. We've been waiting for the state's inundation maps because they had much more detailed, they had better mapping. We actually got the maps last week. So engineering GIS section is, they're doing the shape data files. As folks are speaking technolese that I don't really understand, to include this information in the RFP that goes out to the vendor to do the rest of the signage and also the city-specific mapping of the areas.
Okay, now 2 questions. Some folks have said, you got to have sirens, Bill. You got to have sirens. And what's the good of the signs if there isn't a warning siren? I know we've had a siren before down in the harbor, or there was one tested over in Marina Del Rey. What about a siren that one would hear?
Well, we think sirens would work. What we're trying to do, especially through the effort to do a mass notification system, is try to do something a little more contemporary than sirens. And I think sirens is one of the methods we can do mass notifications, and we certainly can look at that. I think that recently we've been focusing more on things like social networking, Web 2.0, as well as robocalling out during emergencies.
Well, you know that if a tsunami were to hit, it would be off of the plate of Catalina, and there wouldn't be that much time, really, to do those kinds of things.
Yes, sir.
We need, I don't know, some people say 15 minutes to a half an hour warning, and you either go upstairs, if you have an upstairs, because they don't think the tsunami will be more than 7 or 8 feet, according to people who think they know that stuff. I don't know. Others say you got to get out of town as quickly as possible. So a siren is the quickest way for notification.
Yes, sir.
So could you at least get back to us on that notion? Now, look, you hear the whole world talking about this swine business, this Mexican alleged whatever. What role do you guys play in that, if any?
We actually, I have a public health planner who has been a formal member of our department for about 2 years now. We actually started tracking the swine flu issue last Wednesday. So we've been on it. I've had a bunch of phone calls this weekend. We had a couple of teleconferences. So we've been tracking along. Right now, there are 11 confirmed cases in California, 5 in San Diego County, 5 in Imperial County, and 1 in Sacramento County. And with the different federal alerts going up, we will probably see that number change in terms of rising because The way to determine the strain of flu virus is actually through a nasal swabbing. And because of the heightened alert, they're actually swabbing people more than they normally would, so the numbers are going to go up.
Are we doing it at LAX? Are we doing it at the borders? Are we doing it in any kind of a random way to see if we see any more flow our way?
I don't think we're doing random swabbings. I think the healthcare system, when they get someone that comes in with a flu with flu-like symptoms, but this country annually, we see 5 to 20% of the population actually comes down with flu-like symptoms.
Right.
Out of that, we hospitalize about 200,000 of those. And believe it or not, in this country, 36,000 people approximately a year die from flu-like symptoms.
Right.
So what we're looking at now, actually, other than the fact that it may change from the H1N1 strain and become something different, is still typical flu. It presents itself as typical flu. The precautions are wash your hands, avoid sneezing, the basic sanitary or hygiene issues.
And do we have enough of those injections if people need it? I heard we had 50 million in this country. In some places we're getting some right now. Do we have any on the way, or do we think in those?
We actually have some medications already stockpiled. The county has them stockpiled. And then there's another step called VMI, or Vendor Managed Inventory, which is the healthcare system, the local pharmaceutical companies, and then the big one would be the Strategic National Stockpile. Right now, as of today, there's probably enough of the drug. It's not a prophylactic drug, it's a treatment drug, so it's not something people can go out and take right now to ward off this thing. And that's what we're trying to do by managing the information, is so we don't have people go out and buy and take these drugs right away when it really won't do any good. And all the drugs do is they lessen the symptoms of the flu. They don't, I mean, the virus has to run its course.
The CERP program, which has been under the fire department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what role do you see yourself with the CERP program, if any?
We work hand in glove with the fire department on actually the first part of that, which is the DAC, or the Disaster Assistance Course, and then we recommend and make the connection between community groups and the fire department. And then what we're doing now is through the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, we're coming up with, in 3 groups of resiliency, response, and preparedness, to come up with a standard baseline list of skills or capabilities that every neighborhood council should have. And part of that standard list is to have some sort of CERT proficiency in the community, and also know where it is and how to activate it.
I think that's terrific, because my communities, I have 8 neighborhood councils, they're all incredibly engaged in this.
Yes.
I mean, I've been to more than a half a dozen of their events, including folks who have put supplies and have set them up, and chains and all kinds of things. So you play a coordinating leadership in that thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last question is reverse 911. Whose job is that, and where are we with that notion of that kind of... And I care about it when I talk about the fires in the hillsides more than anything else, with the potential mudslides if we ever do get rain again. But when we had the Mandeville potential situation there with the fire along Sepulveda, where the firefighters did a great job, some people said, if we only had the reverse 911. Is that in the planning stage? Is too expensive? What are we doing with it?
We're actually the Mass Notification Committee, or task force, as it would be, is actually reviewing proposals right now. So we're reviewing proposals. The RFP was let. The proposals have come back, and they're actually reviewing proposals now to see if we can find a vendor that meets the requirements.
Okay, now federal stimulus money, we're on top of all of those aspects, and we feel comfortable we're going to get some?
Actually, with the recent, I believe, the Justice Appropriations Bill, the city received a $500,000 grant specifically marked for a mass notification system. So we are looking at the proposals, and the money that was in the stimulus bill, we could not find an eligible grant to pursue additional money, but with the $500,000 and the proposals that Mr. Featherstone and the committee are looking at, we hope to start a pilot program at least within the next year or so.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for all your answers. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. What's the progress of assisting people with languages other than English in having the information necessary in the event of emergency or a crisis?
The language component, that's one of the as part of the scope of work for the mass notification RFP. The other thing that we've done, understanding the current fiscal situation, is we did a couple of things looking at the budget situation. One, we started up and actually have a nonprofit foundation now to assist us with some of the things that we need to do and bring in business industry community. The other thing that we've done, we're actually in our third quarter now, we've established a university and college consortium, and we're reaching out and working on a project with the colleges and universities to give us assistance in terms of translating our materials into languages other than English. But we don't have the funds to contract a company to do it, so what we're doing is helping to make it a civic responsibility for the colleges and universities. Another thing that we did, because of the economic situation, is we created an intern program where we solicited interns from public policy, emergency management programs. They had to be doctoral or master's level candidates. We had 25 applications for the spring period here, and we selected 5. 2 of the interns are working with Cal State LA, and I forget what the other university is, to actually have the university do real-time translations for us. That, along with the fact that we have a Korean intern from the Republic of Korea Emergency Management Organization who has translated all of our emergency management materials into Korean.
And aside from the materials, when you go out and do these public workshops on advising the residents as to how they can be prepared in an emergency, do we have sufficient translators there? We use a typical GSD service providers, or do you find there's a shortage of people going out with your workshops?
There's a shortage. What we try to do is we try to partner with whatever the community agency is that we're working with. In fact, last week I went to an event at the Olympic Division Police Station where we had a person from the Korean agency that we were partnering with. We borrowed the equipment from the council office, and then we used their translation equipment there, but we got a translator from the organization that we were putting the event on with.
Okay. But do you sense there's a shortage when you go out to do these workshops?
Yes, sir.
There is. And have you reached out? There's other departments that get bonuses for bilingual capabilities. Have you reached out to them to see if you could borrow them, so to speak, to go out with you and do some of those workshops?
We would like to. In fact, we reach out to our partners on the Emergency Management Committee and those kind of organizations. The challenge for us is that most of our outreach events are after business hours and on weekends, so it's kind of tough to get people to come out and work, because it impacts the overtime account of the department that they're from.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank your department. When the report came out about the need, it wasn't really pointing out the need to improve, but it was more of how we could continue to improve the services, the emergency preparedness education that needs to be done, and make sure it reaches all our populations in the city in the event there is an emergency. And I think your response to that at the time was very helpful. We also recognized at the time some needs, some financial needs, and just given our budget situation and the priorities we're placing, it seems like some of those things would probably have to be held back for a future time. But nonetheless, I think I would like to revisit with you and your department at some time how we could be creative, such as using other personnel if they could be used on loan, or other means of making sure that people of all languages are getting this information, so that the event we do have an emergency, all our residents are as prepared as they can be if we reached out to them. So,
yes, sir.
Thank you very much. As we mentioned earlier, CLA and CAO is going to work with you in the sense of creating a response to the mayor's budget reductions, and also just for the CLA, CLA, and CAO to know that this department does not have a history on litigation, so there's no need to add them to that feature. So thank you very much. Next would be Board of Public Works. And while they're coming up, we'd ask a couple of community cards on Dr. Clyde Williams and Richard Sanchez. We're just like the float in the New Year's Day. Okay, Dr. Williams, go ahead.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. The board, leadership, coordination, and policies need to be better established. The last year that I've been attending some of the board meetings, central issues as to how the various departments that the board controls operate. What are their policies? What are the economic and financial impacts of those? The board also has recently approved a city-wide special assessment district for stormwater. That only the property owners will vote on, not the residents who will eventually pay the bills. Recycled water, under sanitation again. The largest amount of sewage treated is at Hyperion. The DWP is going to recharge the San Fernando Valley with recycled water. Why can't we do it with Hyperion? Bye.
Thank you.
If I could just answer, we have a plan in the valley called Tillman, and that's where the valley recharge comes from, Tillman. It's the other big plan.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Sanchez. I'm representing Engineers and Architects Association. I'm here speaking on behalf of the position 1523-2, the senior accountant 2 position. There's an asterisk on there, and apparently it may or may not be subject to layoff. What we would like to suggest is that there are quite a few programs that are outsourced to outside city, other than city employees, that can be done by city employees, and if that could be revisited and save this position, that's the position we would take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Let me start off the question in that one of the things that may be helpful as we go through the budget, it appears that over the last 10 years there's been a significant growth in Board of Public Works. Could you give us some idea of what that expansion of duties and the activities that has prompted that significant growth? Our notes reflect that from the fiscal year 97-98 through 2008 and 9, that there's been almost a 200% increase in regular positions in the board. Is that from accumulating or moving resources from the bureaus into the board, or are they new positions, or what?
Good afternoon, Cynthia Reese, President of the Board of Public Works, and my executive officer here is having trouble hearing, but in terms of the increase in budget, most of that has been for contractual services, as we know that graffiti has taken up most of our budget for several years. And I see my staff caucusing. Mr. Executive Officer, Jim Gibson?
Well, the increase is because of the merging of Office of Accounting that was added to our budget, as was Office of Management Employee Services, with the elimination of the Bureau of Financial Management and Personnel Services.
Could you give us an idea what those functions do?
Office of Accounting and Office of Management Employee Services?
Yes.
Well, Office of Accounting provides centralized accounting services for all of the bureaus for the department, and the Office of Management Employee Services provides centralized human resources services for the bureaus, including support services for grievances and other disciplinary matters, and representing the bureaus in Scale A hearings, that type of thing.
Now, one of the things it looks like, I guess initially in your budget you were looking to consolidate many of your human relations functions.
Right. In the current Blue Book, it calls for consolidation of personnel functions into the board office by adding 14 positions from the various bureaus and eliminating 27 positions throughout the various bureaus. And the estimation for that, it would be a savings of just over $1.2 million. And after reviewing this proposal, the commissioners and the bureau directors feel that we can reach the same dollar amount savings a little bit differently, so we have an alternative proposal. And basically what we're asking is that item number 5 in the Blue Book be eliminated. That's human resources consolidation would be eliminated, and keep the same number of positions within the board office and restore 27 positions with the bureaus, but not at the same level of funding. So we're reaching the same goal of the savings of $1.2 million, but we're getting to that a little bit different. And the bureau directors feel very strongly that they want to maintain some level of control with the personnel, and they are the appointing authority to make sure that they do hire and fire with their individual bureaus. But the board office, we're the ones that actually process the grievances, and we are going to be really busy as we move forward with this budget, as there will be some layoffs, and we need to process that in the bumping rights.
Okay. Let me ask, on number 5, this proposal was made in addition to the previous implementation of the management.
I'm sorry, I said the wrong number. It was what we're asking for is item number 15 in the Blue Book to be eliminated, and to adjust item number 6, because in our efficiencies that was also included the positions that we're going to get that we are no longer taking, and then the total number of positions, it would go back to the current level. So basically the number of positions that we'll have are a wash, because we're asking that we not be increased by 14, that it remain the same. So I'm sorry, I said 5, but I meant item number 15 in the Blue Book.
Okay, so you're saying eliminate items 15 and 6?
No, 15 will be eliminated.
Okay.
6 would be nice, but but that's not what we're asking for. We're asking that number 6 be adjusted.
Be adjusted because of the movement.
Yeah, item number 6 reflects the 14 positions that would otherwise be added to our budget under item number 15. Okay. So that dollar amount should be reduced to approximately $947,000.
Could you go over just a little slower on moving them back? Because it sounded like we're saying that you at one time were going to be eliminating several, 20-some-odd positions by the first move, and then when you unravel the first move, the 20-some positions were going to go back to the bureaus, but we're going to save money, and I didn't quite understand.
Okay, right. So originally the proposal was that we eliminate 27 positions and put 14 of those positions in the board office. What we're asking to do is not increase the board office by 14 positions, keep the 27 positions in the bureaus. Now, where you'll get the savings, the $1.2 million savings that is needed, is that those 27 positions will only be partially funded at approximately 50%. So it would allow the bureau directors a little bit more flexibility to really manage their individual budgets. So by eliminating number 15, the consequence to that is that we're asking for item number 6 to be adjusted, and our total position numbers to stay at the current level.
Okay. So let me
and this has been discussed with the mayor's office, and basically the mayor's office said that they feel that we will achieve the overall goal by this alternate proposal.
Okay, let me just, so I can be clear for myself.
Okay.
The 27 positions you were basically recommending to eliminate, was that part of the 14 that was going into the board office?
Yes. Of the 27 positions that were proposed to be eliminated in the mayor's budget, 14 of those were proposed to be transferred into the mayor's budget. What we're proposing is that we take the same savings that would be realized from that proposal, but don't take the positions, take the $1.2 million that would have been put into the board's salaries account to pay for those 14 positions, redistribute that money back to the bureaus to partially fund those positions that would otherwise have been taken. So there would be, they would be approximately 50% funded by the bureaus, and the bureaus would then make up the difference with the salary savings.
Okay. So the 1.2 is about $600,000 now?
There's about a $1.2 million savings from this proposal. That $1.2 million would stay the same. because the bureaus would find those savings through salary savings and other savings.
So the dollar amount does not change. You'll still get the 1.2 million
Are we
savings.
getting
Positions would just not be fully funded.
Okay, are we getting, of the 27 that are going back to the bureaus, are we getting a classification that's lower than what was originally recommended to leave?
I believe it's basically the same classifications, and I'd just perhaps like to offer, why don't we just put together a little spreadsheet for you to show where the positions came from and how they are proposed to go back, and the dollar amount.
Okay. And because one of the things I'm concerned about, if the mayor's budget is asking for a 10% cut, where are the bureaus going to find that money to make up the 50%?
Well, for the board office, I can speak to that because, so first of all, once we make those changes, the proposed changes, then the board office budget will be reduced from 18.9 million to 17.6 because you'll be taking away out of our budget the 1.2 million in the savings, so it should not be reflected in our budget. So that gives us, the board office, an 8.4 reduction in our overall budget. Now, in addition to that, so we've been asked to do several things: the no growth, the 6%, and the 10%. Now, if you look on the 10%, which is a shared sacrifice, that's the 10% that we're being asked to reduce. That will affect, and we're going to have to manage the reduction of an additional 14 FTEs in our budget.
When you say FTEs, those aren't real people, that's hours?
Well, we're still evaluating that now, and we do anticipate that there will be some positions in those 14 that do have people in them now.
Yeah, we're looking at that. It appears to be with the 6% reduction as well as the 10% reduction, we're looking at approximately 24, equivalent of 24 positions. We currently have 11 vacancies, so we're looking at the possibility of a significant number of layoffs.
So that's your total 16%?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, one thing I do want to note in our budget, I mean, we are willing to, share the sacrifice just like everyone else, but in the current budget, the graffiti removal will not be affected. There will be minimal impact on the beautification grant program. There is a reduction there, and so what we're looking at now is, do we offer fewer grants, or do we offer grants at a lower amount? Instead of the 10,000, do we offer them at the 5,000, or do we do a combination? Maybe we keep in each district 2 $10,000 grants and some $5,000 grants. So there is going to be a minimal impact on the grant program, and we're figuring that out. The Cleaning Green program has been funded at the same level. So one of the things that we tried to do in this budget is, even though unfortunately we're being impacted, we're trying to make sure that the services that are so needed by the community have very minimal, if any, impact.
Let me ask, recently we had this new ordinance that came up where we are looking for more accountability on graffiti for juveniles and their parents. And one of the things that was asked for is to find a way in which all of our graffiti removal was all placed in the same location, so it's one stop, and so that we do not have rec and parks having a different standard than general services, and general services having a different standard from Clean and Green. And I'm just wondering, has that project gotten to your shop to begin to look at it?
Well, actually, that project was initiated by our shop probably about 3 years ago, and one of the things we were looking at that time is, does it make sense to consolidate graffiti? And as you indicated, we do the majority of it. General Services does a small part of it, and Recreation and Parks does. I understand that there was a meeting recently led by the CLA looking at the consolidation. What we're thinking right now is that in terms of it's our understanding that the General Services spends about $50,000 on graffiti removal to paint out the graffiti on the libraries and the public facilities. We would be more than happy to accept those funds and have our contractors do the libraries. Recreation and Parks gets a little bit more complicated because I understand that they have some of their maintenance people do the graffiti removal. We have not had discussions with them recently, so we're open to consolidation and being more efficient when it comes to graffiti. We feel that we are the most efficient when it comes to graffiti removal, and by far we do the best job.
And Rec and Park, they're expending something in several $100,000 a year. Is that the number?
I'm not sure about the Rec and Park budget, but I'm sure our CAO knows.
Unfortunately, not this one.
All right. But, so the thing is, pardon?
The Rec and Parks, I don't believe, has a specific line item for graffiti. It's basically absorbed in their regular maintenance cost and their painters that do that work.
So the thing is, so that committee is working its way through that issue.
That's correct. I'm more than happy to cooperate.
Thank you.
The recommendation in the budget says that the beautification grant should go from 10 to 5. Correct?
That recommendation came for the mayor's office. It's my understanding we may have a little bit of flexibility there.
Yes, that was just one way that we can achieve a reduction in the grants with, and still providing a level of service via those grants. But as the commissioner stated, there's a number of ways to get to the same place in terms of using the reduced level of funds for grants, either by doing a few large grants to the tune of $10,000, and some smaller ones, or a mix thereof.
How many grants do we normally give out?
This year we gave out a total of 48. Right now, the current level of funding that's being recommended is $525,000, and we feel that we can do an effective job with that amount of money.
So if you gave out 48 at 10,000.
Right, because during mid-year budget, our budget for the grant program got reduced.
Okay, so you didn't give out 48 total?
No, we did give 48 this year.
Okay. But you didn't give out the 10,000. So if you had 48 this last year and you gave out 10,000, that's $480,000 that you gave out.
Right, and the current level of funding that's being recommended is $525,000.
So you could give out 52 at 10.
They were originally budgeted in the 09-10 budget at a higher amount. They were only able to do 48 grants because of the mid-year budget adjustments that were done. So this amount would be above what they were able to do this year, but not above what they were actually budgeted for.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Long day, so we're trying to figure out what's in there. I know one of the things we talked about in my office was whether or not if you do reduce it somewhat as to, and I think we'd look to the Bureau as how you're defining that, which is to look at those neighborhood councils or others that would match. So those would get higher points if you had a matching or you had the fiscal financial support of the neighborhood councils, because I think we're all interested in ensuring that there's some partnership between the money that the neighborhood councils are doing and what the city's doing, and there's some leveraging of those dollars.
I think that's an excellent idea, and one thing we always stress is partnership, especially with the neighborhood councils. So we will take that under consideration, and Paul Roch from our Office of Community Beautification is the lead on this, and so I think giving extra points to neighborhood councils that want to match the money, I think is an excellent idea.
Schools or other, it could be matching from anybody, but it would be including neighborhood councils, something like that we looked at to see the eligibility as well.
What we can do is work on some wording for that, and we're more than happy to get back to you on that, but I think it's a great idea.
And on Project Restore, what's happening with that? Is it cutting one position? Is that a existing position?
That's a position that's currently a non-funded position, and that position will be funded by a combination of Project Restore and a grant that they received to work on the Hollyhock House.
Okay. And so there's no cuts in the graffiti program?
That's correct.
No cuts? Okay. Thank you.
How would you love to have this on? How would you love to have an additional $30 million for graffiti abatement? Wouldn't that be great?
That would be my dream.
There's a bill pending in the state legislature to raise revenue through the taxation of felt markers that are used to do graffiti and spray cans that right now, local agencies do not use the current level of allowable taxation because it is not cost efficient for them, for the administrative costs of implementing that. It's not useful. So hopefully that legislation goes in. If it passes, we'll realize about $30 million in additional
And I'd
money
like
towards
to
graffiti.
take this opportunity to thank the council for your partnership. I mean, graffiti really affects everyone in the city, all districts, and you guys have been a great partner in helping us figure this out, so thank you.
Oh, good. The Office of Community Beautification, so I wanted to understand those reductions. How much is the reduction in that office?
Paul, do you want to talk about that?
Primarily, as far as contractual services, the one reduction is to the Community Beautification Grant, which traditionally had been funded at an amount of $845,000. Last year, the amount was lowered to $600,000, and then with the mid-year budget cuts, it went down to $480,000. The amount now is $525,000. So that's really the only service cut that's being put in through OCB.
Okay, and as I understand it, you're reducing the total amount given, but you're making up for the number of grants given by lowering it to 5,000.
We would look at either lowering the threshold maybe to $7,500 or $5,000, or as Commissioner mentioned, possibly doing a combination. Maybe each council district would have two $10,000 grants available and approximately five $5,000 grants, something along those lines. Those are different things that we were looking at. We did canvass, sent out a mass email to all of our former grant recipients and asked them what they think the best way would be. Would it be better to cut the limit down and be able to fund approximately 90 to 100 projects, or keep the amount at $10,000 and just fund less projects? And the results were basically 50-50 split. A lot of people felt they really would like to keep the amount at $10,000. A lot of other people felt that a lot of real nice projects could be completed at $5,000, and it's better to get a lot of smaller projects out there. So we're kind of taking all those things into consideration, and probably will be also checking with all the council offices and finding out what your preferences are as well, if we maybe mix it up or just come up with one particular number.
And I think that's why we wanted to do the hybrid. It made sense, getting the input from the people that receive the grants, doing a combination of both.
Okay. Good. And Clean and Green, that remains whole for the following year?
Yes, sir.
And any other staff reductions in any other place of your division that does not affect graffiti abatement, or how would that affect some of your core issues in the community that we deal with every day? Graffiti abatement, cleanliness, et cetera, that your division does in the community?
It should have no impact. As you know, with our graffiti removal, we use nonprofits to do the graffiti removal for us in different parts of the city. We've found that to be very effective, because not only do they hire from the community, they know the community. So we've been very successful using that model. So it should not have impact. So because we were asked to do a 10% reduction, though, we did spread that out through the other parts of the board office.
Okay.
And we're still trying to figure out what positions at this point.
Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question just on my follow-up? On here, on the 94, it shows on page 560 a $94,000 reduction. Is that in the graffiti removal or not? Page 560? Because you said there was no reduction.
Yeah, what it is in OCB we have 3 vacant positions that are currently frozen, and that $94,000 would be a continuation of holding those positions vacant.
So it'll be the salary savings from not filling those positions.
For contract, but it's under contract services.
In that the contractual services, I think, was $47,000 or something. That's the reduction to the grant program. A small portion of that is contractual services. The rest, I believe, is salary, the $94,000.
And just, if I might, I just want to add, as we do move forward and look at different solutions for graffiti removal, Paul's staff runs at a very skeleton crew, so if we do give him additional responsibilities, I'm hoping in the future that will also come with positions, or at least being able to fill some of those positions.
I see him everywhere, at every activity out there with the staff, but I just wanted to know what that, particularly that $94,000 was, since it was a decrease in the contractual services.
Well, I think I could. I'm sorry. I think I could clarify that.
Okay.
There is a $47,000 contractual services reduction in community beautification, which I think was explained. Then the other $47,000 is related to the personnel services, item number 16, noted on page 565.
Okay. And the street lighting improvements and supplies, that $55,000, what is that?
That is funding that was transferred to us approximately 2 or 3 years ago, basically to support graffiti abatement on street light poles. It purchases the graffiti abatement chemical that our contractors use, and also the matching paint for some of the granite light poles that we have to paint.
Great, thank you.
Bill? I just want to restate the neighborhood council concept. My councils are engaged, all 8 of them. And they all do contribute to community things. But many of the groups that have gotten 10 grand have had a multiplier effect with it. Private sector groups have come in, the schools have come in. I can remember Beethoven Elementary down the street from me, and the 2 years they got the grant, the reflection from LAUSD dramatically increased it, community groups dramatically increased it. So every grant has a multiplier effect. If you were fully funded, how much would that be for the grant program?
I think the request was $650.
Well, the traditional amount that it's always been up till last year was about $845,000. That allowed us to fund approximately 100 grants per year within the range of $5,000 to $10,000.
Yeah, has anybody tried to defend that? Because I strongly believe its multiplier effect is dramatically more than that, and its appreciation community is dramatically more than that. Of not cutting that program, or do you feel you have to cut that program to make your percentage? I mean, if it didn't have the multiplier effect, if it didn't have the buy-in, it didn't have
absolutely.
I mean, it to me is one of the better things we do as a city.
The community absolutely more than matches the grant program. They put in way above and beyond and bring tremendous resources back to the city. If it was funded at that level, absolutely there would be a need for that. Realizing what today's economic conditions in the city budget are, I mean, we're supportive and thankful to the mayor's office for continuing the program. But that being said, sure, I mean, if it was funded at $845, that would give us that many more projects that we would be able to do.
Okay.
So.
Just in the back of your head, because we're looking at a cut of about 300 grand, right?
From about 2 years ago, the traditional level, right. Last year was...
I wouldn't be pushing it if I didn't see the multiplier effect and the additions from neighborhood councils and local school districts and community groups, homeowner groups, parent groups. It's had a big, rich effect on a multiplier effect. So if you could look back at your drawing boards at something else that you might want to cut, I know it sounds, wow, he's saying something like that, but it's something that I think is a very valuable asset to community.
Well, Councilmember, we couldn't agree with you more. We love that program. We just celebrated our 10-year anniversary with that program, and we get so many positive feedback from the community. They love the program. But as Paul indicated, in tough economic times, as it is with the 10% reduction, we are looking at eliminating or managing positions with people in them. So we feel like right now we're at a good balance.
This is one of the few I haven't wanted in any way, shape, or form touched because of what it attracts in terms of other dollars and other community interests that has had a better multiplier effect. Any stimulus money available for you guys out of the Barack Obama business? Have you looked into that?
We really haven't, and I don't know if for the grant program that would be. I mean, I would certainly.
You guys should look at a grant.
We'll be more than happy to look at that. That's an excellent idea.
If we could possibly get some stimulus money for graffiti abatement, we could shift some of that graffiti money over to fully fund the grant program.
I think you should aggressively go after some of the stimulus money. Okay? And see if you can pull something together. Okay? Thanks.
Councilmember Gould. To answer your question, clarify your question regarding item number 16, that $47,000, that's for a security guard.
Thank you very much.
Oh, wait, sorry.
yes.
Have we, at the security guard, where?
In the board office.
That would be in Management Employee Services, where the funding is currently.
In General Services Office?
It's in. We have funding for our one security guard in the offices of the board that's funded by General Services, and then Management Employee Services has funding for a security guard in our budget to assist them with Skelly hearings and that kind of thing. So this money is coming out of our budget, and it relates specifically to the security guard in Management Employee Services. So the idea would be that we would share one security guard.
Right, so there's one that covers our board hearings and works with the commissioners, one in MES. We felt we can reach an efficiency and just scheduling, because in the morning we have our hearings, they can come in our hearings. In the afternoon when they have the Skelly hearings, they could cover up there, so we'd be sharing, in other words.
And as you know, Cynthia, we've talked about this, it should be an Office of Public Safety Officer. So I'm hoping that we'll actually move in that direction. It's currently a contract security that they have there.
What prompted the security issue?
In terms of why do we have two security officers? Jim, you have a little bit more history than I do.
Well, we have a contract security officer that's been with Management Employee Services forever, and it is for security purposes. They deal a lot with discipline, and there have been a number of occasions where a security guard has come in handy when we're dealing with employees who are being skellied. So that's the primary function of that security guard. And then the board has the services of also the contract security guard, who also is present during individual commissioner hearings with residents, and also attends all of our commission meetings.
Okay. The issue is this is an annual contract for two positions. Has anyone ever looked at that in the sense of the overall security for the board and such from the General Services or LAPD or Warden Power? Has anybody ever looked at it?
Well, I think in this particular case, that's what we're doing for next year, is actually taking a second look at what's being deployed right now, and moving in a different approach and taking advantage of GSD and their security.
Yeah, because what I'm wondering about is that I don't believe there's any department in the city that doesn't deal with skellies, but I don't know of any others that have security to perform them. I mean, unless something's unique that we're not aware of.
Yeah, I was just asking staff how long we've had that security. It's been a while, as far as I know, a long time, and it's just the nature of the business, so to speak.
I mean, that's what I was asking. Is there an incident that drove it?
Yes, Councilman. We first hired the security guard in MES after the Piper Tech shootings, which happened at a Skelly meeting.
Okay, but at Piper Tech?
Yes.
Okay.
There was concern on the part of the analysts who were handling the Skelly meetings that something similar could happen, given we handle approximately 200 Skelly meetings in our office each year, and we have people coming in not on a daily basis, but very frequently, and naturally many of them it's a tense situation, and there was concern that something similar might happen in our office.
What security have you established for your other facilities?
We conduct all the Skelly meetings in our office. There are no Skellys in other offices in our department. And there's security at Hyperion and the other treatment plants, and beyond that, I don't know.
I mean, but those would be security as opposed to dealing with personnel matters, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, Ray, you said what are you going to do now?
I think basically the approach for this year is basically look at this particular contract security and perhaps eliminate it, and to basically utilize GSD security personnel.
Okay. So that will be something that will be, a report back? Or how to, is that...
I'm not sure if we need a report back, but I think I think the board is going to be working with GSD to make sure they get their security needs met, both for the board office, but also for MES.
Okay, now, and then the other side of it is whether GSD's personnel allocation, have we looked to see whether they can support that?
It's my understanding that they can, but we'll follow up with GSD, and I'll make a note of that, and we'll ask them when we get them up here.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you for your presentation, and also CLA and CAO has been given the task to reach out to each department and bureau to talk with them about what are very quickly to talk with them about what their issues are as it relates to the cut, what the authorities, what the dollar amount that it could equate to, and somewhere down the line, they would then come back and ask the entity to look at how they would be deployed with these types of cuts. And so we'd ask that your cooperation, and then also because we're looking at litigation throughout the city, we're going to ask them to contact you on that regard also, because I think over the last couple of years, and although most of it is inverse, what do we call it, inverse eminent domain or something like that, condemnation, that I think you've had over $2 million worth of litigation, so we'll ask to add that to the review.
We're more than happy to cooperate.
Thank you. The next is Department of Sanitation. Bureau of Sanitation. And while you're coming up, we have cards from Angel Calvo, Julie Butcher, and Dr. Clyde Williams.
Thank you, sir. Angel Calvo with EAA. We would request that this committee look into the possibility of restoring the filled positions that are scheduled to be eliminated from the Bureau of Sanitation. It is a bureau that has its own sources of funds, and it is our request that if possible, this committee look at the issue of stopping the contracting out at the Bureau of Sanitation, instead use those funds to restore those positions. Thank you.
We had two other cards, Julie Butcher and Dr. Clyde Williams.
Good afternoon. Good evening. On behalf of sanitation workers in both refuse and wastewater, we're a little incredulous at the layoff list that includes both refuse workers and wastewater workers. We have 628 trash workers now picking up trash for 750,000 households. We pick up 3 containers in front of each house. In 1981, there were 1,082 workers doing the same thing. We're incredibly proud of the service we provide. And I am now, as a resident of Los Angeles, paying full freight, full recovery for the service for an excellent trash collection service. We divert more trash away from landfill in Los Angeles than any other city in the state. We do a great job, and I'm happy to pay for that. And I'd be happy, frankly, to pay less for that. Thank you.
You want to pay for all of it?
No. Thank you. Dr. Clyde Williams? Okay. Before you get started, let me just throw out a couple of questions, one of which, and it's something just for our education also, that your Bureau has grown significantly over the last decade. Could you tell us what are some of the new responsibilities and duties you've assumed? And then also I need you to actually comment on the 10% reduction proposed by the mayor's budget, and how are you going to address that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Enrique Zaldivar, Director of the Bureau of Sanitation. Over the years, the Bureau has fluctuated in staffing levels, but, the last years, as you mentioned, though, it has grown. One example, last year, close to 40 people were brought into the Bureau's budgetary and functional fold. 13 staff were transferred to sanitation from the board's public affairs office, and there were about 30-some employees that had left, that were transferred from GSD's citywide recycling, city facilities recycling program. That was transferred from GSD to sanitation. So that's an example of the recent growth. that has occurred in the Bureau. With regards to the 10%, Councilmember Parks, the 10% shared sacrifice and shared responsibility equates to about 285 positions in the Bureau. We, of course, will make every effort to be able to live with that, but at this point, when we look at it in conjunction with the proposed elimination of positions that are different from that, in addition to that, is where we then ask for a reconsideration on the number of positions that are being that had been proposed to be eliminated from the Bureau. We had roughly 192 positions total proposed to be eliminated in 09-10, and what we have asked instead as an alternative that we eliminate 100 positions, all of them vacant. Of the 192, roughly 60 or so were filled with bodies in them. Instead, we're saying, we're proposing that we be allowed instead to have 100 positions eliminated and raise our salary savings rate from 4% to 5%.
Okay, has that been proposed?
It is a proposal in my budget memo to you.
You said, so your proposal is to raise your salary savings to 4%?
From 4% to 5% and eliminate 100 positions.
And currently this 18.5 million is how many positions?
285.
How many positions?
The 10%, 285 positions.
285, that's the 18.5 million?
That's correct.
285.
So that's a revenue neutral proposal you've made.
Close to a revenue neutral.
What's close?
Yeah.
Not close enough.
When you're talking billions, close is...
Not close enough.
Okay. So the 5% instead of 4% and 100 positions equals how much?
I'm not proposing this in lieu of the 10%. This is...
Okay.
I am proposing this in lieu of the 192 positions to be eliminated, which are in addition to the 10%.
These are your
5%.
Your 5% cut that was given, right? That every department had to do?
No, the 10% stays as
No,
is.
5%.
The 5% cut. You had a 10% cut and a 5%. 10% is a shared responsibility cut.
You're right. It's basically the layer with the half the deal or where there's specific cuts, and then you have the 10%. In your case, talking about the specific reductions.
But that doesn't equal the amount.
To the 10%?
No, not the 10.
No. My
5%.
counter proposal is not the equivalent in dollars.
Actually, we'd be happy to work with the
Yeah, Ray, take a
come up
look
with
at
the mix.
it. Okay, let us know.
I think the Bureau's counterproposal addresses item number 16 on page 623, and a few of the other items where positions are being recommended for deletion.
So the question is, does it equal that? And we'll find out. Okay.
When you vetted that out, how close did you come? How close was it?
I'm sorry?
When you vetted that out, how close was that in comparison to the, 5%?
It equates to the 192 versus the 100 plus the raising of the salary savings by 1%. I'm sorry, we have not calculated it as a percentage.
Okay. So the CAO is going to work with you, and you said this relates to number 16 in the book?
I believe so. That's why I just wanted to confer with Enrique. The 100 positions are all wastewater that you want to restore?
They will be mostly wastewater.
Okay, we'll work with the Bureau to sort that out.
So he has an alternative for number 16. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you raise...
Primarily 16.
Okay, you'll look at that.
16, and there's 3 or 4 other items that have other positions. So we will work with the CAO and the Mayor's office with regards to all of the items that are applicable to the total 192 initially and how that would translate to the 100.
Okay. You got anything?
So will this, I know that on the wastewater fund, so you feel this will allow you to still be able to do what you had planned on doing in that unit by making these changes?
We would have to...
I mean, the responsibilities that we have for wastewater, you think that will...
Yeah, which is why I felt that the 100 and the initial number would have given us a significant challenge to be able to still do what we are charged to do. At the 100 position level, we have more confidence that we can make that work.
And I know that there's been a lot of discussion on the spa and not moving, at least some discussion today of, it's supposed to be on council tomorrow, but not moving forward with that item until we have further information and be able to justify and discussions with the county. Can you comment on that at all?
Yeah, there will be, you have it on the agenda tomorrow, and the department is prepared to update you on what, since last Friday, and if we can save it for tomorrow.
I'd actually like to, I could address some of that today. As you know, the proposed budget before you still includes a general fund subsidy for the stormwater pollution abatement fund, close to about $24 million. Because of that, we feel in the mayor's office that there is not the same level of urgency that we originally thought we needed to move forward with the ballot before August. Because again, the funds are there. It's not a budget issue, and it's something that does need to take place eventually. But as the concerns were raised on Friday, there's a lot of things that we need to do relative to exploring and examining the best way to get a positive outcome from a ballot. So at this time, we feel that because it is a separate issue from the budget, that there is budget dollars there for the fund as it stands now. The urgency to get it on some type of ballot, whether it's mail or by vote, is not there at this time, and we'd like for continuing discussion on that.
Okay. I think we all, as the discussion followed on Friday, there were a lot of concerns about moving too quickly on that item. Julie Butcher mentioned that, a number of positions that would be eliminated. Can you respond to that?
Yes. Of the positions that are proposed to being eliminated, they are about 36 or so wastewater worker ones. These are the folks who work in not only keeping the sewer collection system flowing, they also help with catch basins, cleanups, and other things. That is the one classification that would have the largest impact of the 192. There are a few on the solid waste side that are operational. There are some that are maintenance laborers. There are one or two supervisors, but the one area that would have the highest impact would be the wastewater worker classification.
And are the positions that are being proposed to be cut filled currently? Are some of those filled?
Yes, of the initial list, we now have identified about 60 that are filled.
Is that in the 10% overall, or that is in the other?
That's in the 192. That's separate from the 10%. And so, our counter proposal would have all vacant positions. The elimination would come from all vacant positions. That's part of what we need to sort out with the CAO and the mayor's office.
And last year there was a lot of discussion about the fact that we had been giving out bins so people had more bins than they were allowed to have without paying the excess fee, and there was discussion of millions of dollars that we were going to be able to collect. What's the status with that?
Yeah, we have far better information now than when the issue first came up. If I can just give you a brief background, just to refresh everyone's memory. At our first attempt at getting a sense of how many customers were unsubscribed to extra capacity, we had a number of 80,000 or so unsubscribed, unpaying customers. That number was later refined and down to 66,000, at which time the council instructed us to send charge notices to all 66,000. We've done that. And as of right now, our best count and our best estimate for how many subscribed and continuing to pay customers of those 66,000, our best estimate right now for 0910 would be about 28,000, 38,000 that will stay subscribed. That nets about 2.5 million, 2.8 million in additional revenue.
And that's included in your budget?
That is reflected in the schedule.
Let me ask, on the ones that from 38,000 to the 66,000 notices, what did they do? Return the can? Did not want to participate? How did we drop from 66 to 38?
Alex, you want to?
Residents called us back and requested the container to be removed off the premises, which we did. Several of them disputed that they had the containers in the first place, so we had to suspend the charge and then go back and verify that there is no container. And there is about 10% of the residents who are in delinquent and they're not paying, and so those containers were removed also.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And the question was asked by the chairman of how the department grew so much. Just FYI, AB 939 programming in the last decade has added e-waste, U-waste, safe centers, apartments, and commercial recycling. So there's been a tremendous growth in the recycling sector, which is why we're at 62%. So that's what that was all about. On the wastewater and the trash pickup, both. I know when it comes to trash that you can't leave legally in our green trucks overnight the trash in your parking lots. That's against state law. Does the same laws apply to trash on the street? In other words, if we don't pick up the trash, are we in violation of health codes?
We believe we would be. We have not tested that recently, in that we have not had an incident in which we have allowed trash to be uncollected for more than a week. We are experiencing some cases of large apartment complexes where, because of the housing situation, who owns it, foreclosure, whatever, where the ownership of that building is in question and no one's responsible for the trash removal. And we are stepping in and helping out because it has become a public health issue in those instances. And so at that point, we simply are coming in and helping out because it is a public health issue.
Okay. And on wastewater, and this is really more for the mayor's office as well as trash pickup, just kind of related to what SEIU's objections were. If we were to look at these two functions in the same vein we're looking at the 10% shared responsibility throughout the budget, I think you get into some extremely problematic health problems, and that to even consider reductions in those areas is very, very dangerous from a health point of view. We cannot mow the lawn at a park. We cannot open a library. We could even reduce the number of fire engines in a station, but we can't go not picking up trash, and we can't let our sewer system break down or fall apart because there's not enough people there to do the work. That's not an issue I think any of us want to look at, but I'm not so sure we can even legally do it. So I'm not so sure we should have these shared responsibility in the budget for these two functions, because unlike just about anything else we do, we don't have much of a choice. As long as we've taken the responsibility for picking up trash in this city and not farming it out like other cities do, then we got to pick up the trash, because legally we get into huge health problems if we don't. So I'm not so sure, as we go forward, that the shared responsibility on these two functions makes any legal sense or any safety sense.
Well, it makes sense to the extent that the shared responsibility and sacrifice savings comes from some type of reducing the cost of the workforce, whether that's in the form of salary, benefits, health, what have you. But again, if it comes down to actually reducing positions and eliminating positions, you're right. I think we would have to reprioritize, relook at the entire department, the services they provide, and prioritize based on what's legally mandated that the city provides.
Okay.
In which
So-
case, some other departments would have to take a higher level of cuts than.
All right, and I think
than
that's what we
10%.
needed stated, because certainly as the union representatives are here, that's an issue to them. As they negotiate, obviously it puts us in a weaker position, but the fact of the matter is, if push comes to shove and we don't find those efficiencies by union agreements, then layoff lists are going to be on the table here, and I think the chairman intends to have that discussion before we're done here, but these are not positions we can really talk about laying off.
Yeah, you're right. There are those legally mandated items that the city needs to provide, and we would have to look to other departments where we don't have those mandates.
Okay, very good. And one last thing, before the budget was sent forward, my staff have been negotiating with the Bureau of Sanitation regarding a Roscoe Place Echo Park, there's money available in the CRTF, Citywide Recycling Trust Fund, for that project. It is a project that Neil Guglielmi and others have said this is something we really want to do, but it was too far along, the budget was too far along to get it inserted here. So in light of the requirements you have placed on the motions, is that we go forward with the $2 million in the CRTF fund, which is available, toward the Roscoe Place Echo Park project, which the department is already working on. And so that would be in addition to the budget, but it's earmarked funds that are for these kind of uses, and there is a surplus available. So there's no new funding problem there. So with that, I'd introduce that and ask you, Ray, you can get the information from Neil Guglielmi. He'll give it to you. It's a CRTF fund, Citywide Recycling.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. How are you? Good. Can you please provide an update on the design and implementation of the Pay As You Throw program, that Councilman Smith and I have been talking about? How is that coming along?
It's moving, and we want to say it's moving fast, but I hope that you agree that how fast it's moving. We have initiated. There's at least two prongs to this. One is the technology piece of it, the weight-based. We're going to proceed with the testing of that technology.
Good.
There's also a proposal that will be coming to councils, we're thinking August, September, in which we will propose a volume-based pilot system for the pay-as-you-throw. So that's different from the weight-based. This will be volume-based, something that I know you have insisted that we move on.
Yeah.
So we will have a proposal to you in August.
Because to a lot of our listeners, viewers, citizens, especially those who take their carts and put them out before and all, if they knew that if they conserved more and recycled more and deal things, they'd have less of a bill, potentially less of a bill, that would even be more encouraging. So I look forward to the rollout of that program. Where are we on the multifamily recycling program? How are we doing on that?
We're very proud of our progress there. We, out of 540,000 units, we had said, per the mayor's goal, that we would finish and roll out that program this calendar year, by the end of 2009, and we're on schedule to do that. We have 340,000 units already rolled out to.
Great.
So we're at close to 75%.
Excellent. Good job on that. Next question is, now this is thinking out of the box. The mayor keeps talking about privatization strategies. We saw Mike Keeley running around earlier today. There is a lot of discussion about public-private partnerships, and some have suggested that perhaps solid waste collection and wastewater treatment operations could be successfully privatized. What are your thoughts about opportunities to improve efficiency through privatization?
Well, I know that our customers are very happy with our services. Certainly, not long ago, I want to say maybe 4 or 5 years back, we had a very high approval rating, if you will, with our service. So we are very diligent about ensuring that our customers are happy. Now, the cost of our services, I mean, it's an ever-present culture in our department about looking for efficiencies, and I know that both you and the mayor just recently made us full cost recovery on the solid waste side of our business, and we're more than mindful of ensuring that we live within our means and keep that rate for as long as we possibly can.
Good. I appreciate that because I certainly don't want to privatize it. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that this is not one of the areas that we have proposed to examine. We feel that a lot of the kind of the energy and the environmentally proactive practices that we've instituted here in the city have been because it's been a city-run department.
Right.
And so they've been able to institute all of the policies that have come out of this council and the mayor.
Good. I like that. And just wanted to get it on the record. And last question is, does LAUSD provide any reimbursement or financial support for the Blue Bin Recycling Program that you operate at public schools in Los Angeles?
Not direct financial, but they provide us a great deal of in-kind, and that is that they give us an avenue, a direct forum to be able to educate the future generations. They provide us that venue and that forum. So in exchange, we have implemented the recycling program at now soon all of the elementary schools. We get the revenue that of whatever the value of the recyclables, which is not all that much, but what we get out of it is the education opportunity. Tremendous value from the LAUSD. Well, now the revenue has grown.
Good. I want to hear this.
It's quite significant now, $500,000.
$500,000 we're getting in revenue from the recycling at the school system.
That's our best estimate.
And credit for AB 939.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good news. And see, we had some good news to throw out here. Has the declining economy impacted the amount of trash and recycling disposals of the city? Have we seen less recycling coming in, or has it had any impact at all?
The tonnage has gone down across the board, both on the generation, both the non-recyclable, which would be the waste, the trash, and the recycling tonnage has gone down a bit, but not to where it's become of concern where folks have disconnected from the habit of recycling. It is not by any means at that level. It is what also went down was the value of recycling, which we are very encouraged now that they have bottomed out. In fact, we have seen an inching up of the value of some recyclables since February. So maybe in our world, maybe the worst is over.
Very good. And I just want to get a recap because it was earlier in your presentations here about the Measure O, the $25 million that we've pulled out of the budget. Are we putting it back in again, or what exactly are we doing?
That was in reference to the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund. There is a general fund subsidy that because we are not getting full cost recovery on the services provided out of that fund, what we did this year, though, is we kept that subsidy in the budget, meaning that we are not necessarily in a situation where we need to go to the ballot at this time to make us whole. We are whole. We put in the $24 to $25 million from the general fund into the special fund, and so at least for this upcoming fiscal year, we'll be okay. It's going to be a matter of moving forward and whether or not we want to continue some of those projects, the Prop O funded projects that are going to be coming online. And continue the maintenance of those projects for the years to come.
Well, obviously we want to continue those projects and the maintenance of it. So the real strategy should be, since we're 800,000 parcels out of 2.1 million in the county, and our people are engaged in this process, that a better negotiated deal with the county potentially and one measure for next spring could be an option. Do you see that?
That could be an option. I haven't been in those discussions. I think Enrique might be better suited to speak about some of those negotiations.
That certainly could be an option, Councilman. We would like to strategize with certainly Council in the Mayor's Office and CLA, CAO before we recommend such such
Yeah, well, we
options.
certainly appreciated you listening to our council last Friday when really we sent it out of committee without a recommendation based on the experience we just most recently had, and frankly, more important, the state of affairs and how people might react to something like that. But it's not going to go away as an issue.
That's right, but we just have more time to really think about how to make this a positive outcome for us.
Right, good. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. But we just remind each of the general managers that the CLACAO is going to contact you regarding addressing the budget cuts that have been identified by the mayor's office so that we can ensure that we have some immediate information about authorities, positions, and dollar value. Once that's completed, then they'll be back in touch with you about creating a design of your department with those positions that have been eliminated. Also, we are starting, as a request of the Budget Committee, that we have a CLACAO and the city attorney assist us in identifying liability, and because of the your department is running somewhere about $13 million in the last 4 years. We're going to make sure that we can have some evaluation and determine what the trend lines are, what the accountability is, and what could we do to reduce that liability. So thank you very much. Colleagues, we've exhausted the calendars. We have no other items. We will recess until... Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. CAO, would you look at the solid waste fund and just walk us through it real quick? Solid waste fund. Yeah.
Okay, solid waste fund is basically Schedule 2. As proposed, it recognizes roughly about $264 million from collection to fee. There are some other interest and other revenue items, multifamily, reimbursement from other funds. There's also a reimbursement from the general fund for the Lifeline program, which gives a total revenue of roughly $313 million. Appropriation-wise, general services is roughly will receive roughly $22.7 million. Sanitation here again almost $130 million. There is an allocation for debt service, capital infrastructure, fees to pay DWP, and there's also an amount to replace to fund the expense and equipment for containers and other things like that. The schedule the budget also contains almost $79 million in reimbursement for general fund costs. And lastly, there is a shared responsibility line item in the schedule. One thing to note this year, I should say when the budget was put together for 2008-9, we were basically missing a bit of information. This had to do with the Lifeline program and services provided to other city departments. It was determined that the program cannot fund those activities, and hence, because of that legal opinion that we did receive, we are now putting money into the GZP, which in essence will be a revenue source to the schedule to pay for Lifeline and other services to provide to other departments.
Okay. And let me just, for the public's awareness, the Solid Waste Resource Revenue Fund is basically the fee that's on their water and power bill?
That's correct.
And commonly referred to as a trash fee.
Yes,
okay.
In the basic sense, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are going to recess tomorrow, 1 o'clock. We will continue with the items on the calendar. We'll make just one change due to a scheduling conflict. We'll start off with Department of Transportation, and then from there on we'll go to the other Public Works bureaus. So we recess.
Okay, DOT first?
Yeah, she has a conflict.